As leeks cannot survive in a cut-over forest, the honorable harvest cannot survive in this habitat. We have constructed an artifice, a Potemkin village of an ecosystem where we perpetrate the illusion that the things we consume have just fallen off the back of Santa's sleigh, not been ripped from the earth. The illusion enables us to imagine that the only choices we have are between brands. Back home I wash away the last bits of black soil and trim the long white roots. One big handful of leeks we set aside, unwashed. The girls chop the slender bulbs and the leaves, and they all go into my favorite cast iron skillet with way more butter than a person should probably have. The aroma of sautéed leeks fills the kitchen. Just breathing it in is good medicine. The sharp pungency dissipates quickly and the fragrance that lingers is deep and savory, with a hint of leaf mold and rainwater. Potato leek soup, wild leek risotto, or just a bowl of leeks are nourishment for body and soul. When my daughters leave on Sunday, I'm happy to know that something of their childhood woods will travel with them. After dinner, I take the basket of unwashed leeks to the tiny patch of forest above my pond to plant them. The harvesting process now unfolds in reverse. I ask permission to bring them here, to open the earth for their arrival. I search out the rich moist hollows and tuck them into the soil, emptying my basket instead of filling it. These woods are second or third growth and sadly lost their leeks long ago. It turns out that when forests around here grow back after agricultural clearing, the trees come back readily but the understory plants do not. From a distance the new post-agricultural woods look healthy, the trees came back thick and strong. But inside something is missing. The April showers do not bring mayflowers. No trillium, no mayapple, no bloodroot. Even after a century of regrowth, the post-farming forests are impoverished, while the untilled forests just across the wall are an explosion of blossoms. The medicines are missing, for reasons ecologists do not yet understand. It might be microhabitat, it might be dispersal, but it is clear that the original habitat for these old medicines was obliterated in a cascade of unintended consequences as the land was turned to corn. The land is no longer hospitable for the medicines and we don't know why. The skywoman woods across the valley have never been plowed, so they still have their full glory, but most other woods are missing their forest floor. Leek-laden woods have become a rarity. Left to time and chance alone, my cut-over woods would probably never recover their leeks or their trillium. The way I see it, it's up to me to carry them over the wall. Over the years, this replanting on my hillside has yielded small patches of vibrant green in April and nurtures the hope that the leeks can return to their homelands and that when I'm an old lady I'll have a celebratory spring supper close at hand. They give to me, I give to them. Reciprocity is an investment in abundance for both the eater and the eaten. We need the honorable harvest today. But like the leeks and the marten, it is an endangered species that arose in another landscape, another time, from a legacy of traditional knowledge. That ethic of reciprocity was cleared away along with the forests, the beauty of justice traded away for more stuff. We've created a cultural and economic landscape that is hospitable to the growth of neither leeks nor honor. If the earth is nothing more than inanimate matter, if lives are nothing more than commodities, then the way of the honorable harvest, too, is dead. But when you stand in the stirring spring woods, you know otherwise. It is an animate earth that we hear calling to us to feed the martens and kiss the rice. Wild leeks and wild ideas are in jeopardy. We have to transplant them both and nurture their return to the lands of their birth. We have to carry them across the wall, restoring the honorable harvest, bringing back the medicine. Braiding sweetgrass, as the hair of Mother Earth, is traditionally braided to show loving care for her well-being. Braids, plaited of 3 strands, are given away as signs of kindness and gratitude. In the footsteps of Nanabaw's hoe, becoming indigenous to place fog shrouds the land. There is just this rock in the half-darkness and the surf, rising and falling with a thunderous roar, reminding me how tenuous my perch is on this tiny island. I almost feel her feet on these cold, wet rocks instead of my own, skywoman on a speck of land, alone in a cold dark sea, before she made our home. When she fell from Skyworld, Turtle Island was her Plymouth Rock, her Ellis Island. The mother of the people was first an immigrant. I'm new here too, on this shore at the western edge of the continent, new to how land appears and disappears in this place with the tides and with the fog. No one knows my name here, and I don't know theirs. Without this exchange of the barest recognition, I feel like I could disappear in the fog along with everything else. It is said that the Creator gathered together the four sacred elements and breathed life into them to give form to original man before setting him upon Turtle Island. The last of all beings to be created, first man was given the name Nanabozho. The Creator called out the name to the four directions so that the others would know who was coming. Nanabozho, part man, part Manado, a powerful spirit being, is the personification of life forces, the Anishinaabe culture hero, and our great teacher of how to be human. In Nanabozho's form as original man and in our own, we humans are the newest arrivals on Earth, the youngsters, just learning to find our way. I can imagine how it might have been for him in the beginning, before anyone knew him and he did not know them. I too was a stranger at first in this dark dripping forest perched at the edge of the sea, but I sought out an elder, my Sitka spruce grandmother with a lap wide enough for many grandchildren. I introduced myself, told her my name and why I had come. I offered her tobacco from my pouch and asked if I might visit in her community for a time. She asked me to sit down, and there was a place right between her roots. Her canopy towers above the forest and her swaying foliage is constantly murmuring to her neighbors. I know she'll eventually pass the word and my name on the wind. Nanabozho did not know his parentage or his origins, only that he was set down into a fully peopled world of plants and animals, wines and water. He was an immigrant too. Before he arrived, the world was all here, in balance and harmony, each one fulfilling their purpose in the creation. He understood, as some did not, that this was not the new world, but one that was ancient before he came. The ground where I sit with Sitka grandmother is deep with needles, soft with centuries of humus. The trees are so old that my lifetime compared to theirs is just a birdsong long. I suspect that Nanabozho walked like I do, in awe, looking up into the trees so often I stumble. The Creator gave Nanabozho some tasks in his role as original man, his original instructions ***. This traditional teaching has been published in Eddie Benton Benai's The Mishomis book. Anishinaabe elder Eddie Benton Benai beautifully retells the story of Nanabozho's first work, to walk through the world that Skywoman had danced into life. His instructions were to walk in such a way that each step is a greeting to Mother Earth, but he wasn't quite sure yet what that meant. Fortunately, although his were the first man's prints upon the earth, there were many paths to follow, made by all those whose home this already was. The time when the original instructions were given we might call a long time ago. For in the popular way of thinking, history draws a timeline, as if time marched in lockstep in only one direction. Some people say that time is a river into which we can step but once, as it flows in a straight path to the sea. But Nanabozho's people know time as a circle. Time is not a river running inexorably to the sea, but the sea itself, its tides that appear and disappear, the fog that rises to become rain in a different river. All things that were will come again. In the way of linear time, you might hear Nanabozho's stories as mythic lore of history, a recounting of the long ago past and how things came to be. But in circular time, these stories are both history and prophecy, stories for a time yet to come. If time is a turning circle, there is a place where history and prophecy converge. The footprints of first man lie on the path behind us and on the path ahead. With all the power and all the failings of a human being, Nanabozho did his best with the original instructions and tried to become native to his new home. His legacy is that we are still trying. But the instructions have gotten tattered along the way and many have been forgotten. After all these generations since Columbus, some of the wisest of native elders still puzzle over the people who came to our shores. They look at the toll on the land and say, the problem with these new people is that they don't have both feet on the shore. One is still on the boat. They don't seem to know whether they're staying or not. This same observation is heard from some contemporary scholars who see in the social pathologies and relentlessly materialist culture the fruit of homelessness, a rootless past. America has been called the home of second chances. For the sake of the peoples and the land, the urgent work of the second man may be to set aside the ways of the colonist and become indigenous to place. But can Americans, as a nation of immigrants, learn to live here as if we were staying? With both feet on the shore? What happens when we truly become native to a place, when we finally make a home? Where are the stories that lead the way? If time does in fact eddy back on itself, maybe the journey of the first man will provide footsteps to guide the journey of the second. Nanabozho's journey first took him toward the rising sun, to the place where the day begins. As he walked, he worried how he would eat, especially as he was already hungry. How would he find his way? He considered the original instructions and understood that all the knowledge he needed in order to live was present in the land. His role was not to control or change the world as a human, but to learn from the world how to be human. Wabananga East is the direction of knowledge. We send gratitude to the East for the chance to learn every day, to start anew. In the East, Nanabozho received the lesson that Mother Earth is our wisest teacher. He came to know Sema, the sacred tobacco, and how to use it to carry his thoughts to the Creator. As he continued exploring the land, Nanabozho was given a new responsibility, to learn the names of all the beings. He watched them carefully to see how they lived and spoke with them to learn what gifts they carried in order to discern their true names. Right away he began to feel more at home and was not lonely anymore when he could call the others by name and they called out to him when he passed, Bozho. Still our greeting to one another today. Today, far from my neighbors in Maple Nation, I see some species I recognize and many I do not, so I walk as original man may have done, seeing them for the first time. I try to turn off my science mind and name them with a Nanabozho mind. I've noticed that once some folks attach a scientific label to a being, they stop exploring who it is. But with newly created names I keep looking even closer, to see if I've gotten it right. And so today it is not Pasea sichensis but strong arms covered in moss. Branch like a wing instead of Thuja plicata. Most people don't know the names of these relatives, in fact, they hardly even see them. Names are the way we humans build relationship, not only with each other but with the living world. I'm trying to imagine what it would be like going through life not knowing the names of the plants and animals around you. Given who I am and what I do, I can't know what that's like, but I think it would be a little scary and disorienting, like being lost in a foreign city where you can't read the street signs. Philosophers call this state of isolation and disconnection species loneliness, a deep, unnamed sadness stemming from estrangement from the rest of creation, from the loss of relationship. As our human dominance of the world has grown, we have become more isolated, more lonely when we can no longer call out to our neighbors. It's no wonder that naming was the first job the Creator gave Nanabozho. He walked the land, handing out names to all he met, and Anishinaabe Linnaeus. I like to think of the two of them walking together. Linnaeus, the Swedish botanist and zoologist, in his loden jacket and woolen trousers, with felt hat cocked back on his forehead and a vasculum under his arm, and Nanabozho naked but for his breechcloth and a single feather, with a buckskin bag under his arm. They stroll along discussing the names for things. They're both so enthusiastic, pointing out the beautiful leaf shapes, the incomparable flowers. Linnaeus explains his Systema Naturae, a scheme designed to show the ways in which all things are related. Nanabozho nods enthusiastically. Yes, that is also our way, we say, we are all related. He explains that there was a time when all beings spoke the same language and could understand one another, so all of creation knew each other's names. Linnaeus looks wistful about that. I ended up having to translate everything into Latin, he says of binomial nomenclature. We lost any other common language long ago. Linnaeus lends Nanabozho his magnifying glass so he can see the tiny floral parts. Nanabozho gives Linnaeus a song so he can see their spirits. And neither of them are lonely. After his eastern sojourn, Nanabozho's footsteps took him next to the south, Zawanang, the land of birth and growth. From the south comes the green that covers the world in spring, carried on the warm winds. There, cedar, kishig, the sacred plant of the south, shared her teachings with him. Her branches are medicine that purify and protect life within her embrace. He carried kishig with him to remind him that to be indigenous is to protect life on earth. Following the original instructions, Benton Benai recounts that Nanabozho also had the task to learn how to live from his elder brothers and sisters. When he needed food, he noticed what the animals were eating and copied them. Heron taught him to gather wild rice. One night by the creek, he saw a little ring-tailed animal carefully washing his food with delicate hands. He thought, "Ah, I am supposed to put only clean food in my body." Nanabozho was counseled by many plants too, who shared gifts, and learned to treat them always with the greatest respect. After all, plants were here first on the earth and have had a long time to figure things out. Together, all the beings, both plants and animals, taught him what he needed to know. The Creator had told him it would be this way. His elder brothers and sisters also inspired Nanabozho to make new things in order to survive. Beaver showed him how to make an axe, Whale gave him the shape for his canoe. He'd been instructed that if he could combine the lessons from nature with the strength of his own good mind, he could discover new things that would be useful for the people to come. In his mind, Grandmother Spider's web became a fishnet. He followed the winter lessons of squirrels to create maple sugar. The lessons Nanabozho learned are the mythic roots of native science, medicine, architecture, agriculture, and ecological knowledge. But true to the circle of time, science and technology are starting to catch up with native science by adopting the Nanabozho approach, looking to nature for models of design, by the architects of biomimicry. By honoring the knowledge in the land, and caring for its keepers, we start to become indigenous to place. To each of the four directions Nanabozho wandered on long, strong legs. Singing loudly as he went, he didn't hear the birds' chirps of caution and was duly surprised when Grizzly challenged him. After that, when he came near the territories of others, he did not just blunder in as if the whole world belonged to him. He learned to sit quietly at the edge of the woods and wait to be invited. Then, Benton Benai recounts, Nanabozho would rise and speak these words to the citizens of that place: "I wish not to mar the beauty of the earth or to disturb my brother's purpose. I ask that I be allowed to pass." He saw flowers blooming through the snow, ravens who spoke to wolves, and insects who lit the prairie nights. His gratitude for their abilities grew, and he came to understand that to carry a gift is also to carry a responsibility. The Creator gave wood thrush the gift of a beautiful song, with the duty to sing the forest good night. Late at night he was grateful that the stars were sparkling to guide his way. Breathing underwater, flying to the ends of the earth and back, digging earthen dens, making medicines. Every being with a gift, every being with a responsibility. He considered his own empty hands. He had to rely on the world to take care of him. From my high bluff on the coast I look east, and the hills before me are a ragged range of clear-cut forests. To the south I see an estuary dammed and diked so that salmon may no longer pass. On the western horizon, a bottom-dragging trawler scrapes up the ocean floor. And far away to the north, the earth is torn open for oil. Had the new people learned what original man was taught at a council of animals: never damage creation, and never interfere with the sacred purpose of another being, the eagle would look down on a different world. The salmon would be crowding up the rivers, and passenger pigeons would darken the sky. Wolves, cranes, Nehalem, cougars, Lenape, old-growth forests would still be here, each fulfilling their sacred purpose. I would be speaking Potawatomi. We would see what Nanabozho saw. It does not bear too much imagining, for in that direction lies heartbreak. Against the backdrop of that history, an invitation to settler society to become indigenous to place feels like a free ticket to a housebreaking party. It could be read as an open invitation to take what little is left. Can settlers be trusted to follow Nanabozho, to walk so that each step is a greeting to Mother Earth? Grief and fear still sit in the shadows, behind the glimmer of hope. Together they try to hold my heart closed. But I need to remember that the grief is the settlers as well. They too will never walk in a tall grass prairie where sunflowers dance with goldfinches. Their children have also lost the chance to sing at the maple dance. They can't drink the water either. In his journey to the north, Nanabozho found the medicine teachers. They gave him Wianjashk to teach him the ways of compassion, kindness, and healing, even for those who have made bad mistakes, for who has not? To become indigenous is to grow the circle of healing to include all of creation. Sweetgrass, in a long braid, offers protection to a traveler, and Nanabozho put some in his bag. A path scented with sweetgrass leads to a landscape of forgiveness and healing for all who need it. She doesn't give her gift only to some. When Nanabozho came to the west, he found many things that frightened him. The earth shook beneath his feet. He saw great fires consume the land. Sage, Mishkadwashk, the sacred plant of the west, was there to help him, to wash away fear. Benton Benai reminds us that Firekeeper himself came to Nanabozho. This is the same fire that warms your lodge, he said. All powers have two sides, the power to create and the power to destroy. We must recognize them both, but invest our gifts on the side of creation. Nanabozho learned that in the duality of all things, he had a twin brother who was as committed to making imbalance as Nanabozho was dedicated to balance. That twin had learned the interplay of creation and destruction and rocked it like a boat on a choppy sea to keep people out of balance. He found that the arrogance of power could be used to unleash unlimited growth and unrestrained, cancerous sort of creation that would lead to destruction. Nanabozho vowed to walk with humility in order to try to balance his twin's arrogance. That too is the task of those who would walk in his footsteps. I go to sit with my Sitka spruce grandmother to think. I am not from here, just a stranger who comes with gratitude and respect and questions of how it is we come to belong to a place. And yet she makes me welcome, just as we are told the big trees of the west kindly looked after Nanabozho. Even as I sit in her still shadow, my thoughts are all tangled. Like my elders before me, I want to envision a way that an immigrant society could become indigenous to place, but I'm stumbling on the words. Immigrants cannot by definition be indigenous. Indigenous is a birthright word. No amount of time or caring changes history or substitutes for soul-deep fusion with the land. Following Nanabozho's footsteps doesn't guarantee transformation of second man to first. But if people do not feel indigenous, can they nevertheless enter into the deep reciprocity that renews the world? Is this something that can be learned? Where are the teachers? I'm remembering the words of Elder Henry Lickers. You know, they came here thinking they'd get rich by working on the land. So they dug their mines and cut down the trees. But the land is the one with the power. While they were working on the land was working on them. Teaching them. I sit a long time and eventually the sound of the wind in Grandmother Sitka's branches washes words away and I lose myself in just listening to the crisp voice of laurels, the chatter of alders, the whispers of lichens. I have to be reminded just like Nanabozho that the plants are our oldest teachers. I get up from my needle-soft nook between grandmother's roots and walk back to the trail, where I am stopped in my tracks bedazzled by my new neighbor's giant firs, sword fern, and salal. I had passed by an old friend without recognition. I'm embarrassed to not have greeted him before. From the east coast to the edge of the west, he had walked here. Our people have a name for this round-leafed plant, white man's footstep. Just a low circle of leaves, pressed close to the ground with no stem to speak of, it arrived with the first settlers and followed them everywhere they went. It trotted along paths through the woods, along wagon roads and railroads, like a faithful dog so as to be near them. Linnaeus called it Plantago major, the common plantain. Its Latin epithet plantago refers to the sole of a foot. At first the native people were distrustful of a plant that came with so much trouble trailing behind. But Nanabozho's people knew that all things have a purpose and that we must not interfere with its fulfillment. When it became clear that white man's footstep would be staying on Turtle Island, they began to learn about its gifts. In spring it makes a good pot of greens, before summer heat turns the leaves tough. The people became glad for its constant presence when they learned that the leaves, when they are rolled or chewed to a poultice, make a fine first aid for cuts, burns, and especially insect bites. Every part of the plant is useful. Those tiny seeds are good medicine for digestion. The leaves can halt bleeding right away and heal wounds without infection. This wise and generous plant, faithfully following the people, became an honored member of the plant community. It's a foreigner, an immigrant, but after 500 years of living as a good neighbor, people forget that kind of thing. Our immigrant plant teachers offer a lot of different models for how not to make themselves welcome on a new continent. Garlic mustard poisons the soil so that native species will die. Tamarisk uses up all the water. Foreign invaders like loosestrife, kudzu, and cheatgrass have the colonizing habit of taking over others' homes and growing without regard to limits. But plantain is not like that. Its strategy was to be useful, to fit into small places, to coexist with others around a dooryard, to heal wounds. Plantain is so prevalent, so well integrated, that we think of it as native. It has earned the name bestowed by botanists for plants that have become our own. Plantain is not indigenous but naturalized. This is the same term we use for the foreign-born when they become citizens in our country. They pledge to uphold the laws of the state. They might well uphold Nanabo's original instructions, too. Maybe the task assigned to second man is to unlearn the model of kudzu and follow the teachings of white man's footstep, to strive to become naturalized to place, to throw off the mindset of the immigrant. Being naturalized to place means to live as if this is the land that feeds you, as if these are the streams from which you drink, that build your body and fill your spirit. To become naturalized is to know that your ancestors lie in this ground. Here you will give your gifts and meet your responsibilities. To become naturalized is to live as if your children's future matters, to take care of the land as if our lives and the lives of all our relatives depend on it. Because they do. As time circles around on itself again, maybe white man's footstep is following in Nanabo's hose. Perhaps plantain will line the homeward path. We could follow. White man's footstep, generous and healing, grows with its leaves so close to the ground that each step is a greeting to Mother Earth. The sound of silver bells. I'd never wanted to live in the South, but when my husband's job took us there I duly learned the flora and tried to cultivate affection for the drab oaks when I longed for fiery maples. Even if I did not feel fully at home, the least I could do was help my students develop a sense of botanical belonging. In pursuit of this humble goal, I had taken my pre-med students to a local nature reserve where the forest marched up the slope in bands of color signifying ribbons of different species from the floodplain to the ridge. I asked them to invent a hypothesis or two to explain why the striking pattern existed. "It's all part of God's plan," said one student. "You know, the grand design." After 10 years of immersion in the primacy of materialist science as the explanation for the function of the world, I had to swallow hard. Where I'm from, an answer like that would have drawn laughter or at least rolled eyes, but in this group it simply yielded nods of assent, or at the least tolerance. "That's an important perspective," I said carefully, "but scientists have a different explanation for the distribution of vegetation over the landscape, maples in one place, and spruce in another." This was a dance I was trying to get used to, teaching in the Bible Belt. I stumbled over 2 very left feet. Have you ever wondered how the world got to be put together so beautifully? Why certain plants grow here and not there? Judging by their polite blankness, this was not a burning question for them. Their total disinterest in ecology pained me. To me ecological insight was the music of the spheres, but to them it was just one more requirement in their pre-med education. A biological story that wasn't about humans was of little interest. I didn't understand how one could be a biologist without being able to see the land, to know natural history and the elegant flow of natural forces. The earth is so richly endowed that the least we can do in return is to pay attention. and so, with a little evangelical fervor of my own, I set my sights on the conversion of their scientific souls. All eyes were on me, waiting for failure, so I paid attention to every little detail, just to prove them wrong. Vans idled in the circle in front of the administration building while I checked my list one more time: maps prepared, campsites reserved, 18 pairs of binoculars, 6 field microscopes, 3 days of food, first aid kits, and reams of handouts of graphs and scientific names. The dean argued that it was too expensive to take students into the field. I argued that it was too costly not to. Whether the passengers were willing or not, our little convoy of college vans was headed down the highway through the sheared-off mountaintops of coal country where the streams run red with acid. Shouldn't students devoted to a profession in health see this firsthand? The hours on a dark highway gave me plenty of time to consider the wisdom of trying the dean's patience in my very first job. The college was already struggling with finances, and I was just a part-time instructor teaching a few classes while I finished my dissertation. I'd left my baby girls at home with their dad in order to introduce other people's children to something they cared little about. This exclusive little college had built its reputation in the South on the successful admission of its students to medical school. Accordingly, the sons and daughters of the bluegrass aristocracy were sent here for their first step toward lives of privilege. In keeping with this medical mission, the dean ritually donned a white coat every morning as a priest dons his vestments. His desk calendar called only for administrative meetings, budget reviews, and alumni functions, but the lab coat was a fixture. Though I never saw him in an actual lab, it was no wonder that he harbored doubts about a flannel shirt scientist like me. The biologist Paul Ehrlich called ecology the subversive science for its power to cause us to reconsider the place of humans in the natural world. So far, these students had devoted several years to the study of a single species, themselves. I had a whole 3 days to be subversive, to distract them from Homo sapiens for a glimpse of the 6 million other species with whom we share the planet. The dean voiced his concerns about funding a mere camping trip, but I argued that the Great Smoky Mountains were a major reservoir of biodiversity and promised that it would be a legitimate scientific expedition. I was tempted to add that we'd wear lab coats for good measure. He sighed and signed the requisition. The composer Aaron Copland got it right. An Appalachian spring is music for dancing. The woods dance with the colors of wildflowers, nodding sprays of white dogwood and the pink froth of redbuds, rushing streams, and the embroidered solemnity of dark mountains. But we were here to work. I got out of my tent the first morning with clipboard in hand and lessons in mind. The range spread out above us in our valley campsite. The Smokies in early spring are a patchwork of diffuse colors, like a map with individual nations colored: pale green for the newly leafed poplars, gray blocks of the still dormant oaks, and dusty rose for the maples breaking bud. Here and there, hot pink tracts of redbud and swaths of white reveal where the dogwoods bloom, and lines of dark green hemlock trace the watercourses like a cartographer's pen. Back in the classroom, hands white with chalk dust, I had diagrammed the gradients of temperature, soils, and growing season. Before us, the mountainside spread the pastel map of our field trip, the abstract translated into flowers. Moving up the mountainside was the ecological equivalent of walking to Canada. The warm valley floor could give us a Georgia summer, while the 5,000-foot summits are akin to Toronto. Bring your warm jackets, I told them. An increase of 1,000 feet is equivalent to moving 100 miles northward and therefore many steps back into spring. The dogwoods on the lower slopes were in full bloom, creamy white sprays against the emerging leaves. Moving upslope they reversed like a time-lapse camera running backward from open blossoms to tightly bound buds not yet awakened by heat. Midway up the slope, where the growing season is too short, the dogwoods disappear altogether, their place taken by another tree more tolerant of the late-season frosts, silver bells. For 3 days we wandered over this ecological map, traversing elevational zones from deep cove forests of tulip poplar and cucumber magnolia to the summits. The lush coves were a garden of wildflowers, glossy patches of wild ginger and 9 species of trillium. The students dutifully wrote down whatever I told them, creating a mirror image of my internal checklist of things to see without much apparent interest. They asked for the spelling of scientific names so often that I felt like I was in a woodland spelling bee. The dean would be proud. For 3 days I checked the species and ecosystems off the list to justify the trip. We mapped vegetation, soils, and temperature with the fervor of Alexander von Humboldt. At night we drew graphs around a campfire. Oak hickory at mid-elevation, coarse gravelly soil check. Reduced stature and increased wind speed at high elevation check. Phenological patterns with elevational change check. Endemic salamanders, niche diversification check. I so wanted them to see the world beyond the boundaries of their own skins. I was conscientious not to waste a single teaching opportunity and filled the quiet woods with facts and figures. My jaw ached at the end of the day when I crawled into my sleeping bag. This was hard work. When I hike, I like to do it quietly, just looking, just being there. Here I was constantly talking, pointing things out, generating discussion questions in my head. Being the teacher. I only lost it once. The road became steeper as we approached the top of the range. The vans labored around sharp switchbacks and were buffeted by strong winds. No more soft maples and pink froth of redbud. At this elevation the snows had only recently melted away from beneath the firs. Looking out over the land, we could see how narrow this band of boreal forest was, a thin strip of Canadian habitat way down here in North Carolina, hundreds of miles north from the nearest spruce fir woods, just a remnant from the day when ice covered the north. Today these high mountaintops offer a refuge that feels like home to spruce and fir, islands in a sea of southern hardwoods, perched high enough to duplicate the Canadian climate. These islands of northern woods felt like home to me too, and in the fresh cold air I slipped the leash of my lectures. We prowled among the trees, breathing in the scent of balsam. The soft mattress of needles, wintergreen, trailing arbutus, bunchberry, all my familiars from home carpeted the forest floor. They made me realize suddenly how displaced I felt to be teaching in someone else's home forest, when I was so far from my own. I lay down on a carpet of moss and held class from a spider's perspective. High on these summits live the world's last populations of the endangered spruce fir moss spider. I didn't expect pre-med students to give a damn, but I had to speak up for the spiders. They have persisted here since the glaciers picked up and left, living their tiny lives spinning webs among mossy rocks. Global warming is the major threat to this habitat and these animals. As the climate warms, this island of boreal forest will melt away, and with it the last of many lives, never to return. Already insects and disease from warmer elevations are claiming them. When you live on the summit, there's no place else to go when the hot air rises. They will balloon away on strands of spider silk, but there will be no refuge. I ran my hand over a mossy rock, thinking of the unraveling of ecosystems and the hand that pulls the loosened thread. We have no right to take their homes from them, I thought. Maybe I spoke out loud or had a zealot's look in my eye, because one student suddenly asked, "Is this like your religion or something?" Ever since a student had challenged my teaching of evolution, I'd learned to tread lightly on these matters. I felt all of their eyes upon me, good Christians, everyone. So I hemmed and hawed about loving the woods, started to explain about indigenous environmental philosophies and kinship with the other members of creation, but they looked at me so quizzically that I stopped and then hastened off to point out a nearby clump of sporulating ferns. At that time in my life, in that setting, I felt that I couldn't explain the ecology of spirit, a sense that went so far from Christianity and science alike that I was sure they wouldn't understand. And besides, we were there for science. I should have just answered yes. After many miles and many lectures, at last it was Sunday afternoon. Job done, mountains climbed, data collected. My pre-med students were dirty and tired, their notebooks filled with more than 150 non-human species and the mechanisms behind their distributions. I'd have a good report for the dean. We hiked back to the vans in the late golden light, through a stand filled with the pendant blooms of mountain silverbell that seemed to glow from within like pearly lanterns. The students were awfully quiet, tired, I imagined. With mission accomplished, I was happy just to watch the slant of hazy light over the mountains for which the park is justly famous. A hermit thrush sang out from the shadows and a little breeze brought a shower of white petals around us as we walked in that amazing place. I was suddenly so sad. In that moment, I knew that I had failed. I had failed to teach the kind of science that I had longed for as a young student seeking the secret of asters and goldenrod, a science deeper than data. I had given them so much information, all the patterns and processes laid on so thick as to obscure the most important truth. I missed my chance, leading them down every path save the one that matters most. How will people ever care for the fate of moss spiders if we don't teach students to recognize and respond to the world as gift? I told them all about how it works and nothing of what it meant. We may as well have stayed home and read about the Smokies. In effect, against all my prejudices, I'd worn a white lab coat into the wilderness. Betrayal is a heavy load and I plodded along, suddenly weary. I turned to see the students coming down the trail behind me, a petal-strewn path in gauzy light. One person, I don't know who, began to sing, ever so quietly, those familiar first notes. The ones that open your throat, irresistibly calling you to sing. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. One by one they joined in, singing in the long shadows and a drift of white petals settling on our shoulders. That saved a wretch like me. I once was lost but now I'm found. I was humbled. Their singing said everything that my well-intentioned lectures did not. On and on they went, adding harmonies as they walked. They understood harmony in a way that I did not. I heard in their raised voices the same outpouring of love and gratitude for the creation that Skywoman first sang on the back of Turtle Island. In their caress of that old hymn I came to know that it wasn't naming the source of wonder that mattered, it was wonder itself. Despite my manic efforts and my checklist of scientific names, I knew now that they hadn't missed it all. Was blind, but now I see. And they did. And so did I. If I forget every genus and species I ever knew, I'll never forget that moment. The worst teacher in the world or the best teacher in the world neither can be heard over the voices of silverbells and hermit thrushes. The rush of waterfalls and the silence of mosses have the last word. As an enthusiastic young PhD, colonized by the arrogance of science, I had been fooling myself that I was the only teacher. The land is the real teacher. All we need as students is mindfulness. Paying attention is a form of reciprocity with the living world, receiving the gifts with open eyes and open heart. My job was just to lead them into the presence and ready them to hear. On that smoky afternoon, the mountains taught the students and the students taught the teacher. As I drove home that night, the students slept or studied by dimming flashlight. That Sunday afternoon changed forever my way of teaching. A teacher comes, they say, when you are ready. And if you ignore its presence, it will speak to you more loudly. But you have to be quiet to hear. Sitting in a circle, Brad arrives at our wilderness field station for ethnobotany class in loafers and a polo shirt. I watch him wander the shoreline, looking in vain for a cell phone signal, looking like he really needs to talk to somebody. Nature's great and all, he says as I show him around, but the remoteness makes him uneasy. There's nothing here but trees. Most of our students come to the Cranberry Lake Biological Station with effervescent enthusiasm, but there are always a few who arrive with only resignation to endure 5 weeks away from the wired world, a graduation requirement. Over the years, the demeanor of the students has become a pretty good mirror for the changing relationships to nature. They used to arrive motivated by childhoods filled with camping or fishing or messing about in the woods. Today, while their passion for wilderness has not diminished, they now report that their inspiration comes from Animal Planet or the National Geographic Channel. More and more often, the reality of nature outside the living room takes them by surprise. I try to reassure Brad that the woods are just about the safest place in the world. I confess that I experience the same unease when I go to the city, a slight panic of not knowing how to take care of myself, where there's nothing but people. But I know it is a tough transition. We are 7 miles across the lake with no road access, not a scrap of pavement, and completely surrounded by wilderness for a day's walk in any direction. It's easily an hour to medical help and 3 to a Walmart. I mean, what if you need something, he says. I guess he's going to find out. After just a few days of being here, the students start to metamorphose into field biologists. Their confidence with the equipment and the insider jargon gives them a new swagger. They constantly practice learning Latin names and count coup by using them. At the evening volleyball games, it's perfectly excusable in biostation culture to miss the ball if your opponents call out Megacereal Alcyon when a kingfisher rattles along the shore. These are good things to know, to begin to discriminate the living world into individuals, to discern the threads in the weave of the woods, to attune to the body of the land. But I also see that when we put scientific instruments in their hands, they trust their own senses less. And when they put more energy into memorizing Latin names, they spend less time looking at the beings themselves. The students come already knowing a lot about ecosystems and can identify an impressive list of plants. But when I ask how these plants take care of them, they cannot say. So, at the start of my ethnobotany class, we brainstorm a list of human needs, with the goal of discovering which of them the Adirondack plants might be able to meet. It's a familiar list: food, shelter, heat, clothing. I'm glad that oxygen and water make it into the top 10. Some of the students have studied Maslow's hierarchy of human needs and take it beyond survival into the higher levels of art, companionship, and spirituality. This of course elicits some dubious comedy about people whose needs for interpersonal connection are met by carrots. Putting that observation aside, we begin with shelter by building our classroom. They've chosen the site, marked the geometry on the ground, harvested saplings, and set them deep in the soil, so we have a 12-foot circle of neatly spaced maple poles. It's hot and sweaty work, at first done mostly as individuals. But when the circle is complete and the first pair of saplings are joined in an arch, the need for a team becomes clear: the tallest to grab the treetops, the heaviest to hold them down, the smallest to scramble up and lash them in place. The creation of one arch calls for the next, and they are led by the emerging shape of the wigwam. Its inherent symmetry makes any mistakes obvious, and the students tie and untie until they get it right. The woods are full of their bright voices. When the last pair of saplings is tied, quiet falls as they see what they have made. It looks like an upside-down bird's nest, a basket of thick saplings domed like a turtle's back. You want to be inside. All 15 of us can find a comfortable seat around the perimeter. Even without a covering, it feels cozy. Few of us live in round houses anymore, where there are no walls or corners. Indigenous architecture tends to the small and round, though, following the model of nests and dens and burrows and redds and eggs and wombs, as if there were some universal pattern for home. With our backs leaning against the saplings, we consider this convergence of design. A sphere has the highest ratio of volume to surface area, minimizing the materials needed for living space. Its form sheds water and distributes the weight of a snow load. It is efficient to heat and resistant to wind. Beyond material considerations, there is cultural meaning to living within the teachings of a circle. I tell them that the doorway always faces east, and they quickly assess its utility, given the prevailing westerly winds. The utility of greeting the dawn is not yet part of their thinking, but the sun will show them. This bare frame of a wigwam is not done teaching. It needs walls of cattail mats and a birch bark roof tied with spruce root. There's still work to be done. I see Brad before class and he's still looking glum. I try to cheer him up and tell him, we're going shopping across the lake today. There is a tiny shop in the town across the lake, the Emporium Marine, the kind of general store you find off the beaten track that always seems to have the very thing you need, next to the shoelaces, cat food, coffee filters, a can of Hungry Man stew, and a bottle of Pepto-Bismol. But that's not where we're going. The cattail marsh has something in common with the Emporium, but I suppose a comparison to Walmart is more appropriate, as they both sprawl over acres of land. Today we will shop at the marsh. At one time marshes had a bad reputation for slimy beasts, disease, stink, and all manner of unpleasantness until people realized how valuable they are. Our students now sing the praises of wetland biodiversity and their ecosystem functions, but that still doesn't mean they want to walk in them, and they eye me skeptically when I explain that gathering cattails is most efficiently accomplished in the water. I reassure them that there are no poisonous water snakes this far north, no quicksand, and that the snapping turtles generally hunker down when they hear us coming. I do not say the word leeches aloud. Eventually they all follow me and manage to exit their canoes without capsizing. We wade like herons through the marsh, minus the grace and poise, the students tentative among the floating islets of shrubs and grasses, feeling for solidity before committing their weight to the next step. If their young lives have not already shown them, they will learn today that solidity is an illusion. The lake bottom here lies under several feet of suspended muck, as solid as chocolate pudding. Chris is the most fearless, and bless him he leads the way. Grinning like a 5-year-old, he stands nonchalantly in the channel, waist deep, elbow resting against a sedge hummock as if it were an armchair. He's never done this before but encourages the others anyway, offering advice to those teetering on a log, just get it over with so you can relax and have fun. Natalie takes the plunge as she shouts, "Become one with your inner muskrat." Claudia steps back to avoid the muddy splash. She's scared. Like an elegant doorman, Chris gallantly offers her a hand into the muck. Then a long trail of bubbles rises up behind him and breaks the surface in a loud burble. He blushes under his mud-streaked face and shifts his feet as everyone eyes him. Another long trill of foul-smelling bubbles erupts behind him. The class cracks up and soon everybody is smooshing through the water. Swamp walking releases a stream of fart jokes as inevitably as methane swamp gas is released by our footsteps. The water is about thigh-deep in most places, but every now and then there is a shriek and then laughter when someone discovers the chest-deep holes. I hope it's not Brad. To pull cattails, you reach underwater to the base of the plant and tug. If the sediments are loose enough or if you're strong enough, you can pull up the whole plant, rhizome and all. The problem is that you can't tell whether the shoot will snap or not until you tug with all your might and it suddenly breaks free, leaving you sitting in the water with muck dripping from your ears. The rhizomes, essentially underground stems, are a real prize. Brown and fibrous on the outside, they are white and starchy on the inside, almost like a potato, and they taste pretty good roasted in the fire. Soak cut rhizomes in clean water and you'll soon have a bowl of pasty white starch that can become flour or porridge. Some of the hairy rhizomes have a stiff white shoot emerging from their end, a more than vaguely phallic organ of horizontal propagation. This is the growing point that will spread the cattails through the marsh. Invoking the hierarchy of human needs, some of the guys have a little fun with them when they think I'm not looking. The cattail plant Typha latifolia is like a giant grass, no distinct stem, but rather a rolled bundle of leaves that sheathe around each other in concentric layers. No one leaf could withstand wind and wave action, but the collective is strong and the extensive underwater network of rhizomes anchors them in place. Harvested in June, they're 3 feet high. Wait until August and you have leaves 8 feet long, each about an inch wide and strengthened by the parallel veins running from base to softly waving leaf tip. These circular veins are themselves encircled by sturdy fibers, all working to support the plant. In turn, the plant supports the people. Cattail leaves, split and twisted, are one of the easiest sources of plant cordage, are string and twine. Back at camp, we'll make twine for the wigwam and thread fine enough for weaving. Before long, the canoes are brimming with bundles of leaves and look like a flotilla of rafts on a tropical river. We tow them to shore, where we begin to sort and clean them by taking each plant apart, leaf by leaf, from the outside in. As she strips off the leaves, Natalie drops hers quickly to the ground. "Ooh, it's all slimy," she says, and starts to wipe her hands on her muddy pants, as if that will help. When you pull the leaf bases apart, gobs of cattail gel stretch like clear watery mucus between the leaves. At first it seems gross, but then you notice how good your hands feel. I've often heard herbalists say that the cure grows near to the cause, and, accordingly, though gathering cattails is guaranteed to get you sunburned and itchy, the antidote to discomfort is in the plants themselves. Clear and cool and clean, the gel is refreshing and antimicrobial, the swamp's answer to aloe vera gel. The cattails make the gel as a defense against microbes and to keep the leaf bases moist when water levels drop. These same properties that protect the plant protect us too. It feels so soothing on sunburn that soon the students are smearing themselves with slime. Cattails have evolved other features that are perfectly adapted for a life spent standing in the marsh. The bases of the leaves are underwater, but they still need oxygen for respiration. So, like scuba divers with air tanks, they equip themselves with spongy, air-filled tissue, nature's bubble wrap. These white cells, called arenchyma, are big enough to be seen with the naked eye and make a buoyant, cushiony layer at the base of each leaf. The leaves are also coated with a waxy layer, a waterproof barrier like a raincoat. But this raincoat works in reverse, keeping water-soluble nutrients inside, so that they don't leach away into the water. This is all good for the plant, of course, and it's good for people. The cattails have made a superb material for shelter in leaves that are long, water-repellent, and packed with closed-cell foam for insulation. In the old times, fine mats of cattail leaves were sewn or twined to sheathe a summer wigwam. In dry weather, the leaves shrink apart from one another and let the breeze waft between them for ventilation. When the rains come, they swell and close the gap, making the mat waterproof. Cattails also make fine sleeping mats. The wax keeps away moisture from the ground and the arenchyma provide cushioning and insulation. A couple of cattail mats, soft, dry, and smelling like fresh hay under your sleeping bag, make for a cozy night. Squeezing the soft leaves between her fingers, Natalie says, it's almost as if the plants made these things for us. The parallels between the adaptations evolved by the plants and the needs of the people are indeed striking. In some native languages the term for plants translates to those who take care of us. Through natural selection the cattails developed sophisticated adaptations that increase their survival in the marsh. The people were attentive students and borrowed solutions from the plants, which increased their likelihood of survival. The plants adapt, the people adopt. As we keep peeling away leaves they get thinner and thinner, like the husks of corn as you get near the cob. At the center the leaves nearly merge with the stem, a soft column of white pith as thick as your pinky and as crisp as a summer squash. I snap the pith into bite-size pieces and pass it around. Only after I eat mine do the students venture a nibble, looking at each other sideways. Moments later they're hungrily stripping stalks for themselves like pandas in a bamboo patch. Sometimes called Cossack's asparagus, the raw pith tastes like a cucumber. It can be sautéed, boiled, or simply eaten fresh on the lakeshore by hungry college students after their bag lunches are just a memory. Back across the marsh, you can easily see where we've been harvesting. It looks like big muskrats have been at work. The students wade into a heated conversation about their own impact. Our shopping canoes are already filled with leaves for clothing, mats, twine, and shelter. We have buckets of rhizomes for carbohydrate energy, stalks of pith for vegetables. What more could people need? The students compare our haul to their list of human needs. They note that while the cattails are impressive in their versatility, there are some gaps: protein, fire, light, music. Natalie wants pancakes added to the list. Toilet paper, offers Claudia. Brad has an iPod on his list of essentials. We wander the aisles of the supermarket of the swamp to search out additional products. The students start pretending they're at an actual Walmart, Lance offering to be the greeter at the door of Walmart so he doesn't have to wade back in. Pancakes, ma'am. Aisle 5. Flashlights. Aisle 3. Sorry, we don't carry iPods. Cattail flowers hardly look like flowers at all. The stalk is about 5 feet tall and ends in a plump green cylinder, neatly tucked at the waist into two halves, males above and females below. Wind-pollinated, the froth of male flowers bursts open to release a cloud of sulfur-yellow pollen into the air. The pancake crew scans the marsh for these beacons. They gently slip a small paper bag over the stalk, crumple it tightly closed, and then shake. At the bottom of the bag there is about a tablespoon of bright yellow powder and perhaps an equivalent volume of bugs. Pollen, and bugs, are almost pure protein, a high-quality food to complement the starchy rhizomes back in the canoe. Once the bugs are picked out, it can be added to biscuits and pancakes, adding nutritional value and a beautiful golden color. Not all of the pollen ends up in the bag and the students emerge decorated with tie-dye splashes of yellow. The female half of the stalk looks like a skinny green hot dog on a stick, a nubbly sponge of tightly packed ovaries waiting for pollen. We'll boil them in a little salt water and then drench them in butter. Holding both ends of the stalk like an ear of corn, you just nibble off the immature flowers as if the stalk were a skewer. The taste and texture are remarkably like an artichoke's. Cattail kebabs for dinner. I hear shouting and see clouds of fluff drifting on the air, so I know that the students have reached Walmarsh Aisle 3. Each tiny flower matures to a seed attached to a plume of fluff, making up the familiar cattail, a handsome brown sausage at the end of the stalk. At this time of year, wind and winter have picked away at them until they are just wads like cotton batting. The students tear it from the stalk and stuff it into sacks, destined for pillows or bedding. Our foremothers must have been grateful for a thick marsh. One of the names for cattail in the Potawatomi language is Biwiasquinak, meaning we wrap the baby in it. Soft, warm, absorbent, it was both insulation and diaper. Elliot calls back to us, I found the flashlights. The stalks with matted fuzz traditionally were dipped in fat and lit to make a serviceable torch. The stalk itself is remarkably straight and smooth, almost like a lathe dowel. Our people gathered these for many uses, including arrow shafts and drills for creating handmade friction fire. A puff of cattail fluff was usually kept in a fire-making bundle as tinder. The students gather it all and bring their bargains back to the canoes. Natalie still wades nearby, she calls out that she's going to Marshall's next. Chris is not back yet. On wings of fluff, the seeds blow far and wide to establish new colonies. Cattails grow in nearly all types of wetlands, wherever there is adequate sun, plentiful nutrients, and soggy ground. Midway between land and water, freshwater marshes are among the most highly productive ecosystems on Earth, rivaling the tropical rainforest. People valued the supermarket of the swamp for the cattails, but also as a rich source of fish and game. Fish spawn in the shallows, frogs and salamanders abound. Waterfowl nest here in the safety of the dense sward, and migratory birds seek out cattail marshes for sanctuary on their journeys. Not surprisingly, hunger for this productive land precipitated a 90% loss of the wetlands as well as the native people who depended upon them. Cattails are also soil builders. All those leaves and rhizomes return to the sediments when the cattails die back. What hasn't been eaten lies beneath the water, only partially decomposing in the anaerobic waters, building up peat. It is rich in nutrients and has the water-holding capacity of a sponge, making it ideal for truck crops. Decried as wastelands, marsh draining for agriculture was carried out on a huge scale. So-called muck farms plow under the black soil of drained marshes, and a landscape that once supported some of the world's highest biodiversity now supports a single crop. In some places the old wetlands are just paved over for parking. A true waste of land. Just as we're tying down the load in our canoes, Chris comes walking along the shore with a secret smirk and something behind his back. Here you go, Brad. I found your iPods. He has 2 dry milkweed pods, which he fits over his eyes and holds in place with a squint. iPods. By the end of the mucky, sunburned, laughing, and leech-free day, we have boats piled high with material for rope, bedding, insulation, light, food, heat, shelter, rain gear, shoes, tools, and medicine. As we're paddling home, I wonder if Brad is still worried that we might need something. A few days later, fingers roughened by harvesting and weaving mats, we gather in the wigwam with slits of sun coming through our walls of cattail mats, sitting on cattail cushions. The top of the dome is still open to the sky. Surrounded by our woven classroom, it feels like being an apple in a basket, everyone nestled together. The roof is the last step, and rain is in the forecast. We already have a pile of birch bark sheets waiting to become our ceiling, so we head out to gather the last materials. I used to teach just the way I was taught, but now I let someone else do all the work for me. If plants are our oldest teachers, why not let them teach? After the long hike from camp, our shovels clanking against rocks and the relentless torment of deer flies on sweaty skin, the shade feels like a dip into cool water. Still sweating, we drop our packs by the trail to rest for a moment in the mossy hush. The air is redolent with DEET and impatience. Maybe the students already sense the line of welts that the black flies will leave, where that gap of unprotected skin opens between shirt and pants when you're down on all fours, grubbing for roots. They'll lose some blood, but still I envy them the experience to come, the beginner's mind. The forest floor here is all spruce needles, rusty brown, deep and soft, with the occasional pale drift of maple or black cherry leaves. Ferns, mosses, and trailing partridgeberry glow in the few sun flecks that penetrate the dense canopy. We're here to harvest watop, the roots of white spruce, Pasea glauca, a cultural keystone for indigenous peoples throughout the Great Lakes, strong enough to stitch together birch bark canoes and wigwams, flexible enough for beautiful baskets. The roots of other spruces are serviceable, but it's worth hunting for the glaucous foliage and pungent feline odor of white spruce. We thread our way among the spruces, snapping off dead branches that threaten to poke out an eye as we search for just the right spot. I want them to learn how to read the forest floor, to develop the X-ray vision that helps you see the roots beneath the surface, but it's hard to break down intuition into a formula. Choose a place between two spruces to maximize your chances, as level as possible, and avoid a spot with rocks. A well-decayed log nearby is welcome, and a mossy layer is a good sign. In gathering roots, just plunging in will get you nothing but a hole. We have to unlearn hurrying. This is all about slowness. First we give. Then we take. Whether it's cattails or birch or roots, the students have gotten used to this pre-harvest ritual, invoking the honorable harvest. Some close their eyes and join me, and some realize it's a good time to fumble through their backpacks for a missing pencil. I murmur to the spruces who I am and why I've come. Using bits of Potawatomi and bits of English, I ask their kind permission for digging. I ask if they'll share with these dear young people what only they can give, their physical bodies and their teachings. I'm asking for something more than roots and leave a little tobacco in return. The students gather round, leaning on their shovels. I brush away the layer of old leaves, flaky and fragrant like aged pipe tobacco. I take out my knife and make the first incision through the duff, not deep enough to sever veins or muscle, just a superficial slice through the forest skin. Slide my fingers beneath the cut edge, and pull back. The top layer peels away and I set it aside for safekeeping, to replace when we're done. A centipede runs blindly in the unaccustomed light. A beetle dives for cover. Laying open the soil is like a careful dissection, and there is the same astonishment among the students at the orderly beauty of the organs, the harmony of how they rest against one another, formed to function. These are the viscera of the forest. Against the black humus, colors stand out like neon lights on a dark wet street. Juicy school bus orange, gold thread roots crisscross the ground. A web of creamy roots, each as thick as a pencil, connects all the sarsaparillas. Chris says right away, it looks like a map. With roads of different colors and sizes, it really does. There are interstates of heavy red roots whose origins I do not know. We tug on one, and few feet away a blueberry bush jounces in reply. White tubers of Canada Mayflower are connected by translucent threads like county roads between villages. A mycelial fan of pale yellow spreads out from a clump of dark organic matter, like the small dead-end streets of a cul-de-sac. A great dense metropolis of fibrous brown roots emanates from a young hemlock. They all have their hands in it now, tracing the lines, trying to match the root colors to the above-ground plants, reading the map of the world. The students think they've seen soil before. They've dug in their gardens, planted a tree, held a handful of freshly turned earth warm, crumbly, and ready for a seed. But that handful of tilled soil is a poor cousin to the soil of the forest, as a pound of hamburger is to the whole blooming pasture of cows and bees and clover, meadowlarks, woodchucks, and all that binds them together. Backyard soil is like ground meat. It may be nutritious, but it has been homogenized beyond recognition of its origins. Humans make agricultural soils by tilling, forest soils simply make themselves through a web of reciprocal processes that few have the chance to witness. Carefully lift away the sod of herb roots and the soil beneath is as black as morning java before the cream, humus, moist and dense, black flour as silky as the finest coffee grounds. There is nothing dirty about soil. This soft black humus is so sweet and clean you could eat it by the spoonful. We have to excavate a bit of this gorgeous soil to find the tree roots and sort out which is which. The maples, birches, and cherries are too brittle, we only want spruce. The spruce roots, you can tell by feel, they're taut and springy. You can pluck one like a guitar string and it twangs against the ground, resilient and strong. Those are the ones we're looking for. Slip your fingers around it. Tug and it starts to pull up from the ground, leading you off to the north, so you clear a little channel in that direction to free it. But then its path is intersected by another coming in from the east, straight and sure, as if it knows where it's going. So you excavate there, too. Dig some more and then there are three. Before long, it looks like a bear has been clawing up the ground. I go back to the first, cut an end free, and then duck it under the others, over, under, over, under. I'm separating a single wire in the scaffold that holds up the forest, but I find that it can't be freed without unraveling the others. A dozen roots are exposed, and somehow you need to choose one and follow it without breaking it, so that you have one great, long continuous strand. It's not easy. I send the students off gathering, to read the land and see where it says roots. They go crashing off through the woods, their laughter flashing bright in the dim coolness. For a time they continue to call to each other, loudly cursing the flies biting under the edge of their untucked shirts. They disperse so as not to concentrate the harvest in any one spot. The root mat is easily as big as the canopy above. Harvesting a few roots won't cause real harm, but we're careful to repair the damage we do. I remind them to fill in the furrows we've made, set the gold thread and the mosses back in place, and empty their water bottles over their wilting leaves when the harvest is done. I stay at my patch, working my roots and listening to the chatter slowly subside. I hear an occasional grunt of frustration nearby. A splutter when soil flies up in someone's face. I know what their hands are doing and sense where their minds are as well. Digging spruce roots takes you someplace else. The map in the ground asks you over and over, which route to take. Which is the scenic route, which is the dead end. The fine route you'd chosen and so carefully excavated suddenly dives deep under a rock where you can't follow. Do you abandon that path and choose another? The routes may spread out like a map, but a map only helps if you know where you want to go. Some routes branch. Some break. I look at the students' faces, poised midway between childhood and adulthood. I think the tangle of choices speaks clearly to them. Which route to take? Isn't that always the question? Before long all the chatter ceases and a mossy hush befalls us. There is just the sssshhhh of wind in the spruce, and a calling winter wren. Time goes by. Way longer than the 50-minute classes they're used to. Still, no one speaks. I'm waiting for it, hoping. There is a certain energy in the air, a hum. And then I hear it, someone singing, low and contented. I feel the smile spread across my face and breathe a sigh of relief. It happens every time. In the Apache language, the root word for land is the same as the word for mind. Gathering roots holds up a mirror between the map in the earth and the map of our minds. This is what happens, I think, in the silence and the singing and with hands in the earth. At a certain angle of that mirror, the roots converge and we find our way back home. Recent research has shown that the smell of humus exerts a physiological effect on humans. Breathing in the scent of Mother Earth stimulates the release of the hormone oxytocin, the same chemical that promotes bonding between mother and child, between lovers. Held in loving arms, no wonder we sing in response. I remember the first time I dug roots. I came looking for raw materials, for something I could transform into a basket, but it was me who was transformed. The crisscross patterns, the interweaving of colors, the basket was already in the ground, stronger and more beautiful than any I could make. Spruce and blueberries, deer flies, and winter wren, the whole forest held in a wild native basket the size of a hill. Big enough to hold me too. We rendezvous back at the trail and show off our coils of root, the guys bragging about whose is biggest. Elliot stretches his out on the ground and lies next to it more than 8 feet from toes to outstretched fingertips. It went right through a rotten log, he says, so I went, too. Yeah, mine too, adds Claudia. I think it was following the nutrients. Most of their coils are shortish pieces, but the stories are longer, a sleeping toad mistaken for a rock, a lens of buried charcoal from a long ago fire, a root that suddenly broke and showered Natalie in soil. I loved it. I didn't want to stop, she says. It's like the roots were just waiting there for us. My students are always different after root gathering. There is something tender in them, and open, as if they are emerging from the embrace of arms they did not know were there. Through them I get to remember what it is to open to the world as gift, to be flooded with the knowledge that the earth will take care of you, everything you need right there. We also show off our root gathering hands, black to the elbow, black under every nail, black in every crevice like a ritual glove of henna, our nails like tea-stained china. See, says Claudia, pinkies raised for tea with the queen, I got the special spruce root manicure. On the way back to camp, we stop at the stream to clean the roots. Sitting on rocks, we soak them a while, along with our bare feet. I show them how to peel the roots with a little vise made of a split sapling. The rough bark and fleshy cortex strip away like a dirty sock from a slender white leg. Beneath, the root is clean and creamy. It spools around your hand like thread, but will dry as hard as wood. It smells clean and sprucey. After unweaving the roots from the ground, we sit by the brook and weave our first baskets. With beginners' hands they turn out lopsided, but they hold us nonetheless. Imperfect they may be, but I believe they are a beginning of a rewebbing of the bond between people and the land. The wigwam roof goes on easily as the students sit on each other's shoulders to reach the top and tie the bark in place with roots. Pulling cattails and bending saplings, they remember why we need each other. In the tedium of weaving mats and with the absence of iPods, storytellers emerge to relieve the boredom and songs arise to keep the fingers flying as if they remembered this, too. In our time together, we built our classroom, feasted on cattail kebabs, roasted rhizomes, and eaten pollen pancakes. Our bug bites were soothed by cattail gel. And there are cordage and baskets to finish, so in the roundness of the wigwam, we sit together, twining and talking. I tell them how Darrell Thompson, a Mohawk elder and scholar, once sat with us as we made cattail baskets. It makes me so happy, he said, to see young people getting to know this plant. She gives us all that we need to live. Cattails are a sacred plant and appear in the Mohawk creation stories. As it turns out, the Mohawk word for cattail has much in common with the Potawatomi word. Their word also refers to cattails in the cradleboard, but with a twist so lovely that tears spring to my eyes. In Potawatomi, the word means we wrap the baby in it. In Mohawk, it means that the cattail wraps humans in her gifts, as if we were her babies. In that one word we are carried in the cradleboard of Mother Earth. How can we ever reciprocate such a wealth of care? Knowing that she carries us, could we shoulder a burden for her? I'm mulling over how to ask this when Claudia edges in with a comment that mirrors my thoughts. I don't mean this to sound disrespectful or anything. I think it's great to ask the plants if we can take them, and give them tobacco, but is that enough? We're taking an awful lot of stuff. We were pretending like we were shopping for cattails, right? But we just took all this stuff without paying for it? When you really think about it, we just shoplifted at the swamp. And she's right. If cattails are the Walmart of the marsh, then the security alarms at the exits would be blaring at our canoes full of stolen merchandise. In a sense, unless we find a way to enter into reciprocity, we are walking away with goods for which we have not paid. I remind them that the gift of tobacco is not a material one, but a spiritual gift, a means of conveying our highest regard. I've asked some elders about this over the years and heard a range of answers. One man said that gratitude is our only responsibility. He cautioned against the arrogance of thinking we have the capacity to give back to Mother Earth anything approaching what she gives us. I honor the Ed Besendowen, the humility inherent in that perspective. And yet it seems to me we humans have gifts in addition to gratitude that we might offer in return. The philosophy of reciprocity is beautiful in the abstract, but the practical is harder. Having your hands busy tends to free up your mind, and the students play with the idea as we twine cattail fiber between our fingers. I ask them what we can possibly offer cattail or birch or spruce. Lance snorts at the idea, they're just plants. It's cool that we can use them, but it's not like we owe them anything. They're just there. The others groan and then look at me, waiting for a reaction. Chris is planning to go to law school, so he takes over the conversation like a natural. He says, if cattails are free then they're a gift and all we owe is gratitude. You don't pay for a gift, you just graciously accept. But Natalie objects, just because it's a gift, does that make you any less beholden? You should always give something back. Whether it's a gift or a commodity, you still have incurred an unpaid debt. One moral, the other legal. So, were we to act ethically, don't we have to somehow compensate the plants for what we received? I love listening to them consider such a question. I don't believe that average Walmart shoppers stop to consider their debt to the land that has produced their purchases. The students ramble and laugh as we work and weave, but come up with a long list of suggestions. Brad proposes a permit system in which we do pay for what we take, a fee to the state that goes to support wetland protection. A couple of kids take the route of generating appreciation for wetlands, proposing school workshops on the values of cattails. They also suggest defensive strategies, to reciprocate with protection against the things that threaten cattails, to organize polls of invasive species like framites or purple loosestrife. To go to a town planning board meeting and speak up for wetland preservation. To vote. Natalie promises to get a rain barrel at her apartment, to reduce water pollution. Lance swears that he'll boycott fertilizing the lawn next time his parents give him that chore, to stop runoff. To join Ducks Unlimited or the Nature Conservancy. Claudia vows to weave coasters of cattail and give them to everyone for Christmas, so they'll remember to love wetlands whenever they use them. I thought they would have no answer, but I was humbled by their creativity. The gifts they might return to cattails are as diverse as those the cattails gave them. This is our work, to discover what we can give. Isn't this the purpose of education, to learn the nature of your own gifts and how to use them for good in the world? As I listen to them, I hear another whisper from the swaying stand of cattails, from spruce boughs in the wind, a reminder that caring is not abstract. The circle of ecological compassion we feel is enlarged by direct experience of the living world, and shrunken by its lack. Had we not waded waist deep in the swamp, had we not followed muskrat trails and rubbed ourselves with soothing slime, had we never made a spruce root basket or eaten cattail pancakes, would they even be debating what gifts they could offer in return? In learning reciprocity, the hands can lead the heart. On the last night of the course, we decide to sleep in our wigwam, hauling our sleeping bags down the trail at dusk and laughing around the fire until late. Claudia says, "I'm sad to leave here tomorrow. I'm going to miss feeling so connected to the land when I'm not sleeping on cattails." It takes real effort to remember that it's not just in a wigwam that the earth gives us everything we need. The exchange of recognition, gratitude, and reciprocity for these gifts is just as important in a Brooklyn flat as under a birch bark roof. When the students start to leave the fire circle with their flashlights in twos and threes to whisper, I sense a conspiracy. Before I know it, they are lined up with makeshift song sheets like a choir in the firelight. "We have a little something for you," they say, and start a marvelous anthem of their own creation, filled with crazy rhymes of spruce roots and hiking boots, human needs, and marshy reeds, cattail torches on our porches. The song crescendos to a rousing chorus of "No matter where I roam, when I'm with plants I'll be at home." I couldn't imagine a more perfect gift. With all of us packed into the wigwam like down caterpillars, the slow slide to sleep is punctuated by laughs and last scraps of conversation. Remembering the improbable rhyme of echetones and baked rhizomes, I start to giggle too, sending a ripple across the sleeping bags like a wave across a pond. As we eventually drift off, I feel us all held beneath the dome of our bark roof, an echo of the starry dome above. The quiet settles in until all I can hear is their breathing and the whisper of the cattail walls. I feel like a good mother. When the sun pours in the eastern door, Natalie wakes first, tiptoes over the others, and steps outside. Through the slits in the cattails I watch as she raises her arms and speaks her thanks to the new day. Burning Cascade Head, the dance of renewal, the dance that made the world, was always danced here at the edge of things, on the brink, on the foggy coast. Ursula K. Le Guin, far out beyond the surf they felt it. Beyond the reach of any canoe, half a sea away, something stirred inside them, an ancient clock of bone and blood that said, "It's time." Silver-scaled body, its own sort of compass needle spinning in the sea, the floating arrow turned toward home. From all directions they came, the sea a funnel of fish, narrowing their path as they gathered closer and closer, until their silver bodies lit up the water, red mates sent to sea, prodigal salmon coming home. The coastline here is scalloped with countless coves, clothed in fog banks, and cut with rainforest rivers, an easy place to lose your way, where landmarks can vanish in the fog. The spruce are heavy on the shore, their black cloaks hiding signs of home. The elders speak of lost canoes that strayed in the wind and landed on a sand spit not their own. When the boats are too long gone, their families go down to the beach to light a blaze among the driftwood, a beacon to sing them home to safety. When the canoes finally approach, laden with food from the sea, the hunters are honored in dances and songs, their dangerous journey repaid by faces alight with gratitude. And so it is too that the people make ready for the arrival of their brothers who bring food in the canoe of their bodies. The people watch and wait. The women sew one more row of dentalia shells upon their finest garments for the dance. They pile alder wood for the welcome feast and sharpen huckleberry skewers. While they mend nets, they practice the old songs. But still their brothers do not come. The people go down to the shore, looking out to sea for a sign. Perhaps they have forgotten. Perhaps they wander, lost at sea, uncertain of their welcome with those they left behind. The rains are late, the water low, the forest trails turn dusty and dry and covered in a steady rain of yellow spruce needles. The prairies up on the headland are crisp and brown, without even fog to moisten them. Far out, beyond the pounding surf, beyond the reach of canoes, in the inky darkness that swallows light, they move as one body, a school, turning neither east nor west until they know. So he walks the path at nightfall with a bundle in his hand. Into a nest of cedar bark and twisted grass he lays the coal and feeds it with his breath. It dances and then subsides. Smoke pools darkly as the grasses melt to black and then erupt into flame, climbing one stem and then another. All around the meadow, others do the same, setting in the grass a crackling ring of fire that quickens and gathers, White smoke curling upward in the fading light, breathing into itself, panting across the slope until its convective gasp sets the night alight. A beacon to bring their brothers home. They are burning the headland. Flames race on the wind until they are stopped by the wet green wall of the forest. 1,400 feet above the surf it blazes, a tower of fire, yellow, orange, and red, a massive flare. The burning prairie billows smoke, roiling white with undersides of salmon pink in the darkness. They mean for it to say, "Come, come, flesh of my flesh. My brothers. Come back to the river where your lives began. We have made a welcome feast in your honor." Out at sea, beyond where the canoes can go, there is a pinprick of light on a pitch-black coast, a match in the darkness, flickering, beckoning below the white plume that drifts down the coast to mingle with the fog. A spark in the vastness. The time has come. As one body they turn to the east, toward the shore and the river of home. When they can smell the water of their natal stream, they pause in their journey and rest on the slackening tide. Above them all, on the headland, the sparkling tower of fire reflects on the water, kissing the reddened wave tops and glinting off silver scales. By sunrise the headland is grey and white, as if dusted by an early snow. A cold drift of ash falls on the forest below and the wind carries the tang of burnt grass. But no one notices, for they are all standing along the river singing a welcome, a song of praise as the food swims up the river, fin to fin. The nets stay on the shore, the spears still hang in the houses. The hook-jawed leaders are allowed to pass, to guide the others and to carry the message to their upriver relatives that the people are grateful and full of respect. The fish course by the camp in great throngs, unmolested as they make their way upstream. Only after 4 days of fish have moved safely by is the first salmon taken by the most honored fisher and prepared with ritual care. It is carried to the feast in great ceremony on a cedar plank in a bed of ferns. And then they feast on the sacred food salmon, venison, roots, and berries in sequence for their places in the watershed. They celebrate the water that connects them all in a ritual passing of the cup. They dance in long lines, singing thanks for all that is given. The salmon bones are placed back in the river, their heads facing upstream so that their spirits might follow the others. They are destined to die as we are all destined to die, but first they have bound themselves to life in an ancient agreement to pass it on, to pass it on. In so doing, the world itself is renewed. Only then the nets are set out, the weirs are put in place, and the harvest begins. Everyone has a task. An elder counsels the young one with a spear, "Take only what you need and let the rest go by and the fish will last forever." When the drying racks are full with winter food, they simply stop fishing. And so, at the time of dry grasses, the fall Chinook arrived in legendary numbers. The story is told that when salmon first arrived he was greeted on the shore by Skunk Cabbage, who had been keeping the people from starvation all those years. "Thank you, brother, for taking care of my people," said Salmon, and he gave Skunk Cabbage gifts, an elk hide blanket and a war club, and then set him in the soft, moist ground so he could rest. The diversity of salmon in the river Chinook, Chum, Pink and Coho ensured that the people would not go hungry. Likewise the forests swimming many miles inland, they brought a much-needed resource for the trees, nitrogen. The spent carcasses of spawned-out salmon, dragged into the woods by bears and eagles and people, fertilized the trees as well as Skunk Cabbage. Using stable isotope analysis, scientists traced the source of nitrogen in the wood of ancient forests all the way back to the ocean. Salmon fed everyone. When spring returns, the headland becomes a beacon again, shining with the intense green light of new grass. The burnt and blackened soil heats up quickly and urges the shoots upward, fueled by the fertilizing ash, giving the elk and their calves a lush pasture in the midst of dark forests of Sitka spruce. As the season unfolds, the prairie is awash with wildflowers. The healers make the long climb to gather the medicines they need, which grow only here on the mountain they call the place where the wind always blows. The headland juts out from the shore and the sea curls around its base in white curls. It is a place for the long view. To the north, the rocky coast. To the east, ridge after ancient ridge of moss-draped rainforest. To the west, the unbroken sea. And to the south, the estuary. An enormous sand spit arcs across the mouth of the bay, enclosing it and forcing the river through a narrow path. All the forces that shape the meeting of land and sea are written there, in sand and water. Overhead, eagles, bringers of vision, soar on the thermals that rise off the head. This was sacred ground, reserved for seekers of a vision who would sacrifice by fasting alone for days in this place where the grasses give themselves to fire. They would sacrifice for the salmon, for the people, to hear the Creator's voice, to dream. Only fragments of the story of the head remain with us. The people who know it were lost before their knowledge could be captured, and the death was too thorough to have left many tellers behind. But the prairie kept the story of the ritual fires long after there were people here to speak of it. A tsunami of disease swept the Oregon coast in the 1830s, the germs traveling faster than covered wagons could. Smallpox and measles came to the native peoples, diseases for which they had no more resistance than did grass before a fire. By the time the squatters arrived around 1850, most of the villages were ghost towns. Settlers' diaries record their surprise at finding a densely forested place with a pasture all ready for their livestock, and they eagerly set their cows out to fatten on the native grasses. In the way of all cows, these no doubt followed the paths that already lay on the land, pressing them even more decisively into the soil. Their presence did some of the work of the lost fires by preventing encroachment by forest and fertilizing the grasses. As more people arrived to take the remaining lands of the Neshesni, they wanted even more pasture for their Holsteins. Flat land is a hard thing to come by in these parts, so they cast a covetous eye on the salt marshes of the estuary. Situated at the meeting point between ecosystems, with a mix of river, ocean, forest, soil, sand, and sunlight at this edge of all edges, estuaries can have the highest biodiversity and productivity of any wetland. They are a breeding ground for invertebrates of all sorts. The dense sponge of vegetation and sediment is riddled with channels of all sizes, matching the sizes of salmon that are coming and going through its network. The estuary is a nursery for salmon, from tiny fry just days out of the red to fattening smolt adjusting to salt water. Herons, ducks, eagles, and shellfish could make a living there, but not cows. That sea of grasses was too wet. So they built dikes to keep the water out, engineering they called reclaiming land from the sea, turning wetlands into pasture. The diking changed the river from a capillary system to a single straightened flow to hurry the river to the sea. It might have been good for cows, but it was disastrous for young salmon who were now unceremoniously flushed to the sea. The transition to salt water is a major assault on the body chemistry of a salmon born in fresh water. One fish biologist likens it to the rigors of a chemotherapy transfusion. The fish need a gradual transition zone, a halfway house of sorts. The brackish water of estuaries, the wetland buffer between river and ocean, plays a critical role in salmon survival. Drawn by the prospect of fortunes to be made from canneries, salmon fishing exploded. But there was no more honoring of the returning fish, no guarantee of safe passage upstream for the early arrivers. Adding insult to injury, construction of upstream dams created rivers of no return, and degradation by cattle grazing and industrial forestry reduced spawning to nil. The commodity mindset drove fish that had fed the people for thousands of years close to extinction. To preserve the revenue stream, they built salmon hatcheries, turning out industrial fish. They thought they could make salmon without rivers. From the sea the wild salmon watched for the blaze on the headland and saw nothing for years. But they have a covenant with the people and a promise to skunk cabbage to care for them, and so they came, but fewer and fewer every time. The ones that made it though came home to an empty house, dark and lonely. There were no songs or fern-decked tables. No light on the shore to say welcome back. According to the laws of thermodynamics, everything has to go someplace. Where did the relationship of loving respect and mutual caregiving between people and fish go? The path rises abruptly from the river in steps cut into the steep slope. My legs burn as they push up over roots of massive Sitka spruces. Moss, fern, and conifer repeat a pattern of feathery forms, a tessellation of green fronds block printed on the walls of the forest, which draw close. The branches brush my shoulder and compress my view to the path and my feet. Walking this trail turns me inward, under the small dome of my own head, my busy mind clicking away over an interior landscape of lists and remembrances. I hear only the tread of my own feet, the swish of my rain pants, and my heartbeat until I arrive at a stream crossing where the water sings as it falls over the sheer drop, throwing up a fine mist. It opens my eyes to the forest, a winter wren chatters at me from the sword ferns, an orange-bellied newt crosses my path. The spruce shade eventually gives way to dappled light as the trail ascends to enter a skirt of white-stemmed alder below the summit. I want to walk a little quicker, knowing what is ahead, but the transition is so seductive that I force myself to step slowly and savor the anticipation, taste the change in the air and the lift in the breeze. The very last alder leans away from the thread of the trail, as if to set me free. Black against the golden grass and many inches deep into prairie earth, the trail follows the natural contours as if centuries of footfalls have preceded my own. It's just me, the grass, and the sky, and two bald eagles riding the thermals. Cresting the ridge releases me into an explosion of light and space and wind. My head catches fire at the sight. I cannot tell you more of that high and holy place. Words blow away. Even thought dissipates like wisps of cloud sailing up the headland. There is only being. Before I knew this story, before the fire lit my dreams, I would have hiked here like everyone else, snapping photos at scenic viewpoints. I would have admired the great sickle curve of the yellow sand spit enclosing the bay and the lace-edge waves riding up the beach. I would crane around the knoll to see how the river cuts a sinuous silver line through the salt marsh far below, on its way from the dark line of the coast range. Like the others, I would edge toward the bluff and thrill to the vertiginous drop to the surf pounding the base of the headland 1,000 feet below. Listen to the seals barking in the echo chamber of the cove. Watch the wind ripple the grass like a cougar pelt. And the sky going on. And the sea. Before I knew the story, I would have written some field notes, consulted my field guide about rare plants, and unpacked my lunch. I would not have talked on my cell phone, though, as the guy at the next overlook is doing. Instead I just stand there, tears running down my cheeks in nameless emotion that tastes of joy and of grief. Joy for the being of the shimmering world and grief for what we have lost. The grasses remember the nights they were consumed by fire, lighting the way back with a conflagration of love between species. Who today even knows what that means? I drop to my knees in the grass and I can hear the sadness, as if the land itself was crying for its people, come home. Come home. There are often other walkers here. I suppose that's what it means when they put down the camera and stand on the headland, straining to hear above the wind with that wistful look, the gaze out to sea. They look like they're trying to remember what it would be like to love the world. It is an odd dichotomy we have set for ourselves, between loving people and loving land. We know that loving a person has agency and power, we know it can change everything. Yet we act as if loving the land is an internal affair that has no energy outside the confines of our head and heart. On the high prairie at Cascade Head another truth is revealed, the active force of love for land is made visible. Here the ritual burning of the headland cemented the people's connection to salmon, to each other, and to the spirit world, but it also created biodiversity. The ceremonial fires converted forests to fingers of seaside prairie, islands of open habitat in a matrix of fog-dark trees. Burning created the headland meadows that are home to fire-dependent species that occur nowhere else on Earth. Likewise, the first salmon ceremony, in all its beauty, reverberates through all the domes of the world. The feasts of love and gratitude were not just internal emotional expressions but actually aided the upstream passage of the fish by releasing them from predation for a critical time. Laying salmon bones back in the streams returned nutrients to the system. These are ceremonies of practical reverence. The Burning Beacon is a beautiful poem, but it is a poem written physically, deeply on the land. People loved the salmon the way fire loves grass and the blaze loves the darkness of the sea. Today we only write it on postcards, terrific view from Cascade Head, wish you were here, and grocery lists, pick up salmon, 1½ pounds. Ceremony focuses attention so that attention becomes intention. If you stand together and profess a thing before your community, it holds you accountable. Ceremonies transcend the boundaries of the individual and resonate beyond the human realm. These acts of reverence are powerfully pragmatic. These are ceremonies that magnify life. In many indigenous communities, the hems of our ceremonial robes have been unraveled by time and history, but the fabric remains strong. In the dominant society, though, ceremony seems to have withered away. I suppose there are many reasons for that: the frenetic pace of life, dissolution of community, the sense that ceremony is an artifact of organized religion forced upon participants rather than a celebration joyfully chosen. The ceremonies that persist, birthdays, weddings, funerals, focus only on ourselves, marking rites of personal transition. Perhaps the most universal is high school graduation. I love graduation in my small town, with the whole community dressed up and filling the auditorium on a June evening, whether you have a kid graduating or not. There's a sense of community in the shared emotions. Pride for the young people walking across the stage. Relief for some. A good dose of nostalgia and remembrance. We celebrate those beautiful young people who have enriched our lives, we honor their hard work and accomplishment against all odds. We tell them that they are our hope for the future. We encourage them to go off into the world and pray that they will come back home. We applaud for them. They applaud for us. Everyone cries a little. And then the parties begin. And, at least in our little town, we know it's not an empty ritual. The ceremony has power. Our collective good wishes really do fuel the confidence and strength of young people about to leave home. The ceremony reminds them of where they come from and their responsibilities to the community that has supported them. We hope it inspires them. And the checks tucked into the graduation cards really do help them make their way in the world. These ceremonies too magnify life. We know how to carry out this rite for each other and we do it well. But imagine standing by the river, flooded with those same feelings as the salmon march into the auditorium of their estuary. Rise in their honor, thank them for all the ways they have enriched our lives, sing to honor their hard work and accomplishments against all odds, tell them they are our hope for the future, encourage them to go off into the world to grow, and pray that they will come home. Then the feasting begins. Can we extend our bonds of celebration and support from our own species to the others who need us? Many indigenous traditions still recognize the place of ceremony and often focus their celebrations on other species and events in the cycle of the seasons. In a colonist society, the ceremonies that endure are not about land, they're about family and culture, values that are transportable from the old country. Ceremonies for the land no doubt existed there, but it seems they did not survive emigration in any substantial way. I think there is wisdom in regenerating them here, as a means to form bonds with this land. To have agency in the world, ceremonies should be reciprocal co-creations, organic in nature, in which the community creates ceremony and the ceremony creates communities. They should not be cultural appropriations from native peoples. But generating new ceremony in today's world is hard to do. There are towns I know that hold apple festivals and moose mania, but despite the wonderful food, they tend toward the commercial. Educational events like wildflower weekends and Christmas bird counts are all steps in the right direction, but they lack an active, reciprocal relationship with the more than human world. I want to stand by the river in my finest dress. I want to sing, strong and hard, and stomp my feet with 100 others so that the waters hum with our happiness. I want to dance for the renewal of the world. On the banks of the Salmon River estuary today, people are again waiting by the stream, watching. Their faces are alight with anticipation and sometimes furrowed with concern. Instead of their finest clothes, they wear tall rubber boots and canvas vests. Some wade in with nets, while others tend buckets. From time to time they whoop and yell with delight at what they find. It's a first salmon ceremony of a different kind. Beginning in 1976, the U.S. Forest Service and a host of partner organizations led by Oregon State University initiated a restoration project for the estuary. Their plan was to remove the dikes and dams and tide gates and once again let the tidal waters go where they were meant to go, to fulfill their purpose. Hoping that the land remembered how to be an estuary, the teams worked to dismantle the human structures, one by one. The plan was guided by many cumulative lifetimes of ecological research, endless hours in the lab, scorching sunburns in the field, and shivering winter days of collecting data in the rain, as well as gorgeous summer days when new species miraculously returned. This is what we field biologists live for, the chance to be outside in the vital presence of other species, who are generally way more interesting than we are. We get to sit at their feet and listen. Potawatomi stories remember that all the plants and animals, including humans, used to speak the same language. We could share with one another what our lives were like. But that gift is gone and we are the poorer for it. Because we can't speak the same language, our work as scientists is to piece the story together as best we can. We can't ask the salmon directly what they need, so we ask them with experiments and listen carefully to their answers. We stay up half the night at the microscope looking at the annual rings in fish ear bones in order to know how the fish react to water temperature. So we can fix it. We run experiments on the effects of salinity on the growth of invasive grasses. So we can fix it. We measure and record and analyze in ways that might seem lifeless but to us are the conduits to understanding the inscrutable lives of species not our own. Doing science with awe and humility is a powerful act of reciprocity with the more than human world. I've never met an ecologist who came to the field for the love of data or for the wonder of a p-value. These are just ways we have of crossing the species boundary, of slipping off our human skin and wearing fins or feathers or foliage, trying to know others as fully as we can. Science can be a way of forming intimacy and respect with other species that is rivaled only by the observations of traditional knowledge holders. It can be a path to kinship. These two are my people. Heart-driven scientists whose notebooks, smudged with salt marsh mud and filled with columns of numbers, are love letters to salmon. In their own way, they are lighting a beacon for salmon, to call them back home. When the dikes and dams were removed, the land did remember how to be a salt marsh. Water remembered how it was supposed to distribute itself through tiny drainage channels in the sediment. Insects remembered where they were supposed to lay their eggs. Today the natural curvaceous flow of the river has been restored. From the headland, the river looks like an etching of a gnarled old shore pine, on a background of waving sedges. Sandbars and deep pools swirl patterns of gold and blue. And in this reborn water world, young salmon rest in every curve. The only straight lines are the old boundaries of the dikes, a reminder of how the flow was interrupted and how it was renewed. The first salmon ceremonies were not conducted for the people. They were for the salmon themselves, and for all the glittering realms of creation, for the renewal of the world. People understood that when lives are given on their behalf they have received something precious. Ceremonies are a way to give something precious in return. When the season turns and the grasses dry on the headland, preparations begin, they repair the nets and get their gear together. They come every year at this time. They gather together all the traditional foods, as there will be many mouths to feed on the crew. The data recorders are all calibrated and ready. With waders and boats, the biologists are on the river to dip nets into the restored channels of the estuary, to take its pulse. They come now every day to check, go down to the shore and gaze out to sea. And still the salmon do not come. So the waiting scientists roll out their sleeping bags and turn off the lab equipment. All but one. A single microscope light is left on. Out beyond the surf they gather, tasting the waters of home. They see it against the dark of the headland. Someone has left a light on, blazing a tiny beacon into the night, calling the salmon back home. Putting down roots a summer day on the banks of the Mohawk River, Ann Scott, Tikeni, Asan. bend and pull, bend and pull. Kiri, whisk, iaiak, tsiata, she calls to her granddaughter, standing waist deep in the grass. Her bundle grows thicker with every stoop of her back. She straightens up, rubs the small of her back, and tilts her head up to the blue summer sky, her black braid swinging in the arch of her back. Bank swallows twitter over the river. The breeze off the water sets the grasses waving and carries the fragrance of sweetgrass that rises from her footsteps. A spring morning 400 years later, Anska, Tikeni, Asan. 1, 2, 3, bend and dig, bend and dig. My bundle grows smaller with every stoop of my back. I drive my trowel into the soft ground and rock it back and forth. It scrapes against a buried stone and I dig my fingers in to unearth it, cast the stone aside to make an apple-sized hole big enough for the roots. From the tangled bundle wrapped in burlap, my fingers separate out a single clump of sweetgrass. I set it in the hole, scoop soil around it, speak words of welcome, and tamp it down. I straighten up and rub the small of my aching back. The sunshine pours down around us, warming the grass and releasing its scent. Red stake flags flutter in the breeze, marking the outlines of our plots. Kiri, whisk, iaiak, tsiata. From time beyond memory, Mohawk people inhabited this river valley that now bears their name. Back then the river was full of fish and its spring floods brought silt to fertilize their cornfields. Sweetgrass, called Wenzarikanohant in Mohawk, flourished on the banks. That language has not been heard here for centuries. Replaced by waves of immigrants, the Mohawk people were pushed from this generous valley in upstate New York to the very margins of the country. The once dominant culture of the Great Haudenosaunee, Iroquois, Confederacy was reduced to a patchwork of small reservations. The language that first gave voice to ideas like democracy, women's equality, and the Great Law of Peace became an endangered species. Mohawk language and culture didn't disappear on their own. Forced assimilation, the government policy to deal with the so-called Indian problem, shipped Mohawk children to the barracks at Carlisle, Pennsylvania, where the school's avowed mission was kill the Indian to save the man. Braids were cut off and native languages forbidden. Girls were trained to cook and clean and wear white gloves on Sunday. The scent of sweetgrass was replaced by the soap smells of the barracks laundry. Boys learned sports and skills useful to a settled village life, carpentry, farming, and how to handle money in their pockets. The government's goal of breaking the link between land, language, and native people was nearly a success. But the Mohawk call themselves the Kanien'kehá:ka people of the Flint, and Flint does not melt easily into the great American melting pot. Over the top of the waving grasses I can see two other heads bent to the soil. The shiny black curls tied back with a red bandana belong to Daniela. She pushes herself up from her knees and I watch her tally the number of plants in her plot. 47, 48, 49. Without looking up she makes notes on her clipboard, slings her bundle over her shoulder, and moves on. Daniela is a graduate student and for months we have been planning for this day. This work has become her thesis project and she's anxious about getting it right. On graduate school forms it says that I'm her professor, but I've been telling her all along that it is the plant who will be her greatest teacher. On the other side of the field, Teresa looks up, swinging her braid over her shoulder. She's rolled the sleeves of her t-shirt, which reads Iroquois Nationals Lacrosse, and her forearms are streaked with dirt. Teresa is a Mohawk basket maker and is an integral part of our research team. She's taken the day off from work to kneel in the dirt with us and she grins from ear to ear. Sensing our flagging energy, she starts a counting chant to lift our spirits. Kiri, whisk, iaiak, tsiata, she calls out, and together we count out the rows of plants. In rows of 7, for 7 generations, we are putting roots in the ground welcoming the sweetgrass back home. Despite Carlisle, despite exile, despite a siege 400 years long, there is something, some heart of living stone, that will not surrender. I don't know just what sustained the people, but I believe it was carried in words. Pockets of the language survived among those who stayed rooted to place. Among those remaining, the Thanksgiving address was spoken to greet the day. Let us put our minds together as one and send greetings and thanks to our Mother Earth, who sustains our lives with her many gifts. Grateful reciprocity with the world, as solid as a stone, sustained them when all else was stripped away. In the 1700s, the Mohawks had to flee their homelands in the Mohawk Valley and settled at Akwesasne, straddling the border with Canada. Teresa comes from a long line of Akwesasne basket makers. The marvel of a basket is in its transformation, its journey from wholeness as a living plant to fragmented strands and back to wholeness again as a basket. A basket knows the dual powers of destruction and creation that shape the world. Strands once separated are rewoven into a new whole. The journey of a basket is also the journey of a people. With their roots in riverside wetlands, both black ash and sweetgrass are neighbors on the land. They are reunited as neighbors in the Mohawk baskets. Braids of sweetgrass are woven among the splints of ash. Teresa remembers many childhood hours spent making braids from individual leaves of sweetgrass, twining them tight and even to reveal their glossy shine. Also woven into the baskets are the laughter and the stories of the gathered women, where English and Mohawk blend together in the same sentence. Sweetgrass coils around the basket rim and threads the lids, so that even an empty basket contains the smell of the land, weaving the link between people and place, language and identity. Basket making also brings economic security. A woman who knows how to weave will not go hungry. Making sweetgrass baskets has become almost synonymous with being Mohawk. Traditional Mohawks speak the words of thanksgiving to the land, but these days the lands along the St. Lawrence River have little to be grateful for. When parts of the reserve were flooded by power dams, heavy industry moved in to take advantage of the cheap electricity and easy shipping routes. Alcoa, General Motors, and Domtar don't view the world through the prism of the Thanksgiving address, and Akwesasne became one of the most contaminated communities in the country. The families of fishermen can no longer eat what they catch. Mother's milk at Akwesasne carries a heavy burden of PCBs and dioxin. Industrial pollution made following traditional lifeways unsafe, threatening the bond between people and the land. Industrial toxins were poised to finish what was started at Carlisle. Sikoquinyanquas, also known as Tom Porter, is a member of the Bear clan. The bear is known for protecting the people and as the keeper of medicine knowledge. Just so, 20 years ago, Tom and a handful of others set out with healing in mind. As a boy, he had heard his grandmother repeat the old prophecy that someday a small band of Mohawks would return to inhabit their old home along the Mohawk River. In 1993, that someday arrived when Tom and friends left Akwesasne for ancestral lands in the Mohawk Valley. Their vision was to create a new community on old lands, far from PCBs and power dams. They settled on 400 acres of woods and farms at Connettsioherk. It's a place name from the time when this valley was dense with longhouses. In researching the land's history, they found that Connettsioherk was the site of an ancient Bear clan village. Today the old memories are weaving among new stories. A barn and houses nestle at the foot of a bluff in a bend of the river. Silty floodplain loams run right down to the banks. The hills, once laid waste by lumbermen, have regrown with straight stands of pine and oak. A powerful artesian well pours from a cleft in the bluff with a strength that endures even the deepest drought and fills a clear mossy pool. In the still water, you can see your own face. The land speaks the language of renewal. When Tom and others arrived, the buildings were in a sad state of disrepair. Over the years, scores of volunteers have banded together to repair roofs and replace windows. The big kitchen once again smells of corn soup and strawberry drink on feast days. An arbor for dancing was built among the old apple trees, making a place where people can gather to relearn and celebrate Haudenosaunee culture. The goal was Carlisle in reverse. Connettsioherk would return to the people what was taken from them: their language, their culture, their spirituality, their identity. The children of the lost generation could come home. After rebuilding, the next step was to teach the language, Tom's anti-Carlisle motto being Heal the Indian, Save the Language. Kids at Carlisle and other mission schools all over the country had their knuckles rapped and much worse for speaking their native language. Boarding school survivors did not teach their children the language of their birth, in order to spare them hardship. And so the language dwindled right along with the land. Only a few fluent speakers remained, most over the age of 70. The language was teetering on extinction, like an endangered species with no habitat to rear its young. When a language dies, so much more than words are lost. Language is the dwelling place of ideas that do not exist anywhere else. It is a prism through which to see the world. Tom says that even words as basic as numbers are imbued with layers of meaning. The numbers we use to count plants in the sweetgrass meadow also recall the creation story. And Ska 1. This word invokes the fall of Sky Woman from the world above. All alone, and Ska, she fell toward the earth. But she was not alone, for in her womb a second life was growing. Tikeni there were two. Sky Woman gave birth to a daughter, who bore twin sons, and so then there were three Asan. Every time the Haudenosaunee count to three in their own language, they reaffirm their bond to creation. Plants are also integral to rewebbing the connection between land and people. A place becomes a home when it sustains you, when it feeds you in body as well as spirit. To recreate a home, the plants must also return. When I heard of the homecoming at Connettsioherk, visions of sweetgrass rose in my mind. I began looking for a way to bring them back to their old home. One morning in March I stopped by Tom's place to talk about planting sweetgrass in the spring. I was full of plans for an experimental restoration, but I'd forgotten myself. No work could be done before guests were fed, and we sat down to a big breakfast of pancakes and thick maple syrup. Tom stood at the stove in a red flannel shirt, a powerfully built man, his pitch hair streaked with gray, but his face is scarcely wrinkled despite his more than 70 years. Words flow from him as water flows from the spring at the foot of the bluff, stories, dreams, and jokes that warm the kitchen like the scent of maple syrup. He refilled my plate with a smile and a story, ancient teachings braided into his conversation as naturally as comments on the weather. Strands of spirit and matter are woven together like black ash and sweetgrass. "What's a Potawatomi doing way out here?" he asks. "Aren't you a long way from home?" "I need only one word, Carlisle." We lingered over coffee and our talk turned to his dreams for Connettsioherk. On this land he sees a working farm where people learn again how to grow traditional foods, a place for the traditional ceremonies to honor the cycle of the seasons, where the words that come before all else are spoken. He spoke for a long time about the Thanksgiving address as the core of Mohawk relationship to land. I remembered a question that had long been on my mind. At the end of the words that come before all else, when thanks have been given to all the beings of the land, I asked, has the land ever been known to say thank you in reply? Tom was quiet for a second, piled more pancakes on my plate, and set the syrup jug in front of me. "That's as good an answer as I know." From a drawer in the table Tom took out a bag of fringed buckskin and laid a piece of soft deerskin on the table. He poured onto it a rattling pile of smooth peach seeds, one side painted black, the other white. He drew us into the gambling game, guessing how many pits in each throw will be white and how many black. His pile of winnings mounted up while ours dwindled. While we shook the pits and threw them down, he told me about the time this game was played for very high stakes. The twin grandsons of Sky Woman had long struggled over the making and unmaking of the world. Now their struggle came down to this one game. If all the pits came up black, then all the life that had been created would be destroyed. If all the pits were white, then the beautiful earth would remain. They played and played without resolution, and finally they came to the final roll. If all came up black, it would be done. The twin who made sweetness in the world sent his thoughts out to all the living beings he had made and asked them to help, to stand on the side of life. Tom told us how in the final roll, as the peach stones hung for a moment in the air, all the members of creation joined their voices together and gave a mighty shout for life. And turned the last pit white. The choice is always there. Tom's daughter came to join the game. She held a red velvet bag in her hands and poured its contents onto the deerskin. Diamonds. The sharp facets threw rainbows of color. She beamed at us as we oohed and awed. Tom explained that these are Herkimer diamonds, beautiful quartz crystals as clear as water and harder than flint. Buried in the earth, they are washed along by the river and turn up from time to time, a blessing from the land. We put on our jackets and walked out over the fields. Tom paused at the paddock to offer apples to the big Belgians. All was quiet, the river slipping along the banks. With the right eyes you can almost unsee Route 5, the railroad tracks, and I-90 across the river. You can almost see fields of Iroquois white corn and riverside meadows where women are picking sweetgrass. Bend and pull, bend and pull. But the fields where we walk are neither sweetgrass nor corn. When Skywoman first scattered the plants, sweetgrass flourished along this river, but today it is gone. Just as the Mohawk language was replaced by English and Italian and Polish, the sweetgrass was crowded out by immigrants. Losing a plant can threaten a culture in much the same way as losing a language. Without sweetgrass, the grandmothers don't bring the granddaughters to the meadows in July. Then what becomes of their stories? Without sweetgrass, what happens to the baskets? To the ceremony that uses these baskets? The history of the plants is inextricably tied up with the history of the people, with the forces of destruction and creation. At graduation ceremonies at Carlisle, the young men were required to take an oath: I am no longer an Indian man. I will lay down the bow and arrow forever and put my hand to the plow. Plows and cows brought tremendous changes to the vegetation. Just as Mohawk identity is tied to the plants the people use, so it was for the European immigrants who sought to make a home here. They brought along their familiar plants, and the associated weeds followed the plow to supplant the natives. Plants mirror changes in culture and ownership of land. Today this field is choked by a vigorous sward of foreign plants that the first sweetgrass pickers would not recognize: quackgrass, timothy, clover, daisies. A wave of invasive purple loosestrife threatens from along the slough. To restore sweetgrass here we'll need to loosen the hold of the colonists, opening a way for the return of the natives. Tom asked me what it would take to bring sweetgrass back, to create a meadow where basket makers can once again find materials. Scientists have not devoted much effort to the study of sweetgrass, but basket makers know that it can be found in a wide array of conditions, from wetlands to dry railroad tracks. It thrives in full sun and especially favors moist, open soil. Tom bent and picked up a handful of the floodplain soil and let it sift through his fingers. Except for the dense turf of exotic species, this seems like a good place for sweetgrass. Tom glanced at the old Farmall tractor in the lane, covered with a blue tarp. Where can we get some seeds? It's a strange thing about sweetgrass seed. The plant sends up flowering stalks in early June, but the seeds it makes are rarely viable. If you sow 100 seeds, you might get one plant if you're lucky. Sweetgrass has its own way of multiplying. Every shiny green shoot that pokes up above ground also produces a long, slender white rhizome, winding its way through the soil. All along its length are buds, which will sprout up and emerge into the sunshine. Sweetgrass can send its rhizomes many feet out from the parent. In this way, the plant could travel freely all along the riversides. This was a good plan when the land was whole. But those tender white rhizomes cannot make their way across a highway or a parking lot. When a patch of sweetgrass was lost to the plow, it could not be replenished by seed from outside. Daniela has revisited many places where historical records show sweetgrass once lived, more than half of which no longer carry its fragrance. The major cause of decline seems to be development, native populations eliminated by wetland draining, converting wild places to agriculture and pavement. As non-native species come in, they may also crowd out the sweetgrass plants, repeating the history of their people. In nursery beds back at the university, I've been growing up a stalk of sweetgrass, waiting for this day. I had searched far and wide for a grower who could sell us plants to begin the nursery and finally located an operation in California that had some. This seemed odd, since Hierochloi odorata does not occur naturally in California. When I asked about where their planting stock came from, I got a surprising answer: Akwesasne. It was a sign. I bought it all. Under irrigation and fertilizer, the beds have grown thick. But cultivation is miles removed from restoration. The science of restoration ecology depends upon myriad other factors: soil, insects, pathogens, herbivores, competition. Plants are seemingly equipped with their own sense about where they will live, defying the predictions of science, for there is yet another dimension to sweetgrass requirements. The most vigorous stands are the ones tended by basket makers. Reciprocity is a key to success. When the sweetgrass is cared for and treated with respect, it will flourish, but if the relationship fails, so does the plant. What we contemplate here is more than ecological restoration, it is the restoration of relationship between plants and people. Scientists have made a dent in understanding how to put ecosystems back together, but our experiments focus on soil pH and hydrology matter, to the exclusion of spirit. We might look to the Thanksgiving address for guidance on weaving the two. We are dreaming of a time when the land might give thanks for the people. We walked back up to the house, imagining basket classes in years to come. Maybe Teresa would be the teacher, leading her granddaughter into the field that she herself has helped to plant. Conazio Herc runs a gift shop to raise funds for the work of the community. The shop is filled with books and beautiful artwork, beaded moccasins, antler carvings, and, of course, baskets. Tom unlocked the door and we stepped inside. The still air smelled of sweetgrass hanging from the rafters. What words can capture that smell? The fragrance of your mother's newly washed hair as she holds you close, the melancholy smell of summer slipping into fall, the smell of memory that makes you close your eyes for a moment, and then a moment longer. When I was young, I had no one to tell me that, like the Mohawks, Potawatomi people revere sweetgrass as one of the 4 sacred plants. No one to say that it was the first plant to grow on Mother Earth and so we braid it, as if it were our mother's hair, to show our loving care for her. The runners of the story could not find their way through a fragmented cultural landscape to me. The story was stolen at Carlisle. Tom walks over to the bookshelf and chooses a thick red volume to lay on the counter. The Indian Industrial School, Carlisle, Pennsylvania. 187919118. In the back of the book is a list of names, pages and pages of them: Charlotte Bigtree, Mohawk, Stephen Silverheels, Oneida, Thomas Medicine Horse, Sioux. Tom points to show me his uncle's name. That's why we're doing this, he says, undoing Carlisle. My grandfather is in this book too, I know. I run my finger down the long columns of names and stop at Asa Wall, Potawatomi. A pecan-picking Oklahoma boy just 9 years old sent on the train across the prairies to Carlisle. His brother's name comes next, Uncle Oliver, who ran away back home. But Asa did not. He was one of the lost generation, one who never could go home again. He tried, but after Carlisle he didn't fit anywhere, so he joined the army. Instead of returning to a life among his family in Indian Territory, he settled in upstate New York, not far from this riverbank, and raised his children in the immigrant world. At a time when cars were novel, he became a superb mechanic. He was always fixing broken cars, always mending, seeking to make things whole. I think that same need, the need to make things whole, propels my work in ecological restoration. I imagine his knife-nose profile leaning over the hood of a car, his brown hands wiped on a greasy rag. During the Depression, people flocked to his garage. Payment, if there was any, was often in eggs or turnips from the garden. But there were some things he couldn't make whole. He didn't talk much about those days, but I wonder if he thought of the pecan grove in Shawnee where his family lived without him, the lost boy. The aunties would send boxes for us grandchildren, moccasins, a pipe, a buckskin doll. They were boxed away in the attic until our Nana would lovingly take them out to show us, to whisper, "Remember who you are." I suppose he achieved what he had been taught to want, a better life for his children and grandchildren, the American life he was taught to honor. My mind thanks him for his sacrifice, but my heart grieves for the one who could have told me stories of sweetgrass. All my life I have felt that loss. What was stolen at Carlisle has been a knot of sorrow I've carried like a stone buried in my heart. I am not alone. That grief lives on in all the families of those whose names appear on the pages of that big red book. The broken link between land and people, between the past and the present, aches like a badly broken bone still unknit. The city of Carlisle, Pennsylvania, is proud of its history and wears its age well. To celebrate its tricentennial, people looked hard and honestly at the scope of its history. The city began as the Carlisle Barracks, a mustering ground for soldiers of the Revolutionary War. Back when Federal Indian Affairs was still a branch of the War Department, the same buildings became the Carlisle Indian School, the fire beneath the great melting pot. Today the Spartan barracks that once held rows of iron cots for Lakota, Nez Perce, Potawatomi, and Mohawk children are genteel officers' quarters, with blooming dogwoods at the doorstep. In honor of the anniversary, the descendants of all those lost children were invited back to Carlisle for what were called ceremonies of remembrance and reconciliation. 3 generations of my family traveled together to be there. With hundreds of other children and grandchildren, we converged on Carlisle. This was the first time most laid eyes on a place only hinted of in family stories, or not spoken of at all. The town was decked out in star-spangled bunting draped from every window. A banner on the main street announced the upcoming tricentennial parade. It was lovely, a postcard-perfect town of narrow brick streets and buildings of rosy brick restored to colonial charm. Wrought iron fences and brass plaques with dates celebrate its antiquity. How surreal it seems that Carlisle has earned a reputation in America for fervent preservation of its heritage, while in Indian country the name is a chilling emblem of a heritage killer. I walked silently among the barracks. Forgiveness was hard to find. We gathered at the cemetery, a small fenced rectangle beside the parade ground, with 4 rows of stones. Not all of the kids who came to Carlisle left. There lay the dust that was born a child in Oklahoma, in Arizona, at Akwesasne. Drums sounded in the rain-washed air. The scent of burning sage and sweetgrass wrapped the small crowd in prayer. Sweetgrass is a healing medicine, a smudge that invokes kindness and compassion, coming as it does from our first mother. The sacred words of healing rose up around us. Stolen children. Lost bonds. The burden of loss hangs in the air and mingles with the scent of the sweetgrass, reminding us that there was a time when all the peach stones threatened to turn black side up. One could choose to assuage the grief of that loss by anger and the forces of self-destruction. But all things come in twos, white peach stones and black, destruction and creation. If the people give a mighty shout for life, the peach stone game can have a different ending. For grief can also be comforted by creation, by rebuilding the homeland that was taken. The fragments, like ash splints, can be rewoven into a new whole. And so we are here along the river, kneeling in the earth with the smell of sweetgrass on our hands. Here on my knees in the dirt, I find my own ceremony of reconciliation. Bend and dig, bend and dig. By now my hands are earth-colored as I settle the last of the plants, whisper words of welcome, and tamp them down. I look over at Teresa. She is intent, finishing up her last bundle of transplants. Daniela is making her final notes. The light is growing golden at the end of the day over our newly planted field of spindly sweetgrass. If I look at it just right, I can almost see the women walking a few years ahead. Bend and pull, their bundles growing thicker. Feeling blessed for this day by the river, I murmur to myself the words of thanksgiving. The many paths from Carlisle Tom's, Teresa's, and mine converge here. In putting roots in the ground, we can join the mighty shout that turned the peach pit from black to white. I can take the buried stone from my heart and plant it here, restoring land, restoring culture, restoring myself. My trowel digs deep into the soil and strikes against a rock. I scrape away the earth and pry it up to make room for the roots. I almost cast it aside, but it is strangely light in my hand. I pause for a closer look. It is nearly the size of an egg. With muddy thumb I rub away the dirt and a glassy surface is revealed, then another and another. Even beneath the dirt it gleams as clear as water. One face is rough and cloudy, abraded by time and history, but the rest is brilliant. There is light shining through. It is a prism and the fading light refracts, throwing rainbows from within the buried stone. I dip it in the river to wash it clean and call Daniela and Teresa to come see. We are all struck with wonder as I cradle it in my hand. I wonder if it's right to keep it, but I'm torn by thoughts of laying it back in its home. Having found it, I find I cannot let it go. We pack up our tools and head up to the house to say our goodbyes for the day. I open my hand to show the stone to Tom, to ask the question. This is the way the world works, he says, in reciprocity. We gave Sweetgrass and the land gave a diamond. A smile lights his face and he closes my fingers over the stone. This is for you, he says. Umbilicaria, the belly button of the world glacial erratics stud the Adirondack landscape, granite boulders dropped in place when the glaciers got tired of rolling them and melted their way back home to the north. The granite in these parts is anorthosite, among the oldest rocks on Earth and resistant to weathering. Most of the boulders have been rounded by their journey, but some still stand tall and sharp-edged, like this one, which is as big as a dump truck. I run my fingers over its surface. Veined with quartz, its top is a knife edge and its sides too steep to climb. This elder has sat silently in these lakeshore woods for 10,000 years as forests have come and gone, lake levels ebbed and flowed. And after all that time, it is still a microcosm of the post-glacial era when the world was a cold desert of rubble and scraped earth. Alternately baking in the summer sun and snow blasted in the long winter, without soil in a world still treeless, the glacial till provided a forbidding home for pioneers. Undaunted, lichens volunteered to put down roots and homestead stone metaphorically, of course, since they have no roots. This is an asset when there is no soil. Lichens have no roots, no leaves, no flowers. They are life at its most basic. From a dusting of propagules that lodged in tiny pits and fissures just a pinprick deep, they settled the bare granite. This microtopography gave protection from the wind and offered concavities where water might rest after a rain in a microscopic puddle. It wasn't much, but it was enough. In the span of centuries the rock became glazed with a gray-green crust of lichen almost indistinguishable from the rock itself, a bare coating of life. The steep faces and exposure to the winds off the lake have prevented any accumulation of soil, its surface a last relic of the Ice Age. I come here sometimes just to be in the presence of such ancient beings. The sides of the boulder are festooned with Umbilicaria americana in raggedy ruffles of brown and green, the most magnificent of northeastern lichens. Unlike those of its tiny crustose forebears, the Umbilicaria's thallus its body can span an outstretched hand. The largest one recorded was measured at just over 2 feet. Tiny ones cluster like baby chicks around a mother hen. So charismatic a being has accumulated many names, it is most frequently known as the rock tripe and sometimes as the oakleaf lichen. Rain cannot linger on the vertical faces, so most of the time this boulder is dry and the lichens shrink and get crisp, making the rock look scabby. Without leaves or stem, Umbilicaria is simply a thallus, roughly circular in shape, like a tattered scrap of brown suede. Its upper surface when dry is a mousy shade of taupe. The thallus edges curl up in a chaotic sort of ruffle, exposing the black underside, which is crisp and grainy like a charred potato chip. It is anchored tightly to the rock at its center by a short stalk, like a very short-handled umbrella. The stalk, or umbilicus, cements the thallus to the rock from underneath. The forest the lichens inhabit is a richly textured plantscape, but they are not plants. They blur the definition of what it means to be an individual, as a lichen is not one being, but two, a fungus and an alga. These partners are as different as could be and yet are joined in a symbiosis so close that their union becomes a wholly new organism. I once heard a Navajo herbalist explain how she understands certain kinds of plants to be married, due to their enduring partnership and unquestioning reliance on one another. Lichens are a couple in which the whole is more than the sum of its parts. My parents will celebrate their 60th wedding anniversary this year and seem to have just that kind of symbiosis, a marriage in which the balance of giving and taking is dynamic, the roles of giver and receiver shifting from moment to moment. They are committed to an us that emerges from the shared strengths and weaknesses of the partners, an us that extends beyond the boundaries of coupledom and into their family and community. Some lichens are like that too, their shared lives benefit the whole ecosystem. All lichens, from the tiny crusts to the stately umbilicaria, are a mutualistic symbiosis, a partnership in which both members benefit from their association. In many Native American wedding traditions, the bride and the groom present each other with baskets of gifts, traditionally representing what each promises to bring to the marriage. Often, the woman's basket contains plants from the garden or meadows to show her agreement to provide food for her husband. The man's basket may contain meat, or animal hides, a promise to provide for the family by hunting. Plant food and animal food, autotroph and heterotroph, the alga and the fungus also bring their particular gifts to their union as a lichen. The algal partner is a collection of single cells, gleaming like emeralds and bearing the gift of photosynthesis, the precious alchemy of turning light and air to sugar. The alga is an autotroph, or one that makes its own food and will be the cook of the family, the producer. The alga can make all the sugar it needs for energy, but it's not very good at finding the minerals it needs. It can only photosynthesize when it's moist, but it has no ability to protect itself from drying. The fungus partner is the heterotroph, or other feeder, since it can't make its own food but must subsist on the carbon harvested by others. The fungus is brilliant at the art of dissolving things and liberating their minerals for its use, but it can't make sugar. The fungal wedding basket would be filled with specialized compounds like acids and enzymes that digest complex materials into their simpler components. The body of the fungus, a network of delicate threads, goes out hunting for minerals and then absorbs those molecules through its huge surface area. Symbiosis enables the alga and the fungus to engage in a reciprocal exchange of sugar and minerals. The resulting organism behaves as if it were a single entity, with a single name. In a traditional human marriage, the partners may change their names to or an alga. We name it as if it were one new being, an interspecies family, as it were, rock tripe, Umbilicaria americana. In Umbilicaria, the algal partner is almost always a genus that would be called Tribouxia if it lived alone or was not lichenized. The fungal partner is always a type of Ascami seed but not always the same species. Depending on how you look at it, the fungi are quite loyal. They always choose Tribouxia as their algal partner. The alga, however, is a bit more promiscuous, willing to hook up with a wider array of fungi. I guess we've all seen marriages like that, too. In their shared architecture, the algal cells are embedded like green beads in fabric woven of fungal hyphae. If you sliced a cross-section of the thallus, it would be like a cake with 4 layers. The upper surface, the cortex, feels like the top of a mushroom, smooth and leathery. It is tightly woven of fungal filaments, or hyphae, to hold in moisture. The dusky brown coloration acts like a natural sunscreen that shields the algal layer, which lies just below, from intense sunlight. Below the shelter of the fungal roof, the algae form a distinct medulla layer where the hyphae wrap themselves around the algal cells, like an arm draped over a shoulder or a loving embrace. Some fungal threads actually penetrate the green cells, as if they were long slender fingers reaching into a piggy bank. These fungal pickpockets help themselves to the sugars made by the alga and distribute them throughout the lichen. It has been estimated that the fungi take as much as half of the sugars the alga produces, maybe more. I've seen marriages like that, too, one partner siphoning off way more than he or she gives. Rather than thinking of lichens as a happy marriage, some researchers view them more as reciprocal parasitism. Lichens have been described as fungi who discovered agriculture by capturing photosynthetic beings within their fences of hyphae. Below the medulla, the next layer is a loose tangle of fungal hyphae designed to hold water and thus keep the algae productive for longer. The bottommost layer is coal-black and prickly with rhiziness, microscopic hair-like extensions that help attach the lichen to the rock. The fungal/algal symbiosis so blurs the distinction between individual and community that it has attracted a great deal of research attention. Some pairs are so specialized that they cannot live apart from one another. Nearly 20,000 species of fungus are known to occur only as obligate members of a lichen symbiosis. Others have the capacity to live freely yet choose to join an alga to become a lichen. Scientists are interested in how the marriage of alga and fungus occurs, and so they've tried to identify the factors that induce two species to live as one. But when researchers put the two together in the laboratory and provide them with ideal conditions for both alga and fungus, they gave each other the cold shoulder and proceeded to live separate lives, in the same culture dish, like the most platonic of roommates. The scientists were puzzled and began to tinker with the habitat, altering one factor and then another, but still no lichen. It was only when they severely curtailed the resources, when they created harsh and stressful conditions, that the two would turn toward each other and begin to cooperate. Only with severe need did the hyphae curl around the alga, only when the alga was stressed did it welcome the advances. When times are easy and there's plenty to go around, individual species can go it alone. But when conditions are harsh and life is tenuous, it takes a team sworn to reciprocity to keep life going forward. In a world of scarcity, interconnection and mutual aid become critical for survival. So say the lichens. Lichens are opportunistic, making efficient use of resources when they're available and otherwise happily doing without. Most of the time when you encounter Umbilicaria it is as crisp and dry as a dead leaf, but it's far from deceased. It is only waiting, empowered with a remarkable physiology to endure drought. Like the mosses with whom it shares the rocks, lichens are poikilohydric, they can photosynthesize and grow only when they are wet, but they are not able to regulate their own water balance. Their moisture content mirrors the moisture in the environment. If the rock is dry, so are they. A rain shower changes everything. The very first drops splatter hard against the rigid surface of rock tripe, which instantly changes color. The mud-brown thallus becomes sprinkled with clay-gray polka dots, the tracks of raindrops, which deepen over the next minute to sage green, like a magic picture developing before your eyes. And then, as the green spreads, the thallus begins to move as if animated by muscle, stretching and flexing as the water expands its tissue. In a matter of minutes it is transformed from a dry scab to tender green skin, as smooth as the inside of your arm. With the lichen restored, you can see how it got its other name. Where the umbilicus anchors the thallus to the rock, the soft skin is dimpled, with little wrinkles radiating about its center. It looks to all the world like a belly button. Some are such perfect little navels that you want to kiss them, like a little baby tummy. Some are kind of saggy and wrinkled, like the old woman whose belly carried those babies. Since the navel lichen grows on vertical surfaces, the top will dry out faster than the bottom, where moisture collects. When the thallus starts to dry and its edges curl up, a shallow water-holding trough forms along its lower edge. As the lichen gets older, it becomes asymmetrical, the bottom half as much as 30% longer than the upper, a legacy of lingering moisture that permitted it to keep photosynthesizing and growing after the top half was dry and still. The trough can also collect debris, the lichen equivalent of belly button lint. I lean in close and find lots of baby thalli, little brown discs about the size of a pencil eraser, scattered over the rock. This is a healthy population. These juveniles arose either from broken fragments of the parent or, because of their perfect symmetry, more likely from specialized propagules called sordia, a little package of both fungus and alga designed for joint dispersal, so they'll never be without their partners. Even the tiny thalli are dimpled with navels. How fitting that this ancient being, one of the first forms of life on the planet, should be connected to the earth by an umbilicus. The marriage of alga and fungus, umbilicaria, is the child of earth, life nourished by stone. And people are nourished by umbilicaria, as the name rock tripe suggests. Rock tripe is generally categorized as a starvation food, but it's not so bad. My students and I make a pot every summer. Each thallus may take decades to grow, so our harvest is minimal, just enough to taste. First we soak the thallus overnight in fresh water to remove the grit it has accumulated. The soaking water is poured off to leach away the powerful acids the lichen uses to eat away at the rock. Then we set it to boil for half an hour. It yields a lichen broth that is quite palatable and rich enough in protein to gel like consommé when it is chilled, tasting vaguely of rock and mushroom. The thallus itself we cut into strips that are like a chewy pasta, making a quite serviceable lichen noodle soup. Umbilicaria is often the victim of its own success. Accumulation is its undoing. Slowly the lichens build up a thin layer of debris around them, perhaps their own exfoliations, or dust, or falling needles, the flotsam of the forest. The dusting of organic matter holds the moisture that the bare rock could not hold, and gradually an accretion of soil creates a habitat for mosses and ferns. Through the laws of ecological succession, the lichens have done their work of laying the foundation for others, and now the others have come. I know a whole escarpment covered with rock tripe. Water trickles down fissures in the cliff face and the trees have closed in, making a shady paradise for mosses. The lichens colonized in an earlier day, before the forest was thick and moist. Today they look like an encampment of floppy canvas tents on the rock, some now tattered, with sagging rooflines. When I scan the oldest tripe with my hand lens, I see they are crusted over with algae and other crustose lichens like microscopic barnacles. Some have slippery green streaks where blue-green algae have made themselves at home. These epiphytes can impede the photosynthesis of the lichen by blocking out the sun. A deep pillow of hypnum moss catches my eye, vivid against the dull lichens. I move along the ledge to admire its plush contours. Sticking out from its base like a ruffle around a pillow are the edges of an umbilicaria thallus, nearly engulfed by the moss. Its time has come to an end. The lichen, in a single body, unites the two great pathways of life, the so-called grazing food chain based on the building up of beings, and the detrital food chain based on taking them apart. Producers and decomposers, the light and the darkness, the givers and receivers wrapped in each other's arms, the warp and the weft of the same blanket so closely woven that it's impossible to discern the giving from the taking. Some of Earth's oldest beings, lichens, are born from reciprocity. Our elders share the teachings that these rocks, the glacial erratics, are the oldest of grandfathers, the carriers of prophecy, and our teachers. Sometimes I go to sit among them, the proverbial navel gazer at the belly button of the world. These ancients carry teachings in the ways that they live. They remind us of the enduring power that arises from mutualism, from the sharing of the gifts carried by each species. Balanced reciprocity has enabled them to flourish under the most stressful of conditions. Their success is measured not by consumption and growth, but by graceful longevity and simplicity, by persistence while the world changed around them. It is changing now. While lichens can sustain humans, people have not returned the favor of caring for lichens. Umbilicaria, like many lichens, is highly sensitive to air pollution. When you find umbilicaria, you know you're breathing the purest air. Atmospheric contaminants like sulfur dioxide and ozone will kill it outright. Pay attention when it departs. Indeed, whole species and entire ecosystems are vanishing before our eyes in the vanguard of accelerating climate chaos. At the same time, other habitats are on the rise. Melting glaciers are exposing land where it has not been seen for millennia. At the edge of the ice, newly scraped land is emerging, a jumble of rocky till, harsh and cold. Umbilicaria is known to be among the first to colonize post-glacial forelands today, just as it did when the earth was raw and bare, 10,000 years ago, another era of great climate change. Our indigenous herbalists say to pay attention when plants come to you, they're bringing you something you need to learn. For millennia, these lichens have held the responsibility of building up life, and in an eye blink of Earth's history we have set about undermining their work to usher in a time of great environmental stress, a barrenness of our own making. I suspect that lichens will endure. We could, too, if we listen to their teachings. If not, I imagine Umbilicaria will cover the rocky ruins of our time long after our delusions of separateness have relegated us to the fossil record, a ruffled green skin adorning the crumbling halls of power. Rock tripe, oak leaf lichen, navel lichen. I'm told that Umbilicaria is known in Asia by another name, the ear of the stone. In this almost silent place I imagine them listening. To the wind, to a hermit thrush, to thunder. To our wildly growing hunger. Ear of stone, will you hear our anguish when we understand what we have done? The harsh post-glacial world in which you began may well become our own unless we listen to the wisdom carried in the mutualistic marriage of your bodies. Redemption lives in knowing that you might also hear our hymns of joy when we too marry ourselves to the earth. Old-growth children, we're chatting like vireos as we hike with long, easy strides through rolling stands of dug fir. Then, at some invisible boundary, the temperature drops in a cool breath and we descend into a basin. The conversation halts. Fluted trunks rise from a lawn of deep moss green, their canopies lost in the hanging mist that suffuses the forest with hazy silver twilight. Strewn with huge logs and clumps of ferns, the forest floor is a featherbed of needles dappled with sun flecks. Light streams through holes over the heads of young trees while their grandmothers loom in shadows, great buttressed trunks 8 feet in diameter. You want to be quiet in instinctive deference to the cathedral hush and because nothing you could possibly say would add a thing. But it wasn't always quiet here. Girls were here, laughing and chatting while their grandmas sat nearby with singing sticks, supervising. A long scar runs up the tree across the way, a dull gray arrow of missing bark tapering off among the first branches, 30 feet up. The one who took this strip would have backed away, up the hill behind her, with the bark ribbon grasped in her hands, pulling until it tore loose. In those days the ancient Rhine forests spread from northern California to southeastern Alaska in a band between the mountains and the sea. Here is where the fog drips. Here is where the moisture-laden air from the Pacific rises against the mountains to produce upward of 100 inches of rain a year, watering an ecosystem rivaled nowhere else on Earth. The biggest trees in the world. Trees that were born before Columbus sailed. And trees are just the beginning. The numbers of species of mammals, birds, amphibians, wildflowers, ferns, mosses, lichens, fungi, and insects are staggering. It's hard to write without running out of superlatives, for these were among the greatest forests on Earth, forests peopled with centuries of past lives, enormous logs and snags that foster more life after their death than before. The canopy is a multilayered sculpture of vertical complexity from the lowest moss on the forest floor to the wisps of lichen hanging high in the treetops, ragged and uneven from the gaps produced by centuries of wind throw, disease, and storms. This seeming chaos belies the tideweb of interconnections between them all, stitched with filaments of fungi, silk of spiders, and silver threads of water. Alone is a word without meaning in this forest. Native peoples of the coastal Pacific Northwest made rich livelihoods here for millennia, living with one foot in the forest and one on the shore, gathering the abundance of both. This is the rainy land of salmon, of wintergreen conifers, huckleberries, and sword fern. This is the land of the tree of ample hips and full baskets, the one known in the Salish languages as maker of rich women, as mother cedar. No matter what the people needed, the cedar was ready to give, from cradleboard to coffin, holding the people. In this wet climate, where everything is on its way back to decay, rot-resistant cedar is the ideal material. The wood is easily worked and buoyant. The huge, straight trunks practically offer themselves for seagoing craft that could carry 20 paddlers. And everything that was carried in those canoes was also the gift of cedar: paddles, fishing floats, nets, ropes, arrows, and harpoons. The paddlers even wore hats and capes of cedar, warm and soft against the wind and rain. Along the creeks and bottomlands, the women sang their way down well-worn trails to find just the right tree for each purpose. Whatever they needed they asked for respectfully, and for whatever they received they offered prayers and gifts in return. Notching a wedge in the bark of a middle-aged tree, the women could peel off a ribbon a hand's width wide and 25 feet long. Harvesting bark from just a fraction of the tree's circumference, they ensured that the damage would heal over without ill effect. The dried strips were then beaten to separate the many layers, yielding inner bark with a satiny softness and a glossy sheen. A long process of shredding bark with a deer bone yielded a pile of fluffy cedar wool. Newborn babies were delivered into a nest of this fleece. The wool could also be woven into warm, durable clothing and blankets. A family sat on woven mats of outer bark, slept on cedar beds, and ate from cedar dishes. Every part of the tree was used. The ropey branches were split for tools, baskets, and fish traps. Dug and cleaned, cedar's long roots were peeled and split into a fine, strong fiber that is woven into the famous conical hats and ceremonial headgear that signify the identity of the one beneath the brim. During the famously cold and rainy winters, with a perpetual twilight of fog, who lit the house? Who warmed the house? From bough drill to tinder to fire, it was Mother Cedar. When sickness came, the people turned again to her. Every part is medicine for the body, from the flat sprays of foliage to the flexible branches to the roots, and throughout there is powerful spiritual medicine as well. Traditional teachings recount that the power of cedars is so great and so fluid that it can flow into a worthy person who leans back into the embrace of her trunk. When death came, so came the cedar coffin. The first and last embrace of a human being was in the arms of Mother Cedar. Just as old-growth forests are richly complex, so too were the old-growth cultures that arose at their feet. Some people equate sustainability with a diminished standard of living, but the Aboriginal people of the coastal old-growth forests were among the wealthiest in the world. Wise use and care for a huge variety of marine and forest resources allowed them to avoid overexploiting any one of them, while extraordinary art, science, and architecture flowered in their midst. Rather than to greed, prosperity here gave rise to the great potlatch tradition in which material goods were ritually given away, a direct reflection of the generosity of the land to the people. Wealth meant having enough to give away, social status elevated by generosity. The cedars taught how to share wealth, and the people learned. Scientists know Mother Cedar as Thuja plicata, the western red cedar. One of the venerable giants of the ancient forests, they reach heights of 200 feet. They are not the tallest, but their enormous buttressed waistlines can be 50 feet in circumference, rivaling the girth of the redwoods. The bole tapers from the fluted base, sheathed in bark the color of driftwood. Her branches are graceful and drooping with tips that swoop upward like a bird in flight, each branch like a frond of green feathers. Looking closely, you can see the tiny overlapping leaves that shingle each twig. The species epithet plicata refers to their folded, braided appearance. The tight weave and golden green sheen make the leaves look like tiny braids of sweetgrass, as if the tree itself was woven of kindness. Cedar unstintingly provided for the people, who responded with gratitude and reciprocity. Today, when cedar is mistaken for a commodity from the lumberyard, the idea of gift is almost lost. What can we who recognize the debt possibly give back? The blackberries clawed at Franz Dalp's sleeves as he forced himself through the bramble. Salmonberry grabbing an ankle threatened to pull him down the nearly vertical hill, but you can't fall far before the thicket, 8 feet tall, will trap you like Brer Rabbit in the briar patch. You lose any sense of direction in the tangle, the only way is up, toward the ridgetop. Clearing trail is the first step. Nothing else is possible without access, so he pressed on, machete swinging. Tall and lean in field pants and the tall rubber work boots that are endemic in this muddy, thorny terrain, he wore a black baseball cap pulled low. With artist's hands in worn work gloves, he was a man who knew how to sweat. That night he wrote in his journal, "This is work I should have started in my 20s, not my mid-50s. All afternoon he lopped and slashed away toward the ridge, hacking blindly through the brush, his rhythm broken only by the clang of the blade off an obstacle hidden in the brambles, a huge old log, shoulder-high, cedar by the looks of it. They were only milling Douglas fir in those early days, so they left the other trees to rot. Only thing is, cedar doesn't rot, it can last for 100 years on the forest floor, maybe more. This one was a remnant of the missing forest, left over from the first cut more than a century ago. It was too big to cut through and a long way around, so Franz just created another bend in the trail. Today, now that the old cedars are nearly gone, people want them. They scrounge old clear-cuts for the logs that were left behind. Shake bolting, they call it, turning old logs into high-priced cedar shakes. The grain is so straight the shakes split right off. It's amazing to think that, within the lifetime of those old trees on the ground, they have gone from being revered to being rejected to nearly being eliminated, and then somebody looked up and noticed they were gone and wanted them again. My tool of preference was a cutter mattock, commonly known in this area as a maddox, Franz wrote. With this sharp edge, he could chop roots and grade trail, defeating, if briefly, the march of the vine maples. It took several more days of wrangling impenetrable brush to break through to the ridgetop, where a view of Mary's Peak was the reward. I remember the exhilaration as we reached a certain point and savored our accomplishment. Also the days when, with the slopes and the weather contributing mightily to the feeling that everything had gotten out of hand and we just fell down laughing. Franz's journals record his impressions of the view from the ridge, across a crazy quilt landscape, the panorama broken up into forestry management units, polygons of dead brown and mottled patches of gray and green next to dense plantations of young dug fir like sections of manicured lawn in squares and wedges, all broken up like shards of shattered glass on the mountain. Only at the top of Mary's Peak, within the boundaries of a preserve, is there a continuous span of forest, rough-textured and multi-hued from a distance, the signature of the old-growth forest, the forest that used to be. My work grew out of a deeply experienced sense of loss, he wrote, the loss of what should be here. When the Coast Range was first opened to logging in the 1880s, the trees were so big 300 feet tall and 50 feet around that the bosses didn't know what to do with them. Eventually 2 poor sods were told to man the misery whip, a thin, 2-man crosscut saw that they pulled for weeks to fell the behemoths. These were the trees that built the cities of the West, which grew and then demanded even more. They said in those days, you could never cut all the old growth. About the time the chainsaws last growled on these slopes, Franz was planting apple trees and thinking of cider, with his wife and kids on a farm hours away. A father, a young professor of economics, he was investing in home economics, his dream of an Oregon homestead, embedded in the forest, like the one he grew up on, and where he would stay forever. Unknown to him, while he was raising cows and kids, the blackberries got started in the full sun above what would become his new land on Shotpouch Creek. They were doing their work of covering the stump farm and rusting remnants of logging chains, wheels, and rails. The salmonberries mingled their thorns with the rolls of barbed wire while moss reupholstered the old couch in the gully. While his marriage was eroding and running downhill on the home farm, so was the soil at Shotpouch. The alders came to try to hold it in place, and then the maples. This was a land whose native language was conifer but now spoke only the slang of leggy hardwoods. Its dream of itself as groves of cedar and fir was gone, lost under the unrelenting chaos of brush. Straight and slow has little chance against fast and thorny. When he drove away from the farm intended for till death do us part, the woman waving goodbye said, I hope that your next dream turns out better than your last. In his journal he wrote that he made the mistake of visiting the farm after it was sold. The new owners had cut it all. I sat among the stumps and the swirling red dust and I cried. When I moved to Shotpouch after leaving the farm, I realized that making a new home required more than building a cabin or planting an apple tree. It required some healing for me and for the land. And so it was that a wounded man moved to live on wounded land at Shotpouch Creek. This patch of land was in the heart of the Oregon Coast Range, the same mountains where his grandfather had made a hardscrabble homestead. Old family photos show a rough cabin and grim faces, surrounded by nothing but stumps. He wrote, "These 40 acres were to be my retreat, my escape to the wild." But this was no pristine wilderness. The place he chose was near a spot on the map called Burnt Woods. Scalped woods would have been more apt. The land was raised by a series of clear cuts, first the venerable old forest and then its children. No sooner had the firs grown back than the loggers came for them again. After land is clear cut, everything changes. Sunshine is suddenly abundant. The soil has been broken open by logging equipment, raising its temperature and exposing mineral soil beneath the humus blanket. The clock of ecological succession has been reset, the alarm buzzing loudly. Forest ecosystems have tools for dealing with massive disturbance, evolved from a history of blowdown, landslide, and fire. The early successional plant species arrive immediately and get to work on damage control. These plants, known as opportunistic, or pioneer, species, have adaptations that allow them to thrive after disturbance. Because resources like light and space are plentiful, they grow quickly. A patch of bare ground around here can disappear in a few weeks. Their goal is to grow and reproduce as fast as possible, so they don't bother themselves with making trunks but rather madly invest in leaves, and more leaves born on the flimsiest of stems. The key to success is to get more of everything than your neighbor, and to get it faster. That life strategy works when resources seem to be infinite. But pioneer species, not unlike pioneer humans, require cleared land, hard work, individual initiative, and numerous children. In other words, the window of opportunity for opportunistic species is short. Once trees arrive on the scene, the pioneers' days are numbered, so they use their photosynthetic wealth to make babies that will be carried by birds to the next clear cut. As a result, many are berry makers: salmonberry, elderberry, huckleberry, blackberry. The pioneers produce a community based on the principles of unlimited growth, sprawl, and high energy consumption, sucking up resources as fast as they can, wresting land from others through competition, and then moving on. When resources begin to run short, as they always will, cooperation and strategies that promote stability, strategies perfected by rainforest ecosystems, will be favored by evolution. The breadth and depth of these reciprocal symbioses are especially well developed in old-growth forests, which are designed for the long haul. Industrial forestry, resource extraction, and other aspects of human sprawl are like salmonberry thickets swallowing up land, reducing biodiversity, and simplifying ecosystems at the demand of societies always bent on having more. In 500 years we exterminated old-growth cultures and old-growth ecosystems, replacing them with opportunistic culture. Pioneer human communities, just like pioneer plant communities, have an important role in regeneration, but they are not sustainable in the long run. When they reach the edge of easy, energy, balance, and renewal are the only way forward, wherein there is a reciprocal cycle between early and late successional systems, each opening the door for the other. The old-growth forest is as stunning in its elegance of function as in its beauty. Under conditions of scarcity, there can be no frenzy of uncontrolled growth or waste of resources. The green architecture of the forest structure itself is a model of efficiency, with layers of foliage in a multilayered canopy that optimizes capture of solar energy. If we are looking for models of self-sustaining communities, we need look no further than an old-growth forest, or the old-growth cultures they raised in symbiosis with them. Franz's journals recall that when he compared the fragment of old growth he could see in the distance with the raw land at Schottouch, where the only remnant of the ancient forest was an old cedar log, he knew he had found his purpose. Displaced from his own vision of how the world should be, he vowed that he would heal this place and return it to what it was meant to be. "My goal," he wrote, "is to plant an old-growth forest." But his ambitions ranged beyond physical restoration. As Franz wrote, it is important to engage in restoration with development of a personal relationship with the land and its living things. In working with the land, he wrote of the loving relationship that grew between them, "It was as if I discovered a lost part of myself." After the garden and the fruit trees, his next goal was building a house that would honor the self-sufficiency and simplicity that he sought. His ideal had been to build the cabin from the red cedar, beautiful, fragrant, rot-resistant, and symbolic, left behind by the loggers on the slopes above. But the repeated logging had simply taken too much. So, regrettably, he had to purchase the cedar timber for the cabin, with the promise that I would plant and grow more cedar trees than would ever be cut for my use. Lightweight and highly water-repellent, sweet-smelling cedar was also the architectural choice for indigenous rainforest peoples. Cedar houses, constructed of both logs and planks, were emblematic of the region. The wood split so readily that, in skilled hands, dimensional boards could be made without a saw. Sometimes trees were felled for lumber, but planks were more often split from naturally fallen logs. Remarkably, Mother Cedar also yielded planks from her living flanks. When a line of wedges of stone or antler were pounded into a standing tree, long boards would pop from the trunk along the straight grain. The wood itself is dead supportive tissue, so the harvest of a few boards from a big tree does not risk killing the whole organism, a practice that redefines our notions of sustainable forestry, lumber produced without killing a tree. Now, however, industrial forestry dictates how the landscape is shaped and used. To own the land at Shot Pouch, which is designated as timberlands, Franz was required to register an approved forest management plan for his new property. He wryly wrote his dismay that his land was classified not as forest land, but timberland, as if the sawmill was the only possible destiny for a tree. Franz had an old-growth mind in a Doug-fir world. The Oregon Department of Forestry and the College of Forestry at Oregon State University offered Franz technical assistance, prescribing herbicides to quell the brush and replanting with genetically improved Douglas fir. If you can ensure plenty of light by eliminating understory competition, Douglas fir makes timber faster than anything else around. But Franz didn't want timber. He wanted a forest. My love of this country motivated me to purchase land at Shot Pouch, he wrote. I wanted to do right here, even if I had little idea of what right meant. To love a place is not enough. We must find ways to heal it. If he used the herbicides, the only tree that could tolerate the chemical rain was Douglas fir, and he wanted all the species to be present. He vowed to clear the brush by hand. Replanting an industrial forest is backbreaking labor. Crews of tree planters come in, progressing sideways on steep slopes with bulging sacks of seedlings. Walk 6 feet, dibble in a seedling, tamp it down. Walk 6 feet, repeat. One species. One pattern. But at that time there was no prescription for how to plant a natural forest, so Franz turned to the only teacher he had, the forest itself. Observing the locations of species in the few existing old-growth plots, he tried to replicate their patterns on his own land. Douglas fir went on sunny open slopes, hemlock on the shady aspects, and cedar on the dimly lit, wet ground. Rather than getting rid of the young stands of alder and big-leaf maple as the authorities recommended, he let them stay to do their work of rebuilding soil and planted the shade-tolerant species beneath their canopy. Every tree was marked and mapped and tended. He hand-cleared the brush that threatened to swallow them up, until back surgery eventually forced him to hire a good crew. Over time, Franz became a very good ecologist, reading his way through both the printed library and the more subtle library of texts offered by the forest itself. His goal was to match his vision for an ancient forest with the possibilities that the land provided. His journals make it clear that there were times when he doubted the wisdom of his endeavors. He recognized that no matter what he did, the land would eventually turn back to some sort of forest whether he slogged up hills with a sack of seedlings or not. Human time is not the same as forest time. But time alone is no guarantee of the old-growth forest he imagined. When the surrounding landscape is a mosaic of clear-cut and Douglas fir lawns, it is not necessarily possible for a natural forest to reassemble itself. Where would the seeds come from? Would the land be in a condition to welcome them? This last question is especially critical for the regeneration of Maker of Rich Women. Despite its huge stature, Cedar has tiny seeds, flakes wafted on the wind from delicate cones not more than half an inch long. 400,000 cedar seeds add up to a single pound. It's a good thing that the adults have a whole millennium to reseed themselves. In the profusion of growth in these forests, such a speck of life has almost no chance at all to establish a new tree. While adult trees are tolerant of the various stresses that an always changing world throws their way, the young are quite vulnerable. Red cedar grows more slowly than the other species who quickly overtop it and steal the sun, especially after a fire or logging. It is almost entirely outcompeted by species better adapted to the dry, open conditions. If red cedars do survive, despite being the most shade-tolerant of all the western species, they do not flourish but rather bide their time, waiting for a wind throw or a death to punch a hole in the shade. Given the opportunity, they climb that transient shaft of sunlight, step by step, making their way to the canopy. But most never do. Forest ecologists estimate that the window of opportunity for cedars to get started occurs perhaps only twice in a century. So at Shot Pouch, natural recolonization was out. In order to have cedars in the restored forest, Franz had to plant them. Given all cedar's traits: slow growth, poor competitive ability, susceptibility to browsing, wildly improbable seedling establishment, one would expect it to be a rare species. But it's not. One explanation is that while cedars can't compete well on uplands, they thrive with wet feet in alluvial soils, swamps, and water edges that other species can't stand. Their favorite habitat provides them with a refuge from competition. Accordingly, Franz carefully selected creekside areas and planted them thickly with cedar. The unique chemistry of cedar endows it with both life-saving and tree-saving medicinal properties. Rich with many highly antimicrobial compounds, it is especially resistant to fungi. Northwest forests, like any ecosystem, are susceptible to outbreaks of disease, the most significant of which is laminated root rot caused by the native fungus Felinus wearii. While this fungus can be fatal for Douglas firs, hemlock, and other trees, the red cedars are blessedly immune. When root rot strikes the others, the cedars are poised to fill in the empty gaps, freed of competition. The tree of life survives in patches of death. After years of working alone to keep the cedar thriving, Franz found someone who shared his notion of a good time, planting trees and chopping salmonberry. Franz's first date with Dawn was on the ridge top at Shot Pouch. Over the following 11 years, they planted more than 13,000 trees and created a network of trails with names that reflect intimacy with their 40 acres. Forest Service lands are often named something like Management Unit 361. At Shot Pouch, more evocative place names are penned on the hand-drawn trail map of the property: Glass Canyon, Viney Glen, Cow Hip Dip. Even individual trees, remnants of the original forest, are named: Angry Maple, Spider Tree, Broken Top. One word appears on the map more than any other: Cedar Springs, Cedar Rest, Sacred Cedar, Cedar Family. Cedar family is especially evocative of how cedar often lives in family-like groves. Perhaps in compensation for its difficulty in sprouting from seed, cedar is a champion at vegetative reproduction. Almost any part of the tree that rests on wet ground can take root, in a process known as layering. The low swooping foliage may send roots into moist beds of moss. The flexible branches themselves can initiate new trees even after they're cut from the tree. Native peoples probably tended the cedar groves by propagating them in this way. Even a young cedar that has tipped over or been flattened by hungry elk will reorient its branches and start over. The Aboriginal names for the tree, Long Life Maker and Tree of Life, are appropriately bestowed. One of the most touching place names on Franz's map is a spot he called Old Growth Children. To plant trees is an act of faith. 13,000 acts of faith live on this land. Franz studied and planted, making a lot of mistakes and learning as he went. Franz wrote, "I was a temporary steward of this land. I was its caretaker. More accurately, I was its caregiver. The devil was in the details, and the devil presented details at every turn. he observed the reaction of the old-growth children to their habitats and then tried to remedy whatever ailed them. Reforestation took on the flavor of tending a garden. This was a forestry of intimacy. When I am on the land, it is very hard to keep from messing around. Planting one more tree, cutting a limb. Transplanting what has already been planted to a more favorable spot. I call it anticipatory redistributive naturalization. Don calls it tinkering. Sita's generosity extends not only to people, but to many other forest dwellers as well. Its tender, low-hanging foliage is among deer and elk's favorite food. You'd think that seedlings hidden under the canopies of everything else would be camouflaged, but they are so palatable that the herbivores hunt them out as if they were hidden chocolate bars. And because they grow so slowly, they remain vulnerable at deer height for a long time. The unknowns pervading my work were as pervasive as shade in the forest, Franz wrote. His plan to grow cedars on the stream banks was a good one, except that's where the beavers also live. Who knew that they eat cedar for dessert? His cedar nurseries were gnawed to oblivion. So he planted them again, this time with a fence. The wildlife just snickered. Thinking like a forest, he then planted a thicket of willow, beaver's favorite meal, along the creek, hoping to distract them from his cedars. I definitely should have met with a council of mice, boomers, bobcats, porcupines, beaver, and deer before I started this experiment, he wrote. Many of these cedars today are gangly teens, all limbs and floppy leader, not yet grown into themselves. Nibbled by deer and elk, they become even more awkward. Under the tangle of vine maple they struggle toward light, reaching an arm here, a branch there. But their time is coming. After completing the final plantings, Franz wrote, I may heal the land. Yet I have little doubt of the direction that the real benefits flow. An element of reciprocity is the rule here. What I give, I receive in return. Here on the slopes of Shotpouch Valley, I have been engaged less in a personal forestry of restoration than in a forestry of personal restoration. In restoring the land, I restore myself. Maker of rich women, there is truth in her name. She made Franz rich, too, with the wealth of seeing his vision alive in the world, of giving a gift to the future that only grows more beautiful with time. Of Shotpouch he wrote, this was an exercise in personal forestry. But it was also an exercise in the creation of personal art. I could have been painting a landscape or composing a cycle of songs. The exercise in finding the right distribution of trees feels like revising a poem. Given my lack of technical expertise, I could not reconcile myself to the title of forester, but I could live with the idea that I am a writer who works in the forest. And with the forest. A writer who practices the art of forestry and writes in trees. The practice of forestry may be changing, but I am unaware of any instances where proficiency in the arts is sought as a professional qualification by timber companies or schools of forestry. Perhaps that is what we need. Artists as foresters. In his years on this plot, he watched the watershed start to heal from a long history of damage. His journal describes a time travel visit to Shotpouch 150 years in the future, when the venerable cedars have captured the landscape where an alder thicket once stood. But he knew that, in the present, his 40 acres were just a seedling, and a vulnerable one at that. Meeting his goal would require many more careful hands and hearts and minds too. Through his art on the land and on the page, he had to help shift people toward the worldview of old-growth cultures, a renewal of relationship to land. Old-growth cultures, like old-growth forests, have not been exterminated. The land holds their memory and the possibility of regeneration. They are not only a matter of ethnicity or history, but of relationships born out of reciprocity between land and people. Franz showed that you can plant an old-growth forest, but he also envisioned the propagation of an old-growth culture, a vision of the world, whole and healed. To further this vision, Franz Co. created the Spring Creek Project, whose challenge is to bring together the practical wisdom of the environmental sciences, the clarity of philosophical analysis and the creative, expressive power of the written word, to find new ways to understand and reimagine our relation to the natural world. His notion of foresters as artists and poets as ecologists takes root in the forest and in the cozy cedar cabin at Shot Pouch. It has become a place of inspiration and solitude for writers who could be the restoration ecologists of relationship. Writers who could be like birds in a thicket of salmonberry, carrying seeds to a wounded land, making it ready for renewal of old-growth culture. The cabin is a gathering spot for fertile collaborations among artists, scientists, and philosophers, whose works are then expressed in a dazzling array of cultural events. His inspiration has become a nurse log for the inspiration of others. 10 years, 13,000 trees, and countless inspired scientists and artists later, he wrote, I had confidence now that when it came time for me to rest, I could step aside and let others pass upon a path to a very special place. To a forest of giant fir, cedar, and hemlock, to the ancient forest that was. He was right, and many have followed the path he blazed from weedy brambles to old-growth children. Franz Dahl passed away in 2004 in a collision with a paper mill truck on his way to Shot Pouch Creek. Outside the door of his cabin, the circle of young cedars look like women in green shawls, beaded with raindrops catching the light, graceful dancers in feathery fringe that sways with their steps. They spread their branches wide, opening the circle, inviting us to be part of the dance of regeneration. Clumsy at first, from generations of sitting on the sidelines, we stumble until we find the rhythm. We know these steps from deep memory, handed down from Skywoman, reclaiming our responsibility as co-creators. Here in a homemade forest, poets, writers, scientists, foresters, shovels, seeds, elk, and alder join in the circle with Mother Cedar, dancing the old-growth children into being. We're all invited. Pick up a shovel and join the dance. Witness to the rain. This Oregon rain, at the start of winter, falls steadily in sheets of gray, unimpeded, making a gentle hiss. You'd think that rain falls equally over the land, but it doesn't. The rhythm and the tempo change markedly from place to place. In a tangle of salal and Oregon grape, the rain strikes rat-a-tat-tat on the hard, shiny leaves, the snare drum of sclerophylls. Rhododendron leaves, broad and flat, receive the rain with a smack that makes the leaves bounce and rebound, dancing in the downpour. Beneath a massive hemlock, the drops are fewer and the craggy trunk knows rain as dribbles down its furrows. On bare soil the rain splats on the clay while fir needles swallow it up with an audible gulp. In contrast, the fall of rain on moss is nearly silent. I kneel among them, sinking into their softness to watch and to listen. The drops are so quick that my eye is always chasing, but not catching, their arrival. At last, by narrowing my gaze to just a single frond, I can see it. The impact bows the shoot downward, but the drop itself vanishes. It is soundless. There is no drip or splash, but I can see the front of water move, darkening the stem as it is drunk in, silently dissipating among the tiny shingled leaves. Most other places I know, water is a discrete entity. It is hemmed in by well-defined boundaries, loch shores, stream banks, the great rocky coastline. You can stand at its edge and say this is water and this is land. Those fish and those tadpoles are of the water realm, these trees, these mosses, and these four-leggeds are creatures of the land. But here in these misty forests those edges seem to blur, with rain so fine and constant as to be indistinguishable from air and cedars wrapped with clouds so dense that only their outlines emerge. Water doesn't seem to make a clear distinction between gaseous phase and liquid. The air merely touches a leaf or a tendril of my hair and suddenly a drop appears. Even the river, Lookout Creek, doesn't respect clear boundaries. It tumbles and slides down its main channel, where a dipper rides between pools. But Fred Swanson, a hydrologist here at the Andrews Experimental Forest, has told me stories of another stream, an invisible shadow of Lookout Creek, the hyperhike flow. This is the water that moves under the stream, in cobble beds and old sandbars. It edges up the toe slope to the forest, a wide unseen river that flows beneath the eddies and the splash. A deep invisible river, known to roots and rocks, the water and the land intimate beyond our knowing. It is hyper-high flow that I'm listening for. Wandering along the banks of Lookout Creek, I lean up against an old cedar with my back nestled in its curves and try to imagine the currents below. But all I sense is water dripping down my neck. Every branch is weighed down with mossy curtains of isothecium and droplets hang from the tangled ends, just as they hang from my hair. When I bend my head over, I can see them both. But the droplets on isothecium are far bigger than the drops on my bangs. In fact, the drops of moss water seem larger than any I know, and they hang, swelling and pregnant with gravity, far longer than the drops on me, or on twigs or bark. They dangle and rotate, reflecting the entire forest and a woman in a bright yellow slicker. I'm not sure I can trust what I'm seeing. I wish I had a set of calipers, so that I could measure the drops of moss water and see if they really are bigger. Surely all drops are created equal. I don't know, so I take refuge in the play of the scientists spinning out hypotheses. Perhaps the high humidity around moss makes the drops last longer? Maybe in residence among mosses, raindrops absorb some property that increases their surface tension, making them stronger against the pull of gravity? Perhaps it is just an illusion, like how the full moon looks so much bigger at the horizon. Does the diminutive scale of the moss leaves make the drops appear larger? Maybe they want to show off their sparkle just a little longer? After hours in the penetrating rain, I am suddenly damp and chilled, and the path back to the cabin is a temptation. I could so easily retreat to tea and dry clothes, but I cannot pull myself away. However alluring the thought of warmth, there is no substitute for standing in the rain to waken every senses that are muted within four walls, where my attention would be on me instead of all that is more than me. Inside looking out, I could not bear the loneliness of being dry in a wet world. Here in the rainforest, I don't want to just be a bystander to rain, passive and protected. I want to be part of the downpour, to be soaked, along with the dark humus that squishes underfoot. I wish that I could stand like a shaggy cedar with rain seeping into my bark, that water could dissolve the barrier between us. I want to feel what the cedars feel and know what they know. But I am not a cedar and I am cold. Surely there are places where the warm-blooded among us take refuge. There must be niches here and there where the rain does not reach. I try to think like a squirrel and find them. I poke my head into an undercut bank by the stream, but its back wall runs with rivulets. No shelter there, nor in the hollow of a tree fall where I hoped the upturned roots would slow the rain. A spider web hangs between two dangling roots. Even this is filled, a silken hammock cradling a spoonful of water. My hopes rise where the vine maples are bent low to form a moss-draped dome. I push aside the isothecium curtain and stoop to enter the tiny dark room, roofed with layers of moss. It's quiet and windless, just big enough for one. The light comes through the moss-woven roof like pinprick stars, but so do the drips. As I walk back to the trail, a giant log blocks the way. It has fallen from the toe slope out into the river, where its branches drag in the rising current. Its top rests on the opposite shore. Going under looks easier than going over, so I drop to my hands and knees. And here I find my dry place. The ground mosses are brown and dry, the soil soft and powdery. The log makes a roof overhead more than a meter wide in the wedge-shaped space where the slope falls away to the stream. I can stretch out my legs, the slope angle perfectly accommodating the length of my back. I let my head rest in a dry nest of hylocomium moss and sigh in contentment. My breath forms a cloud above me, up where brown tufts of moss still cling to the furrowed bark, embroidered with spiderwebs and wisps of lichen that haven't seen the sun since this tree became a log. This log, inches above my face, weighs many tons. All that keeps it from seeking its natural angle of repose on my chest is a hinge of fractured wood at the stump and cracked branches propped on the other side of the stream. It could loose those bonds at any moment. But given the fast tempo of raindrops and the slow tempo of tree falls, I feel safe in the moment. The pace of my resting and the pace of its falling run on different clocks. Time as objective reality has never made much sense to me. It's what happens that matters. How can minutes and years, devices of our own creation, mean the same thing to gnats and to cedars? 200 years is young for the trees whose tops this morning are hung with mist. It's an eye blink of time for the river and nothing at all for the rocks. The rocks and the river and these very same trees are likely to be here in another 200 years, if we take good care. As for me, and that chipmunk, and the cloud of gnats milling in a shaft of sunlight, we will have moved on. If there is meaning in the past and in the imagined future, it is captured in the moment. When you have all the time in the world, you can spend it, not on going somewhere, but on being where you are. So I stretch out, close my eyes, and listen to the rain. The cushiony moss keeps me warm and dry, and I roll over on my elbow to look out on the wet world. The drops fall heavily on a patch of Neum insigne, right at eye level. This moss stands upright, nearly 2 inches tall. The leaves are broad and rounded, like a fig tree in miniature. One leaf among the many draws my eye because of its long tapered tip, so unlike the rounded edges of the others. The thread-like tip of the leaf is moving, animated in a most unplant-like fashion. The thread seems firmly anchored to the apex of the moss leaf, an extension of its pellucid green. But the tip is circling, waving in the air as if it is searching for something. Its motion reminds me of the way inchworms will rise up on their hind sucker feet and wave their long bodies about until they encounter the adjacent twig, to which they then attach their forelegs, release the back, and arch across the gulf of empty space. But this is no many-legged caterpillar, it is a shiny green filament, a moss thread, lit from within like a fiber-optic element. As I watch, the wandering thread touches upon a leaf just millimeters away. It seems to tap several times at the new leaf and then, as if reassured, stretches itself out across the gap. It holds like a taut green cable, more than doubling its initial length. For just a moment, the two mosses are bridged by the shining green thread, and then green light flows like a river across the bridge and vanishes, lost in the greenness of the moss. Is that not grace to see an animal made of green light and water, a mere thread of a being who like me has gone walking in the rain? Down by the river, I stand and listen. The sound of individual raindrops is lost in the foaming white rush and smooth glide over rock. If you didn't know better, you might not recognize raindrops and rivers as kin, so different are the particular and the collective. I lean over a still pool, reach in my hand, and let the drops fall from my fingers, just to be sure. Between the forest and the stream lies a gravel bar, a jumble of rocks swept down from high mountains in a river-changing flood last decade. Willows and alders, brambles and moss have taken hold there, but this too shall pass, says the river. Alder leaves lie fallen on the gravel, their drying edges upturned to form leafy cups. Rainwater has pooled in several, and it is stained red-brown like tea from the tannins leached from the leaf. Strands of lichen lie scattered among them where the wind has torn them free. Suddenly I see the experiment I need to test my hypothesis. The materials are neatly laid out before me. I find 2 strands of lichen, equal in size and length, and blot them on my flannel shirt inside my raincoat. One strand I place in the leaf cup of red alder tea, the other I soak in a pool of pure rainwater. Slowly I lift them both up, side by side, and watch the droplets form at the ends of the strands. Sure enough, they are different. The plain water forms small, rapid drops that seem in a hurry to let go. But the droplets steeped in alder water grow large and heavy, and then hang for a long moment before gravity pulls them away. I feel the grin spreading over my face with the aha moment. There are different kinds of drops, depending on the relationship between the water and the plant. If tannin-rich alder water increases the size of the drops, might not water seeping through a long curtain of moss also pick up tannins, making the big strong drops I thought I was seeing? One thing I've learned in the woods is that there is no such thing as random. Everything is steeped in meaning, colored by relationships, one thing with another. Where new gravel meets old shore, a still pool has formed beneath the overhanging trees. Cut off from the main channel, it fills from the rise of high flow, the water rising from below to fill the shallow basin where summer's daisies look surprised to be submerged 2 feet deep now that the rains have come. In summer this pool was a flowery swale, now a sunken meadow that tells of the river's transition from low, braided channel to the full banks of winter. It is a different river in August than in October. You'd have to stand here a long time to know them both. And even longer to know the river that was here before the coming of the gravel bar, and the river that will be after it leaves. Perhaps we cannot know the river. But what about the drops? I stand for a long time by the still backwater pool and listen. It is a mirror for the falling rain and is textured all over by the fine and steady fall. I strain to hear only rain whisper among the many sounds, and find that I can. It arrives with a high sprinkly sound, a sure so light that it only blurs the glassy surface but does not disrupt the reflection. The pool is overhung with branches of vine maple reaching from the shore, a low spray of hemlock, and, from the gravel bar, alder stems inclining over the edge. Water falls from these trees into the pool, each to its own rhythm. The hemlock makes a rapid pulse. Water collects on every needle but travels to the branch tips before falling, running to the drip line, where it releases in a steady pit, 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 drawing a dotted line in the water below. Maple stems shed their water much differently. The drips from maple are big and heavy. I watch them form and then plummet to the surface of the pool. They hit with such force that the drop makes a deep and hollow sound. Bloink. The rebound causes the water to jump from the surface, so it looks as if it were erupting from below. There are sporadic bloinks beneath the maples. Why is this drop so different from the hemlock drips? I step in close to watch the way that water moves on maple. The drops don't form just anywhere along the stem. They arise mostly where past year's bud scars have formed a tiny ridge. The rainwater sheets over the smooth green bark and gets dammed up behind the wall of the bud scar. It swells and gathers until it tops the little dam and spills over, tumbling in a massive drop to the water below. Bloink. Sshhhhh from rain, pit 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 from hemlock, bloink from maple, and lastly pop of falling alder water. Alder drops make a slow music. It takes time for fine rain to traverse the scabrous rough surface of an alder leaf. The drops aren't as big as maple drops, not enough to splash, but the pop ripples the surface and sends out concentric rings. I close my eyes and listen to the voices of the rain. The reflecting surface of the pool is textured with their signatures, each one different in pace and resonance. Every drip it seems is changed by its relationship with life, whether it encounters moss or maple or fir bark or my hair. And we think of it as simply rain, as if it were one thing, as if we understood it. I think that moss knows rain better than we do, and so do maples. Maybe there is no such thing as rain, there are only raindrops, each with its own story. Listening to rain, time disappears. If time is measured by the period between events, alder drip time is different from maple drip. This forest is textured with different kinds of time, as the surface of the pool is dimpled with different kinds of rain. Fir needles fall with the high-frequency hiss of rain, branches fall with the bloink of big drops, and trees fall with a rare but thunderous thud. Rare, unless you measure time like a river. And we think of it as simply time, as if it were one thing, as if we understood it. Maybe there is no such thing as time, there are only moments, each with its own story. I can see my face reflected in a dangling drop. The fisheye lens gives me a giant forehead and tiny ears. I suppose that's the way we humans are, thinking too much and listening too little. Paying attention acknowledges that we have something to learn from intelligences other than our own. Listening, standing witness, creates an openness to the world in which the boundaries between us can dissolve in a raindrop. The drop swells on the tip of a cedar and I catch it on my tongue like a blessing. Burning sweetgrass. A sweetgrass braid is burned to create a ceremonial smudge that washes the recipient in kindness and compassion to heal the body and the spirit. Wendigo footprints in the winter brilliance, the only sounds are the rub of my jacket against itself, the soft plump of my snowshoes, the rifle-shot crack of trees bursting their hearts in the freezing temperatures, and the beating of my own heart, pumping hot blood to fingers still tingling in double mittens. In the break between squalls, the sky is painfully blue. The snowfields sparkle below like shattered glass. This last storm has sculpted the drifts like surf on a frozen sea. Earlier, my tracks were filled with pink and yellow shadows, now they deepen to blue in the fading light. I walk alongside fox tracks, vole tunnels, and a bright red spatter in the snow framed by the imprint of hawk wings. Everybody's hungry. When the wind picks up again I can smell more snow coming, and within minutes the squall line roars over the treetops, carrying flakes like a gray curtain blowing straight at me. I turn to get to shelter before full dark, retracing my steps, which have already begun to fill. When I look more closely I can see that inside each of my tracks is another print that is not my tread. I scan the growing darkness for a figure, but the snow is too heavy to see. The trees thrash beneath racing clouds. A howl rises behind me. Maybe it's just the wind. It is on nights like this that the Wendigo is afoot. You can hear its unearthly shrieks as it hunts through the blizzard. The Wendigo is the legendary monster of our Anishinaabe people, the villain of a tale told on freezing nights in the North Woods. You can feel it lurking behind you, a being in the shape of an outsized man, 10 feet tall, with frost-white hair hanging from its shaking body. With arms like tree trunks, feet as big as snowshoes, it travels easily through the blizzards of the hungry time, stalking us. The hideous stench of its carrion breath poisons the clean scent of snow as it pants behind us. Yellow fangs hang from its mouth that is raw where it has chewed off its lips from hunger. Most telling of all, its heart is made of ice. Wendigo stories were told around the fire to scare children into safe behavior lest this Ojibwe boogeyman make a meal of them. Or worse. This monster is no bear or howling wolf, no natural beast. Wendigos are not born, they are made. The Wendigo is a human being who has become a cannibal monster. Its bite will transform victims into cannibals too. When I come in from the rising blizzard and peel off my ice-kitted clothes, there is a fire in the wood stove and a simmering pot of stew. It wasn't always that way for our people, when the storms would bury the lodges and the food was gone. They named this time when the snow is too deep and the deer are gone and the caches are empty the hunger moon. It is the time when an elder leaves to hunt and never returns. When sucking a bone is not enough, the infants follow. After too many days, desperation is the only soup. Starvation in winter was a reality for our people, particularly in the era of the Little Ice Age when winters were especially hard and long. Some scholars suggest that Wendigo mythology also spread quickly in the time of the fur trade, when overexploitation of game brought famine to the villages. The ever-present fear of winter famine is embodied in the icy hunger and gaping maw of the Wendigo. As the monster shrieked on the wind, the Wendigo stories reinforced the taboo against cannibalism, when the madness of hunger and isolation rustled at the edge of winter lodges. Succumbing to such a repulsive urge doomed the gnawer of bones to wander as a Wendigo for the rest of time. It is said that the Wendigo will never enter the spirit world but will suffer the eternal pain of need, its essence a hunger that will never be sated. The more a Wendigo eats, the more ravenous it becomes. It shrieks with its craving, its mind a torture of unmet want. Consumed by consumption, it lays waste to humankind. But the Wendigo is more than just a mythic monster intended to frighten children. Creation stories offer a glimpse into the worldview of a people, of how they understand themselves, their place in the world, and the ideals to which they aspire. Likewise, the collective fears and deepest values of a people are also seen in the visage of the monsters they create. Born of our fears and our failings, Wendigo is the name for that within us which cares more for its own survival than for anything else. In terms of systems science, the Wendigo is a case study of a positive feedback loop, in which a change in one entity promotes a similar change in another, connected part of the system. In this case, an increase in Wendigo hunger causes an increase in Wendigo eating, and that increased eating promotes only more rampant hunger in an eventual frenzy of uncontrolled consumption. In the natural as well as the built environment, positive feedback leads inexorably to change, sometimes to growth, sometimes to destruction. When growth is unbalanced, however, you can't always tell the difference. Stable, balanced systems are typified by negative feedback loops, in which a change in one component incites an opposite change in another, so they balance each other out. When hunger causes increased eating, eating causes decreased hunger, satiety is possible. Negative feedback is a form of reciprocity, a coupling of forces that create balance and sustainability. Wendigo stories sought to encourage negative feedback loops in the minds of listeners. Traditional upbringing was designed to strengthen self-discipline, to build resistance against the insidious germ of taking too much. The old teachings recognized that Wendigo nature is in each of us, so the monster was created in stories, that we might learn why we should recoil from the greedy part of ourselves. This is why Anishinaabe elders like Stuart King remind us to always acknowledge the two faces, the light and the dark side of life, in order to understand ourselves. See the dark, recognize its power, but do not feed it. The beast has been called an evil spirit that devours mankind. The very word, Wendigo, according to Ojibwe scholar Basil Johnston, can be derived from roots meaning fat excess or thinking only of oneself. Writer Steve Pitt states that a Wendigo was a human whose selfishness has overpowered their self-control to the point that satisfaction is no longer possible. No matter what they call it, Johnston and many other scholars point to the current epidemic of self-destructive practices, addiction to alcohol, drugs, gambling, technology, and more as a sign that Wendigo is alive and well. In Ojibwe ethics, Pitt says, any overindulgent habit is self-destructive, and self-destruction is Wendigo. And just as Wendigo's bite is infectious, we all know too well that self-destruction drags along many more victims in our human families as well as in the more than human world. The native habitat of the Wendigo is the North Woods, but the range has expanded in the last few centuries. As Johnston suggests, multinational corporations have spawned a new breed of Wendigo that insatiably devours the Earth's resources not for need but for greed. The footprints are all around us, once you know what to look for. Our plane had to land for repairs on a short paved strip in the jungle at the heart of the Ecuadorian Amazon oil fields, a few miles from the Colombian border. We flew in over unbroken rainforest, following the river shining like a blue satin ribbon below. But the water abruptly turned black when we flew over the raw gashes of red soil marking the paths of pipelines. Our hotel was on a dirt street where dead dogs and prostitutes shared the corners under a perpetually orange sky lit by the flaring stacks. When we got the room key, the concierge told us to push a dresser against the door and not leave our rooms during the night. In the lobby was a cage of scarlet macaws, staring dully at the street, where half-naked children were begging, an AK-47s hung from the shoulders of boys no older than 12, standing guard outside the houses of the narco-traffickers. We passed the night without incident. The next morning we flew out as the sun rose over the steaming jungle. Below us was the snarling town ringed with rainbow-colored lagoons of petrochemical waste, too many to count. The footprints of the Wendigo. They're everywhere you look. They stomp in the industrial sludge of Onondaga Lake, and over a savagely clear-cut slope in the Oregon Coast Range where the earth is slumping into the river. You can see them where coal mines rip off mountaintops in West Virginia and in oil-slick footprints on the beaches of the Gulf of Mexico. A square mile of industrial soybeans. A diamond mine in Rwanda. A closet stuffed with clothes. Wendigo footprints all, they are the tracks of insatiable consumption. So many have been bitten. You can see them walking the malls, eyeing your farm for a housing development, running for Congress. We are all complicit. We've allowed the market to define what we value so that the redefined common good seems to depend on profligate lifestyles that enrich the sellers while impoverishing the soul and the earth. Cautionary Wendigo tales arose in a commons-based society where sharing was essential to survival and greed made any individual a danger to the whole. In the old times, individuals who endangered the community by taking too much for themselves were first counseled, then ostracized, and if the greed continued, they were eventually banished. The Wendigo myth may have arisen from the remembrance of the banished, doomed to wander hungry and alone, wreaking vengeance on the ones who spurned them. It is a terrible punishment to be banished from the web of reciprocity, with no one to share with you and no one for you to care for. I remember walking a street in Manhattan, where the warm light of a lavish home spilled out over the sidewalk on a man picking through the garbage for his dinner. Maybe we've all been banished to lonely corners by our obsession with private property. We've accepted banishment even from ourselves when we spend our beautiful, utterly singular lives on making more money, to buy more things that feed but never satisfy. It is the Wendigo way that tricks us into believing that belongings will fill our hunger, when it is belonging that we crave. On a grander scale, too, we seem to be living in an era of Wendigo economics of fabricated demand and compulsive overconsumption. What native peoples once sought to rein in, we are now asked to unleash in a systematic policy of sanctioned greed. The fear for me is far greater than just acknowledging the Wendigo within. The fear for me is that the world has been turned inside out, the dark side made to seem light. Indulgent self-interest that our people once held to be monstrous is now celebrated as success. We are asked to admire what our people viewed as unforgivable. The consumption-driven mindset masquerades as quality of life but eats us from within. It is as if we've been invited to a feast, but the table is laid with food that nourishes only emptiness, the black hole of the stomach that never fills. We have unleashed a monster. Ecological economists argue for reforms that would ground economics in ecological principles and the constraints of thermodynamics. They urge the embrace of the radical notion that we must sustain natural capital and ecosystem services if we are to maintain quality of life. But governments still cling to the neoclassical fallacy that human consumption has no consequences. We continue to embrace economic systems that prescribe infinite growth on a finite planet, as if somehow the universe had repealed the laws of thermodynamics on our behalf. Perpetual growth is simply not compatible with natural law, and yet a leading economist like Lawrence Summers, of Harvard, the World Bank, and the U.S. National Economic Council, issues such statements as, "There are no limits to the carrying capacity of the Earth that are likely to bind at any time in the foreseeable future." The idea that we should put limits on growth because of some natural limit is a profound error. Our leaders willfully ignore the wisdom and the models of every other species on the planet except of course those that have gone extinct. Wendigo thinking. The sacred and the superfund above the spring behind my house. A drop forms at the end of a mossy branch, hangs in a momentary sparkle, and then lets go. Other drips and drops join in the procession, just a few of the hundreds of rivulets from the hills. Gathering speed, they splish over rocky ledges with growing urgency to be on their way, down 9 Mile Creek until they find Onondaga Lake. I cup my hands to the spring and drink. Knowing what I know, I worry about the journey these drops will soon take, wanting to hold them here forever. But there is no stopping water. The watershed of my home in upstate New York lies within the ancestral homelands of the Onondaga people, the central fire of the Iroquois, or Haudenosaunee, Confederacy. Traditional Onondaga understand a world in which all beings were given a gift that simultaneously engenders a responsibility to the world. Water's gift is its role as life sustainer, and its duties are manifold, making plants grow, creating homes for fish and mayflies, and, for me today, offering a cool drink. The particular sweetness of this water comes from the surrounding hills, great shoulders of inordinately pure, fine-grained limestone. These old seaflowers are almost pure calcium carbonate with scarcely a trace of other elements to discolor their pearly gray. Other springs in these hills are less sweet, emerging from limestone shelves that hide salt-filled caverns, crystal palaces lined with cubes of halite. The Onondaga used these salt springs to season their corn soup and venison and preserve the baskets of fish the waters offered up. Life was good and water rushed off to do its work, faithful to its responsibility every day. But people are not always as mindful as water. We can forget. And so the Haudenosaunee were given the Thanksgiving address to remind themselves to greet and thank all of the members of the natural world whenever they gathered. To the waters they say, "We give thanks to all the waters of the world. We are grateful that the waters are still here and doing their duty of sustaining life on Mother Earth. Water is life, quenching our thirst and providing us with strength, making the plants grow and sustaining us all. Let us gather our minds together and with one mind, we send greetings and thanks to the waters." These words reflect the sacred purpose of the people. For just as water was given certain responsibilities for sustaining the world, so were the people. Chief among their duties was to give thanks for the gifts of the earth and to care for them. Stories are told of long ago times when the Haudenosaunee people did forget to live in gratitude. They became greedy and jealous and began fighting among themselves. Conflict brought only more conflict, until war between the nations became continuous. Soon grief was known in every longhouse and yet the violence went on. All were suffering. During that sorry time a son was born to a Huron woman far to the west. This handsome youth grew to manhood knowing that he had a special purpose. One day he explained to his family that he must leave home to carry a message to people in the east, a message from the Creator. He built a great canoe carved of white stone and journeyed far until at last he pulled his boat ashore in the midst of the warring Haudenosaunee. Here he spoke his message of peace and became known as the peacemaker. Few heeded him at first, but those who listened were transformed. His life in danger, weighed down with sorrow, the peacemaker and his allies, among them the real Hiawatha, spoke peace in times of terrible trouble. For years they traveled between villages and one by one the chiefs of the warring nations came to accept the message of peace, all but one. Tododaho, an Onondaga leader, refused the way of peace for his people. He was so filled with hate that his hair writhed with snakes and his body was crippled by vitriol. Tododaho sent death and sorrow to the carriers of the message, but the peace was more powerful than he and eventually the Onondaga too accepted the message of peace. Tododaho's twisted body was restored to health and together the messengers of peace combed the snakes from his hair. He too was transformed. The peacemaker gathered together the leaders of all 5 Haudenosaunee nations and joined them with one mind. The great tree of peace, an enormous white pine, has 5 long green needles joined in one bundle, representing the unity of the 5 nations. With one hand the peacemaker lifted the great tree from the soil and the assembled chiefs stepped forward to cast their weapons of war into the hole. On this very shore, the nations agreed to bury the hatchet and live by the great law of peace, which sets out right relations among peoples and with the natural world. 4 white roots spread out to the 4 directions, inviting all peace-loving nations to shelter under the tree's branches. So was born the Great Haudenosaunee Confederacy, the oldest living democracy on the planet. It was here, at Onondaga Lake, where this great law was born. For its pivotal role, the Onondaga Nation became the central fire of the Confederacy and from that time forward, the name Tododaho has been carried by the spiritual leader of the Confederacy. As a final measure, the peacemaker placed the far-seeing eagle atop the great tree to warn the people of approaching danger. For the many centuries that followed, the eagle did its work and the Haudenosaunee people lived in peace and prosperity. But then another danger, a different kind of violence came to their homelands. The great bird must have called and called, but its voice was lost in the maelstrom winds of change. Today, the ground where the peacemaker walked is a Superfund site. In fact, 9 Superfund sites line the shore of Onondaga Lake, around which the present-day city of Syracuse, New York, has grown. Thanks to more than a century of industrial development, the lake known as one of North America's most sacred sites is now known as one of the most polluted lakes in the United States. Drawn by abundant resources and the coming of the Erie Canal, the captains of industry brought their innovations to Onondaga territory. Early journals record that smokestacks made the air a choking miasma. The manufacturers were happy to have Onondaga Lake so close at hand, to use as a dumping ground. Millions of tons of industrial waste were slurried onto the lake bottom. The growing city followed suit, adding sewage to the suffering of the waters. It is as if the newcomers to Onondaga Lake had declared war, not on each other, but with the land. Today, the land where the peacemaker walked and the tree of peace stood isn't land at all, but beds of industrial waste 60 feet deep. It sticks to shoes like thick white school paste used in kindergartens to glue cutout birds onto construction paper trees. There aren't too many birds here, and the tree of peace is buried. The original people could no longer find even the familiar curve of the shore. The old contours were filled in, creating a new shoreline of more than a mile of waste beds. It has been said that the waste beds made new land, but that is a lie. The waste beds are actually old land, chemically rearranged. This greasy sludge used to be limestone and fresh water and rich soil. The new terrain is old land that has been pulverized, extracted, and poured out the end of a pipe. It is known as Solvay waste, after the Solvay process company that left it behind. The Solvay process was a chemical breakthrough that allowed for the production of soda ash, an essential component of other industrial processes such as glass manufacturing and making detergents, pulp, and paper. Native limestone was melted in coke-fired furnaces and then reacted with salt to produce soda ash. This industry fueled the growth of the whole region, and chemical processing expanded to include organic chemicals, dyes, and chlorine gas. Train lines ran steadily past the factories, shipping out tons of products. Pipes ran in the other direction, pouring out tons of waste. The hills of waste are the topographic inverse of the open pit mines, the largest open pit mines in New York State, still unreclaimed, where the limestone rocks were quarried, the earth gouged out in one place to bury the ground in another. If time could run backward, like a film in reverse, we would see this mess reassemble itself into lush green hills and moss-covered ledges of limestone. The streams would run back up the hills to the springs and the salt would stay glittering in underground rooms. I can too easily imagine what it must have been like, those first ejections from the pipe falling in chalky white splats like the droppings of an enormous mechanical bird. Splurting and pulsing at first, with air in the mile-long intestine that stretched back to the gut of the factory. But it would soon settle into a steady flow, burying the reeds and rushes. Did the frogs and mink get away in time to avoid being entombed? What about the turtles? Too slow, they wouldn't be able to escape being embedded at the bottom of the pile in a perversion of the story of the world's creation, when the earth was carried on turtles' back. First they filled in the lake shore itself, sending tons of sludge into the waters in a plume that turned blue water to white paste. Then they moved the end of the pipe to the surrounding wetlands, right up to the edges of the stream. The water of 9 Mile Creek must have wanted to head back uphill, to defy gravity and find again the mossy pools beneath the springs. But it kept to its work and found its way, seeping through the waste beds and out to the lake. Rainbound for waste beds is in trouble too. At first, the waste particles are so fine that they trap the water in white clay. Then gravity eventually pulls the drops through 60 feet of sludge and out the bottom of the pile to join a drainage ditch instead of a stream. As it passes through the chalky depths, the rain cannot help doing what it has been called to do, dissolving minerals, carrying ions intended to nurture plants and fish. By the time it reaches the bottom of the heap, the water has picked up enough chemicals to be as salty as soup and as corrosive as lye. Its beautiful name, water, is lost. It is now called leachate. Leachate seeps from the waste beds with a pH of 11. Like drain cleaner, it will burn your skin. Normal drinking water has a pH value of 7. Today, engineers collect the leachate and mix it with hydrochloric acid in order to neutralize the pH. It is then released to 9 Mile Creek and out into Onondaga Lake. The water has been tricked. It started on its way full of innocence, full of its own purpose. Through no fault of its own it has been corrupted and, instead of being a bearer of life, it must now deliver poison. And yet it cannot stop itself from flowing. It must do what it must do, with the gifts bestowed upon it by the Creator. It is only people who have a choice. Today, you can drive a motorboat on the lake the Peacemaker paddled. From across the water, the western shore stands out in sharp relief. Bright white bluffs gleam in the summer sun like the white cliffs of Dover. But when you approach by water, you'll see that the cliffs are not rock at all, but sheer walls of Solvay waste. While your boat bobs on the waves, you can see erosion gullies in the wall, the weather conspiring to mix the waste into the lake. Summer sun dries out the pasty surface until it blows, and sub-zero winter temperatures fracture it off in plates that fall to the water. A beach beckons around the point, but there are no swimmers, no docks. This bright white expanse is a flat plain of waste that slumped into the water when a retaining wall collapsed many years ago. A white pavement of settled waste extends far out from shore, barely under water. The smooth shelf is punctuated by cobble-sized rocks, ghostly beneath the water, unlike any rock you know. These are oncolites, accretions of calcium carbonate, that pepper the lake bottom. Oncolites tumorous rocks. Pilings stick up through the flat like a backbone, remnants of the old retaining wall. Here and there, rusted pipes that carried the sludge stick out at odd angles. Where the sludge piles meet the flats of Solvay, there are small, trickling seeps that are eerily reminiscent of springs, but the liquid that emerges seems slightly thicker than water. There are plates of summer ice along the little rivulets that drain toward the lake, crystal sheets made of salt, beneath which the water bubbles like a melting stream at the end of winter. The waste beds continue to leach tons of salt into the lake every year. Before the Allied Chemical Company, successor to Solvay process, ceased operation, the salinity of Onondaga Lake was 10 times the salinity of the headwaters of 9 Mile Creek. The salt, the oncolites, and the waste impede the growth of rooted aquatic plants. Lakes rely on their submerged plants to generate oxygen by photosynthesis. Without plants, the depths of Onondaga Lake are oxygen poor, and without swaying beds of vegetation, fish, frogs, insects, herons, the whole food chain are left without habitat. While rooted water plants have a hard time, floating algae flourish in Onondaga Lake. For decades high quantities of nitrogen and phosphorus from municipal sewage fertilized the lake and fueled their growth. Algae blooms cover the surface of the water, then die and sink to the bottom. Their decay depletes what little oxygen is in the water, and the lake begins to smell of the dead fish that wash up on shore on hot summer days. The fish that survive, you may not eat. Fishing was banned in 1970 due to high concentrations of mercury. It is estimated that 165,000 pounds of mercury were discharged into Onondaga Lake between 1946 and 1970. Allied Chemical used the mercury cell process to produce industrial chlorine from the native salt brines. The mercury waste, which we know to be extremely toxic, was handled freely on its way to disposal in the lake. Local people recall that a kid could make good pocket money on reclaimed mercury. One old-timer told me that you could go out to the waste beds with a kitchen spoon and pick up the small glistening spheres of mercury that lay on the ground. A kid could fill an old canning jar with mercury and sell it back to the company for the price of a movie ticket. Inputs of mercury were sharply curtailed in the 1970s, but the mercury remains trapped in the sediments where, when methylated, it can circulate through the aquatic food chain. It is estimated that 7 million cubic yards of lake sediments are today contaminated with mercury. A sampling core drilled into the lake bottom cuts through sludge, trapped layers of discharged gas, oil, and sticky black ooze. Analysis of these cores reveals significant concentrations of cadmium, barium, chromium, cobalt, lead, benzene, chlorobenzene, assorted xylenes, pesticides, and PCBs. Not many insects and not many fish. Onondaga Lake in the 1880s was famed for its whitefish, served freshly caught on steaming platters alongside potatoes boiled in salty brine. Fine restaurants did a booming business along the lake shore, where tourists came for the scenery, the amusement parks, and picnic grounds where families spread their blankets on a Sunday afternoon. A trolley delivered passengers to the grand hotels that lined its shore. One famed resort, White Beach, featured a long wooden slide lit with strings of glittering gaslights. Holidaymakers would sit in wheeled carts and whoosh down the ramp to splash into the lake below. The resort promised an exhilarating dousing for ladies, gentlemen, and children of all ages. But swimming was banned in 1940. Beautiful Onondaga Lake. People spoke of it with pride. Now they barely speak of it at all, as if it were a family member whose demise was so shameful that the name never comes up. You would think that such toxic waters would be nearly transparent with the absence of life, but some areas are often nearly opaque with a dark cloud of silt. The turbidity comes from a muddy plume that enters the lake from another tributary, Onondaga Creek. It flows in from the south, from the high ridge above the Tully Valley, from hillsides of forests, farms, and sweet-smelling apple orchards. Muddy water is usually attributed to runoff from farmland, but in this case the mud comes from below. High in the watershed are the Tully mudboils, which erupt into the creek like mud volcanoes, sending tons of soft sediment downstream. There is some debate as to whether the mudboils are of natural geologic origin. The Onondaga elders remember when, not so long ago, Onondaga Creek ran so clear through their nation that they could spear fish by lantern light. They know that there was no mud in the creek until salt mining began upstream. When the salt wells near the factories ran out, Allied Chemical used solution mining to access the underground salt deposits up near the headwaters. The company pumped water into the subterranean deposits, dissolved them away, and then pumped the brine miles down the valley to the Solvay plant. The brine line was run through the remaining territory of the Onondaga Nation, where breaks in the line ruined the well water. Eventually the dissolved salt domes collapsed underground, creating holes through which groundwater pushed with high pressure. The resulting gushers created the mudboils that flow downstream and fill the lake with sediment. The creek that was once a fishery for Atlantic salmon, a swimming hole for kids, and a focal point of community life now runs as brown as chocolate milk. Allied Chemical and its successors deny any role in the formation of the mudboils. They claim it was an act of God. What kind of God would that be? The wounds to these waters are as numerous as the snakes in the Tododaho's hair, and they must be named before they can be combed out. The ancestral Onondaga territory stretches from the Pennsylvania border north to Canada. It was a mosaic of rich woodlands, expansive cornfields, clear lakes, and rivers that sustained the native people for centuries. The original territory also encompasses the site of present-day Syracuse and the sacred shores of Onondaga Lake. Onondaga rights to these lands were guaranteed by treaties between the two sovereign nations, Onondaga Nation and the United States government. But water is more faithful to its responsibilities than the United States would ever be. When George Washington directed federal troops to exterminate the Onondaga during the Revolutionary War, a nation that had numbered in the tens of thousands was reduced to a few hundred people in a matter of 1 year. Afterward, every single treaty was broken. Illegal takings of land by the state of New York diminished the aboriginal Onondaga territories to a reservation of only 4,300 acres. The Onondaga Nation territory today is not much bigger than the Solvay waste beds. Assaults on Onondaga culture continued. Parents tried to hide their children from Indian agents, but they were taken and sent to boarding schools like Carlisle Indian School. The language that framed the Great Law of Peace was forbidden. Missionaries were dispatched to the matrilineal communities in which men and women were equals to show them the error of their ways. Longhouse ceremonies of Thanksgiving, ceremonies meant to keep the world in balance, were banned by law. The people have endured the pain of being bystanders to the degradation of their lands, but they never surrendered their caregiving responsibilities. They have continued the ceremonies that honor the land and their connection to it. The Onondaga people still live by the precepts of the Great Law and still believe that, in return for the gifts of Mother Earth, human people have responsibility for caring for the non-human people, for stewardship of the land. Without title to their ancestral lands, however, their hands were tied to protect it. So they watched, powerless, as strangers buried the peacemakers' footsteps. The plants, animals, and waters they were bound to protect dwindled away, though the covenant with the land was never broken. Like the springs above the lake, the people just kept doing what they were called to do, no matter what fate met them downstream. The people went on giving thanks to the land, although so much of the land had little reason to be thankful for the people. Generations of grief, generations of loss, but also strength. The people did not surrender. They had spirit on their side. They had their traditional teachings. And they also had the law. Onondaga is a rarity in the United States, a native nation that has never surrendered its traditional government, never given up its identity nor compromised its status as a sovereign nation. Federal laws were ignored by their own authors, but the Onondaga people still live by the precepts of the Great Law. Out of grief and its strength has come a rising power, a resurgence that became public on March 11, 2005, when the Onondaga Nation filed a complaint in federal court with the goal of reclaiming title to their lost homelands, that they might once again exercise their caregiving responsibilities. While elders passed on and babies became elders, the people held to the dream of regaining their traditional lands, but they had no legal voice by which to do so. The halls of justice were closed to them for decades. As the judicial climate gradually changed to permit tribes to bring federal suit, other Haudenosaunee nations filed claims to recover their lands. The substance of these claims was upheld by the Supreme Court, which ruled that Haudenosaunee lands were illegally taken, and the people greatly wronged. Indian lands were unlawfully purchased in contravention of the United States Constitution. New York State has been ordered to forge a settlement, though remedies and reparations have proven difficult to find. Some nations have negotiated land claims for cash payoffs or land gains and casino deals in an effort to find relief from poverty and ensure their cultural survival on the remnants of their territories. Others have sought to reclaim their original lands via outright purchase from willing sellers, land swaps with New York State, or the threat of lawsuits against individual landowners. The Onondaga Nation took a different approach. Their claim was made under United States law, but its moral power lay in the directives of the Great Law, to act on behalf of peace, the natural world, and future generations. They did not call their suit a land claim, because they know that land is not property, but a gift, the sustainer of life. Tadotaho Sidney Hill has said that the Onondaga Nation will never seek to evict people from their homes. The Onondaga people know the pain of displacement too well to inflict it on their neighbors. Instead, the suit was termed a land rights action. The motion began with a statement unprecedented in Indian law: the Onondaga people wish to bring about a healing between themselves and all others who live in this region that has been the homeland of the Onondaga Nation since the dawn of time. The nation and its people have a unique spiritual, cultural, and historic relationship with the land, which is embodied in Gayanashagawa, the Great Law of Peace. This relationship goes far beyond federal and state legal concerns of ownership, possession, or other legal rights. The people are one with the land and consider themselves stewards of it. It is the duty of the nation's leaders to work for a healing of this land, to protect it, and to pass it on to future generations. The Onondaga Nation brings this action on behalf of its people in the hope that it may hasten the process of reconciliation and bring lasting justice, peace, and respect among all who inhabit this area. The Onondaga Land Rights Action sought legal recognition of title to their home, not to remove their neighbors and not for development of casinos, which they view as destructive to community life. Their intention was to gain the legal standing necessary to move restoration of the land forward. Only with title can they ensure that mines are reclaimed and that Onondaga Lake is cleaned up. Tadotaho Sidney Hill says, "We had to stand by and watch what happens to Mother Earth, but nobody listens to what we think. The land rights action will give us a voice." The list of named defendants was headed by the state of New York, who illegally took the lands, but the suit also listed corporations that have been responsible for degradation: a quarry, a mine, an air-polluting power plant, and the more sweetly named successor to Allied Chemical, Honeywell Incorporated. Even without the suit, Honeywell is finally being held accountable for the lake cleanup, but there is great debate about the best approach to dealing with the contaminated sediments so that natural healing can go forward: dredge, cap, or leave it alone. State, local, and federal environmental agencies are all offering solutions with a range of price tags. The scientific issues surrounding competing lake restoration proposals are complex, and each scenario offers environmental and economic trade-offs. After decades of foot dragging, the corporation has predictably offered its own cleanup plan, which involves minimum cost and minimum benefits. Honeywell has negotiated a plan to dredge and clean the most contaminated sediments and bury them in a sealed landfill in the waste beds. That may be a good beginning, but the bulk of the contaminants lie diffused in the sediments spread over the entire lake bottom. From here they enter the food chain. The Honeywell plan is to leave those sediments in place and cover them with a 4-inch layer of sand that would partially isolate them from the ecosystem. Even if isolation were technically feasible, the proposal is to cap less than half of the lake bottom, leaving the rest to circulate as usual. Onondaga Chief Irving Paulus characterized the solution as a band-aid on the lake bottom. Band-aids are fine for small hurts, but you don't prescribe a band-aid for cancer. The Onondaga Nation called for a thorough cleanup of the sacred lake. Without legal title, however, the powers that be will not give the nation an equal place at the negotiating table. The hope was that history would turn itself to prophecy, as the Onondaga Nation combed the snakes from the hair of Allied Chemical. While others quarreled over cleanup costs, the Onondaga took a stance that reversed the usual equation in which economics takes priority over well-being. The Onondaga Nation Land Rights Action stipulated a full cleanup as part of restitution. No halfway measures would be accepted. Non-native people of the watershed joined with them as allies in their call for healing, in an extraordinary partnership, the neighbors of the Onondaga Nation. In the midst of legal wrangling, technical debates, and environmental models, it is important to not lose sight of the sacred nature of the task, to make this most profaned lake worthy of the work of water again. The spirit of the peacemaker still walks along these shores. The legal action concerned not only rights to the land but also rights of the land, the right to be whole and healthy. Clan Mother Audrey Shenandoah made the goal clear. It is not casinos and not money and not revenge. In this action, she said, we seek justice. Justice for the waters. Justice for the forelegs and the wings, whose habitats have been taken. We seek justice, not just for ourselves, but justice for the whole of creation. In the spring of 2010, the federal court handed down its ruling on the Onondaga Nation's suit. The case was dismissed. In the face of blind injustice, how do we continue? How do we live our responsibility for healing? The first time I heard of the place, it was long past saving. But no one even knew. They kept it hidden. Until one day the sign appeared, eerily, out of nowhere. Help, green block letters big enough for a football field, just off the highway. But even then, no one paid attention. 15 years later, I moved back to Syracuse, where I had been a student, and watched those letters fade to brown and die away along that busy stretch of road. And yet the memory of that message hadn't faded for me. I needed to see the place again for myself. It was a fine October afternoon and I had no classes. I wasn't sure exactly how to find the place, but I'd heard rumors. The lake was so blue you could almost forget what it was. I drove past the backside of the fairgrounds, long closed for the season and desolate. But off a dirt road at the perimeter I found the security gates wide open and swinging in the wind, and I went in, mine the only vehicle in a back lot designed for thousands of fairgoers. It's not like there were maps for what lay behind the fences, but there was a lane of sorts heading off in the general direction of the lake, so off I went, being sure to lock my car in this lonely place. I'd just be a while, back in plenty of time to pick up my girls after school. The lane was just a rutted track through a thicket of framites, the reedy stems so densely packed as to make a wall on either side. I had heard that every summer the manure from the state fair barns was dumped out here. The mucked-out stalls of blue-ribbon dairy cows and midway elephants all ended up on the waste beds. The city later followed suit, dumping tankers of sewage sludge. The resulting paddy was completely overgrown, plumed seed heads towering over my head by several feet. My view of the lake and my sense of direction were lost in the craze of stems, all rubbing and sawing against each other, rocking in the wind with a hypnotic sway. The lane forked off to the left and then to the right and became a walled labyrinth without landmarks of any kind. I felt like a rat in a Framite's maze. I took the fork that seemed to go lakeward and began to wish I'd brought my compass. There are 1,500 acres of wasteland along this shore. Even the sound of the highway, usually a good direction finder, was lost in the swishing sound of the reeds. A niggling suspicion that this was not a good place to be alone crept up the back of my neck, but I talked myself out of being afraid. There was absolutely no one here to worry about. Who would be crazy enough to come to this god-forsaken place? Who but another biologist, whom I'd be happy to meet? Either that or an axe murderer disposing of a body in the reeds. It would never be found. I followed the track as it twisted and turned until I caught a glimpse of the top of a cottonwood. I could hear its leaves in the distance, an unmistakable sound. It was a welcome landmark. Another bend in the lane brought the tree into full view, a big cottonwood with thick spreading branches that hung over the road. From the lowest branch hung a human body. Next to it an empty noose swayed in the wind. I screamed and ran, taking any path I could find, panicked and walled in by reeds. With pounding heart I ran blindly on, and then met the dead end of every horror movie. Here in a tableau of terror stood an executioner with a black hood, muscled arms, and, of course, a dripping axe. A woman's body was draped over the chopping block, her blonde curls spilling from her severed head. I did not move. And neither did they. At all. A space had been cut from the thicket to form a reed-walled room like a museum diorama with life-sized figures posed at the point of murder. Relief poured off me in a cold sweat. No dead bodies. But the palpable presence of some twisted imagination was only a marginal improvement over actual corpses. To make matters worse, I was now entirely lost in the maze, wanting only to be somewhere else, most especially picking up my kids from the school bus. Thinking of them, I gathered my wits and moved as quietly as possible, wanting to avoid detection by the satanic cultists I envisioned. On my search for a way out, I encountered additional rooms hacked into the reeds, a mocked-up prison cell with an electric chair, a hospital room with a straitjacket patient and an ominous nurse, and, finally, an open grave with a long-nailed occupant crawling from it. After another long pass through the eerie reeds, the lane emerged into the parking lot. The light stanchions now cast long shadows and my car was visible way down at the other end. I patted for my keys in my pocket. Still there. I could probably make it. I couldn't see if the gate was open or closed. I turned for one last look behind me. Off to the side, a nicely lettered sign was pounded into the ground, Salve Lions Club Haunted Hayrides October 24318 8 p.m. midnight. I laughed myself silly. But then I had to cry. The Salve waste beds, how very fitting a venue for our fears. What we ought to be afraid of isn't in the haunts, but under them. Land buried under 60 feet of industrial waste, trickling toxins into the sacred waters of the Onondaga and the home of 500,000 people. Death may be slower than the fall of the axe, but it is just as gruesome. The executioner's face is hidden, but its names are known: Salve Process, Allied Chemical, and Dye, Allied Chemical, Allied Signal, and now Honeywell. More frightening to me than the act of execution is the mindset that allowed it to happen, that thought it was okay to fill a lake with toxic stew. Whatever the companies are called, individual people were sitting behind those desks, fathers who took their sons fishing, who made the decision to fill the lake with sludge. Human beings made this happen, not a faceless corporation. There were no threats, no extenuating circumstances to force their hands, just business as usual. And the people of the city allowed it to happen. Interviews with Salve workers tell the typical story: I was just doing my job. I had a family to feed and I wasn't going to worry about what happened out there on the waste beds. Philosopher Joanna Macy writes of the oblivion we manufacture for ourselves to keep us from looking environmental problems straight in the eye. She quotes R.J. Clifton, a psychologist studying human response to catastrophe: suppression of our natural responses to disaster is part of the disease of our time. The refusal to acknowledge these responses causes a dangerous splitting. It divorces our mental calculations from our intuitive, emotional, and biological embeddedness in the matrix of life. That split allows us passively to acquiesce in the preparations for our own demise. Waste beds, a new name for an entirely new ecosystem. Waste, we use the word as a noun to mean a leftover residue, refuse or rubbish, or a material such as feces which is produced by a living body, but not used. More contemporary uses are an unwanted product of manufacturing, an industrial material rejected or thrown away. Wasteland is, therefore, land that has been thrown away. As a verb, to waste means to render the valuable useless, to diminish, to dissipate, and to squander. I wonder how the public perception of the Solvay waste beds would change if, instead of hiding them, we put up a sign along the highway welcoming people to the lakeshore defined as squandered land covered in industrial feces. Ruined land was accepted as the collateral damage of progress. But, back in the 1970s, Professor Norm Richards of the College of Environmental Science and Forestry in Syracuse decided to conduct one of the first studies of the dysfunctional ecology of the waste beds. Frustrated by local officials' lack of concern, Stormin Norman took matters into his own hands. Following the same lane I walked years later, he snuck into the fenced-off lakeshore and unloaded his guerrilla garden equipment, wheeling his backyard lawn seeder out to the long sloping beds that faced the highway. He pushed the load of grass seed and fertilizer back and forth with measured steps. North 20 paces, east 10 paces, north again. A few weeks later the word help appeared, written in grass letters 40 feet long on the barren slopes. The scale of the wastelands left room for a longer treatise in fertilized script, but that single word was the right one. The land had been kidnapped. Bound and gagged, it could not speak for itself. The waste beds are not unique. The cause and the chemistry vary from my homeland to yours, but each of us can name these wounded places. We hold them in our minds and our hearts. The question is, what do we do in response? We could take the path of fear and despair. We could document every scary scene of ecological destruction and never run out of material for a haunted hayride of environmental disasters, constructing a shocking nightmare tableaus of environmental tragedies, in rooms carved from a monoculture of invasive plants, on the shore of the most chemically contaminated lake in the United States. There could be scenes of oiled pelicans. How about chainsaw murders on clear-cut slopes washing into rivers? Corpses of extinct Amazon primates. Prairies paved over for parking lots. Polar bears stranded on melting ice floes. What could such a vision create other than woe and tears? Joanna Macy writes that until we can grieve for our planet we cannot love it. Grieving is a sign of spiritual health. But it is not enough to weep for our lost landscapes, we have to put our hands in the earth to make ourselves whole again. Even a wounded world is feeding us. Even a wounded world holds us, giving us moments of wonder and joy. I choose joy over despair. Not because I have my head in the sand, but because joy is what the earth gives me daily and I must return the gift. We are deluged by information regarding our destruction of the world and hear almost nothing about how to nurture it. It is no surprise then that environmentalism becomes synonymous with dire predictions and powerless feelings. Our natural inclination to do right by the world is stifled, breeding despair when it should be inspiring action. The participatory role of people in the well-being of the land has been lost, our reciprocal relations reduced to a keep-out sign. When my students learn about the latest environmental threat, they are quick to spread the word. They say, if people only knew that snow leopards are going extinct, if people only knew that rivers are dying. If people only knew, then they would, what? Stop. I honor their faith in people, but so far the if-then formula isn't working. People don't know the consequences of our collective damage, they don't know the wages of an extractive economy, but they don't stop. They get very sad, they get very quiet. So quiet that protection of the environment that enables them to eat and breathe and imagine a future for their children doesn't even make it onto a list of their top 10 concerns. The haunted hayride of toxic waste dumps, the melting glaciers, the litany of doomsday projections, they move anyone who is still listening only to despair. Despair is paralysis. It robs us of agency. It blinds us to our own power and the power of the earth. Environmental despair is a poison every bit as destructive as the methylated mercury in the bottom of Onondaga Lake. But how can we submit to despair while the land is saying help? Restoration is a powerful antidote to despair. Restoration offers concrete means by which humans can once again enter into positive, creative relationship with the more than human world, meeting responsibilities that are simultaneously material and spiritual. It's not enough to grieve. It's not enough to just stop doing bad things. We have enjoyed the feast generously laid out for us by Mother Earth, but now the plates are empty and the dining room is a mess. It's time we started doing the dishes in Mother Earth's kitchen. Doing dishes has gotten a bad rap, but everyone who migrates to the kitchen after a meal knows that that's where the laughter happens, the good conversations, the friendships. Doing dishes, like doing restoration, forms relationships. How we approach restoration of land depends, of course, on what we believe that land means. If land is just real estate, then restoration looks very different than if land is the source of a subsistence economy and a spiritual home. Restoring land for production of natural resources is not the same as renewal of land as cultural identity. We have to think about what land means. This question and more are played out on the Solvay waste beds. In a sense, the new land of the waste beds represents a blank slate on which a whole range of ideas have been written in response to the urgent message of help. They are scattered over the waste beds, in scenes every bit as evocative as the tableaus of the haunted hayride. A tour of the Onondaga Lake shore captures the scope of what land might mean and what restoration might look like. Our first stop would have to be the blank slate itself, greasy, white industrial sludge poured over what once was a grassy green lake shore. In some places, it is as bare as the day it was spewed, a chalky desert. Our diorama should include a figure of a laborer placing the outfall pipe, but behind him would be the man in the suit. The signpost at stop number 1 should say, land as capital. If land is only a means to make money, then these fellows are doing it right. Norm Richards's help appeal started something back in the 1970s. If nutrients and seed were all it took to green the waste beds, the city had a ready answer. Slopping sewage sludge onto the terraces of the waste beds provided both nutrients for plant growth and a disposal solution for the output of the water treatment plant. The result was the nightmare swards of framites, a dense monoculture of invasive reeds, 10 feet high, that excludes all other forms of life. Stop number 2 on our tour. The sign reads, land as property. If land is just private property, a mine of resources, then you can do whatever you want with it and move on. Scarcely 30 years ago, covering up your mess passed for responsibility, a kind of land as litterbox approach. Policy dictated only that land ruined by mining or industry had to be covered by vegetation. With this AstroTurf strategy, a mining company that destroyed a forest of 200 species could satisfy its legal responsibilities by planting the tailings to alfalfa under a mist of irrigation and fertilizer. Once federal inspectors checked and signed off, the company could put up a mission accomplished banner, turn off the sprinklers, and walk away. The vegetation disappeared almost as quickly as the corporate executives. Happily, scientists like Norm Richards and a host of others had a better idea. When I was at the University of Wisconsin in the early 1980s, on summer evenings I would walk with a young Bill Jordan through the trails of the Arboretum, where a collection of natural ecosystems had been put in place on abandoned farmland, homage to Aldo Leopold's advice that the first step to intelligent tinkering is to save all the pieces. At a time when the toll taken by places like the Solvay waste beds was finally being understood, Bill envisioned a whole science of restoration ecology, in which ecologists would turn their skills and philosophy to healing land, not by imposing an industrial blanket of vegetation, but by recreating natural landscapes. He didn't submit to despair. He didn't let his idea sit on the shelf. he was the catalyst for and a co-founder of the Society for Ecological Restoration. As a result of efforts like his, new laws and policy demanded evolution in the concept of restoration. Restored sites would have to not only look like nature, but have functional integrity as well. The National Research Council defined ecological restoration thus: the return of an ecosystem to a close approximation of its condition prior to disturbance. In restoration, ecological damage to the resource is repaired. Both the structure and the function of the ecosystem are recreated. Merely recreating form without the function, or the function in an artificial configuration bearing little resemblance to a natural resource, does not constitute restoration. The goal is to emulate nature. If we got back on the hayride wagon, it would take us to a restoration experiment at stop number 3, another version of what this land might be, what it might mean. It's visible from way off, in big quilted blocks of vivid green against the chalky white. Moving like a field of grass, you can hear the sound of the wind in the willows. This scene might be titled Land as Machine and be peopled with mannequins of engineers and foresters who are in charge of the machine. They stand before the ravenous jaws of a brush hog and an unending plantation of shrub willows, as thick as the Framites and not much more diverse. Their goal is to re-establish structure, and especially function, to a very specific purpose. Here the intention is to utilize the plants as an engineering solution to water pollution. When rainwater leaches through the waste beds, it picks up high concentrations of salt, alkali, and a host of other compounds that it carries right to the lake. Willows are champions of absorbing water, which they transpire to the atmosphere. The idea is to use the willows as a green sponge, a living machine to intercept the rain before it gets down into the sludge. As an added benefit, the willows can be mown down periodically and used as woody feedstock for biomass fuel digesters. Use of plants in phytoremediation schemes holds promise, but an industrial monoculture of willow, however well-meaning, does not quite meet the standard for true restoration. This kind of fix is at the core of the mechanistic view of nature, in which land is a machine and humans are the drivers. In this reductionist, materialist paradigm, an imposed engineering solution makes sense. But what if we took the indigenous worldview? The ecosystem is not a machine, but a community of sovereign beings, subjects rather than objects. What if those beings were the drivers? We can clamber back on the hay wagon to travel to the next display, only this one is not well marked. It sprawls across the oldest lakeside section of the beds into a scruffy patchwork of vegetation. The restoration ecologists here at stop number 4 are not university scientists or corporate engineers, but the oldest and most effective of land healers. They are the plants themselves, representing the design firm of Mother Nature and Father Time, LLC. After that momentous Halloween excursion years ago, I felt completely at ease on the waste beds and enjoyed rambling there to watch restoration in action. I never encountered another dead body. But that is part of the problem. It is, of course, dead bodies that build soil, that perpetuate the nutrient cycle that propels the living. The soil here is white emptiness. Here on the waste beds there are expanses without a living thing, but there are also teachers of healing, and their names are birch and alder, aster and plantain, cattail, moss, and switchgrass. On the most barren ground, on the wounds we have inflicted, the plants have not turned their backs on us, instead, they have come. A few brave trees have become established, mostly cottonwoods and aspens that can tolerate the soil. There are clumps of shrubs, some patches of asters and goldenrod, but mostly a thin scraggly collection of the common roadside weeds. Dandelions, ragweed, chicory, and Queen Anne's lace blown to this spot have made a go of it. Nitrogen-fixing legumes in abundance, and clovers of all kinds, have also come to do their work. That struggling field of green is, to me, a form of peacemaking. Plants are the first restoration ecologists. They are using their gifts for healing the land, showing us the way. Imagine the surprise of the infant plants who emerged from their seed coats to find a waste bed habitat no one in their long botanical lineage had ever experienced. Most died of drought, of salt, or exposure, or starved from lack of nutrients, but a select few survived and did their best to carry on. Especially the grasses. When I dig my trowel under a grass patch, the soil is different. The waste below is no longer pure white and slippery, but dark gray and crumbly between my fingers. There are roots all through it. The darkening of the soil is humus mixed in, the waste is being changed. True, a few inches down it is still dense and white, but the surface layer holds promise. The plants are doing their work, rebuilding the nutrient cycle. If you get down on your knees, you'll see anthills, no bigger than a quarter. The granulated soil the ants have mounded around the hole is as white as snow. Grain by grain, in their tiny mandibles, they are carrying up waste from below and carrying seeds and bits of leaves down into the soil. Shuttling back and forth. The grasses feed the ants with seeds and the ants feed the grasses with soil. They hand off life to one another. They understand their interconnections, they understand that the life of one is dependent on the life of all. Leaf by leaf, root by root, the trees, the berries, the grasses are joining forces, and so there are birds and deer and bugs that have come to join them. And so the world is made. Gray birches dot the top of the waste bed, arriving on the wind, no doubt, and lodging fortuitously against a gelatinous clod of nostoc algae bubbling in a puddle. Protected in the selfless scum of nostoc, the birch can grow and thrive on its nitrogen inputs. They are now the biggest trees here, but they are not alone. Directly beneath almost every birch are small shrubs. Not just any shrubs, but those that make juicy fruits, pin cherry, honeysuckle, buckthorn, blackberry. These shrubs are largely absent from the bare expanse between birches. This apron of fruit bearers speaks of the birds who passed over the waste beds and stopped to perch on the trees to defecate their load of seeds into the shade of the birch. More fruit drew more birds, who dropped more seeds, who fed the ants, and so it goes. That same pattern of reciprocity is written all over the landscape. That's one of the things I honor about this place. Here you can see beginnings, the small incremental processes by which an ecological community is built. The beds are greening over. The land knows what to do when we do not. I hope that the waste beds do not disappear entirely, though we need them to remind us what we are capable of. We have an opportunity to learn from them, to understand ourselves as students of nature, not the masters. The very best scientists are humble enough to listen. We could name this tableau land as teacher, land as healer. With plants and natural processes in sole command, the role of land as a renewable source of knowledge and ecological insight becomes apparent. Human damage has created novel ecosystems, and the plants are slowly adapting and showing us the way toward healing the wounds. This is a testament to the ingenuity and wisdom of plants more than to any action of people. I hope we'll have the wisdom to let them continue their work. Restoration is an opportunity for a partnership, for us to help. Our part of the work is not complete. In just the last few years, the lake has offered signs of hope. As factories have closed and citizens of the watershed build better sewage treatment plants, the waters have responded to that care. The natural resilience of the lake is making its presence known in tiny increments of dissolved oxygen and returning fish. Hydrogeologists have redirected the energies of the mudboils so that their load is lightened. Engineers, scientists, and activists have all applied the gift of human ingenuity on behalf of the water. The water, too, has done its part. With lessened inputs, the lakes and streams seem to be cleaning themselves as the water moves through. In some places, plants are starting to inhabit the bottom. Trout were found once again in the lake, and when water quality took an upward turn, it was front-page news. A pair of eagles have been spotted on the north shore. The waters have not forgotten their responsibility. The waters are reminding the people that they can use their healing gifts when we will use ours. The cleansing potential of the water itself is a powerful force, which gives even greater weight to the work that lies ahead. The presence of eagles seems a sign of their faith in the people, too, and yet what will become of them, as they fish from the wounded waters? The slowly accreting community of weedy species can be a partner in restoration. They are developing ecosystem structure and function, beginning ever so slowly to create ecosystem services such as nutrient cycling, biodiversity, and soil formation. In a natural system, of course, there is no goal other than proliferation of life. In contrast, professional restoration ecologists design their work to move toward the reference ecosystem, or the predamage, native condition. The volunteer successional community creating itself on the waste beds is naturalized, but it is not native. It is unlikely to lead to a plant community that the Onondaga Nation would recognize from their ancestral past. The outcome will not be a native landscape peopled with the plants who lived here when allied chemical was only a gleam in the eye of a smokestack. Given the drastic changes produced by industrial contamination, it is probably not possible to recreate cedar swamps and beds of wild rice without some help. We can trust the plants to do their work, but except for windblown volunteers, new species can't get here across highways and acres of industry. Mother Nature and Father Time could use someone to push a wheelbarrow, and a few intrepid beings have volunteered. The plant communities that will thrive in this environment are the ones that are tolerant of salt and the sodden soil. It's tough to imagine a reference ecosystem of native species that could survive. But, in pre-settlement times, there were salt springs around the lake, and they supported one of the rarest of native plant communities, an inland salt marsh. Professor Don Leopold and his students have brought in wheelbarrows full of these missing native plants and conducted planting trials, watching their survival and growth with hopes of playing midwife to the recreation of a salt marsh. I went out to visit with the students, to hear their story and look at the plants. Some were dead, some were hanging on, and some were flourishing. I headed to where the green seemed the strongest. I caught a whiff of a fragrance that haunts my memory, and then it was gone. I must have imagined it. I stopped to admire a thriving stand of seaside goldenrod and some asters. To witness the regenerative power of the land tells us that there is resilience here, signs of possibility that arise from partnership between the plants and the people. Don's work fulfills the scientific definition of restoration, working toward ecosystem structure, function, and the delivery of ecosystem services. We should make this nascent native meadow the next stop on the hayride, stop number 5, with a sign that says Land as Responsibility. This work raises the bar for what restoration can mean, to create habitat for our non-human relatives. As hopeful as this tableau of restored vegetation might become, it doesn't feel quite whole. When I visited with the students with shovels in their hands, their pride in the planting was evident. I asked what motivated them in their work, and I heard about getting adequate data and devising a solution and a feasible dissertation. No one mentioned love. Maybe they were afraid. I've sat on too many dissertation committees where students were ridiculed for describing the plants they've worked with for 5 years with so unscientific a term as beautiful. The word love is unlikely to make an appearance, but I know that it is there. That familiar fragrance was tugging at my sleeve again. I raised my eyes to meet the brightest green in the place, shiny blades gleaming in the sun, smiling up at me like a long-lost friend. There she was, sweetgrass growing in one of the last places I might ever have expected. But I should have known better. Tentatively sending out rhizomes through the sludge, slender tillers marching bravely away, sweetgrass is a teacher of healing, a symbol of kindness and compassion. She reminded me that it is not the land that has been broken, but our relationship to it. Restoration is imperative for healing the earth, but reciprocity is imperative for long-lasting, successful restoration. Like other mindful practices, ecological restoration can be viewed as an act of reciprocity in which humans exercise their caregiving responsibility for the ecosystems that sustain them. We restore the land, and the land restores us. As writer Freeman House cautions, we will continue to need the insights and methodologies of science, but if we allow the practice of restoration to become the exclusive domain of science, we will have lost its greatest promise, which is nothing less than a redefinition of human culture. We may not be able to restore the Onondaga watershed to its pre-industrial condition. the land, plants, animals, and their allies among the human people are making small steps, but ultimately it is the earth that will restore the structure and function, the ecosystem services. We might debate the authenticity of the desired reference ecosystem, but she will decide. We're not in control. What we are in control of is our relationship to the earth. Nature herself is a moving target, especially in an era of rapid climate change. Species composition may change, but relationship endures. It is the most authentic facet of the restoration. Here is where our most challenging and most rewarding work lies, in restoring a relationship of respect, responsibility, and reciprocity. And love. A 1994 statement from the Indigenous Environmental Network puts it best: Western science and technology, while appropriate to the present scale of degradation, is a limited conceptual and methodological tool. It is the head and hands of restoration implementation. Native spirituality is the heart that guides the head and hands. Cultural survival depends on healthy land and a healthy, responsible relationship between humans and the land. The traditional caregiving responsibilities which maintained healthy land need to be expanded to include restoration. Ecological restoration is inseparable from cultural and spiritual restoration, and is inseparable from the spiritual responsibilities of caregiving and world renewal. What if we could fashion a restoration plan that grew from understanding multiple meanings of land? Land as sustainer. Land as identity. Land as grocery store and pharmacy. Land as connection to our ancestors. Land as moral obligation. Land as sacred. Land as self. When I first came to Syracuse as a student, I had a first and only date with a local fellow. We were going on a drive and I asked if we could go to fabled Onondaga Lake, which I had never seen. He reluctantly agreed, joking about the city's famous landmark. But when we got there he wouldn't get out of the car. "It stinks too much," he said, as ashamed as if he himself were the source of the foul odor. I'd never met anyone who hated his home before. My friend Catherine grew up here. She tells me that her weekly ride to Sunday school took the family along the lakeshore, past Crucible Steel and Allied Chemical, where even on the Lord's Day, black smoke filled the sky and pools of sludge lay on either side of the road. When the preacher talked of fire and brimstone and the sulphurous vents of hell, she was sure he meant Salve. She thought she drove to church each week through the valley of death. Fear and loathing, our internal haunted hayride, the worst parts of our nature are all here on the lake shore. Despair made people turn away, made them write off Onondaga Lake as a lost cause. It's true that when you walk on the waste beds you can see the hand of destruction, but you can also see hope in the way a seed lands in a tiny crack and puts down a root and begins to build the soil again. The plants remind me of our neighbors at Onondaga Nation, native people faced with daunting odds, great hostility, and an environment much changed from the rich land that first sustained them. But the plants and the people survive. Plant people and human people are still here and are still meeting their responsibilities. Despite numerous legal setbacks, the Onondaga have not turned their backs on the lake, rather, they are the authors of a new approach to healing it, put forward in their Onondaga Nation vision for a clean Onondaga Lake. This dream of restoration follows the ancient teachings of the Thanksgiving Address. Greeting in turn each element of creation, the Declaration offers vision and support for returning the lake to health and with it a mutual healing of lake and people. It is an exemplar of a new holistic approach, called biocultural or reciprocal restoration. In the indigenous worldview, a healthy landscape is understood to be whole and generous enough to be able to sustain its partners. It engages land not as a machine but as a community of respected non-human persons to whom we humans have a responsibility. Restoration requires renewing the capacity not only for ecosystem services but for cultural services as well. Renewal of relationships includes water that you can swim in and not be afraid to touch. Restoring relationship means that when the eagles return, it will be safe for them to eat the fish. People want that for themselves, too. Biocultural restoration raises the bar for environmental quality of the reference ecosystem, so that as we care for the land, it can once again care for us. Restoring land without restoring relationship is an empty exercise. It is relationship that will endure and relationship that will sustain the restored land. Therefore, reconnecting people and the landscape is as essential as re-establishing proper hydrology or cleaning up contaminants. It is medicine for the earth. One day in late September, while earth-moving machinery dredged contaminated soils on the western shore of Onondaga Lake, another group of earth movers worked on the eastern shore dancing. I watched their feet as they moved in a circle led by the water drum. Beaded moccasins, tassel tie loafers, high-top sneakers, flip-flops, and patent leather pumps all beat against the ground in a ceremonial dance to honor the water. All the participants carried vessels of clean water from their home places. Their hopes for Onondaga Lake were held in these vessels. Work boots brought spring water from the high hills, green Converses carried city tap water, and red wooden sandals peeking from below a pink kimono carried sacred water all the way from Mount Fuji to blend that purity into Onondaga Lake. This ceremony is also restoration ecology, the healing of relationship and the stirring of emotion and spirit on behalf of the water. Singers, dancers, and speakers took the stage by the lake to call for restoration. Faith keeper Oren Lyons, clan mother Audrey Shenandoah, and international activist Jane Goodall joined the community in this water communion to celebrate the sacredness of the lake and to renew the covenant between people and the water. There on the shore where the tree of peace once stood, we joined to plant another tree in commemoration of peacemaking with the lake. This should be on the restoration tour, too. Stop number 6, Land as Sacred, Land as Community. Naturalist E.O. Wilson writes, "There can be no purpose more inspiring than to begin the age of restoration, rewebbing the wondrous diversity of life that still surrounds us. The stories are piling up all around in scraps of land being restored, trout streams reclaimed from siltation, brown fields turned into community gardens, prairies reclaimed from soybeans, wolves howling in their old territories, school kids helping salamanders across the road. If your heart isn't raised by the sight of whooping cranes restored to their ancient flyway, you must not have a pulse." It's true that these victories are as small and fragile as origami cranes, but their power moves as inspiration. Your hands itch to pull out invasive species and replant the native flowers. Your finger trembles with a wish to detonate the explosion of an obsolete dam that would restore a salmon run. These are antidotes to the poison of despair. Joanna Macy speaks of the great turning, the essential adventure of our time, the shift from the industrial growth society to a life-sustaining civilization. Restoration of land and relationship pushes that turning wheel. Action on behalf of life transforms. Because the relationship between self and the world is reciprocal, it is not a question of first getting enlightened or saved and then acting. As we work to heal the earth heals us. The last stop on the ride around the lake hasn't been finished yet, but the scene is planned. In this tableau there will be kids swimming, families picnicking. People love this lake and take care of it. It's a place for ceremony and celebration. The Haudenosaunee flag flies alongside the stars and stripes. Folks are fishing in the shallows and keeping their catch. Willow trees bend gracefully, their limbs full of birds. An eagle sits at the top of the tree of peace. Lakeshore wetlands are rich with muskrats and waterfowl. Native prairies green the lake shore. The signpost at the scene reads "Land as Home." People of corn, people of light. The story of our relationship to the earth is written more truthfully on the land than on the page. It lasts there. The land remembers what we said and what we did. Stories are among our most potent tools for restoring the land as well as our relationship to land. We need to unearth the old stories that live in a place and begin to create new ones, for we are story makers, not just storytellers. All stories are connected, new ones woven from the threads of the old. One of the ancestor stories, that waits for us to listen again with new ears, is the Mayan story of creation. It is said that in the beginning there was emptiness. The divine beings, the great thinkers, imagined the world into existence simply by saying its name. The world was populated with a rich flora and fauna, called into being by words. But the divine beings were not satisfied. Among the wonderful beings they had created, none were articulate. They could sing and squawk and growl, but none had voice to tell the story of their creation nor praise it. So the gods set about to make humans. The first humans, the gods shaped of mud. But the gods were none too happy with the result. The people were not beautiful, they were ugly and ill-formed. They could not talk, they could barely walk, and certainly could not dance or sing the praises of the gods. They were so crumbly and clumsy and inadequate that they could not even reproduce and just melted away in the rain. So the gods tried again to make good people who would be givers of respect, givers of praise, providers and nurturers. To this end they carved a man from wood and a woman from the pith of a reed. Oh, these were beautiful people, lithe and strong, they could talk and dance and sing. Clever people, too, they learned to use the other beings, plants and animals, for their own purposes. They made many things, farms and pottery and houses, and nets to catch fish. As a result of their fine bodies and fine minds and hard work, these people reproduced and populated the world, filling it with their numbers. But after a time the all-seeing gods realized that these people's hearts were empty of compassion and love. They could sing and talk, but their words were without gratitude for the sacred gifts that they had received. These clever people did not know thanks or caring, and so endangered the rest of the creation. The gods wished to end this failed experiment in humanity, and so they sent great catastrophes to the world. They sent a flood, and earthquakes, and, most importantly, they loosed the retaliation of the other species. The previously mute trees and fish and clay were given voices for their grief and anger at the disrespect shown them by the humans made of wood. Trees raged against the humans for their sharp axes, the deer for their arrows, and even the pots made of earth and clay rose up in anger for the times they had been carelessly burnt. All of the misused members of creation rallied together and destroyed the people made of wood in self-defense. Once again the gods tried to make human beings, but this time purely of light, the sacred energy of the sun. These humans were dazzling to behold, 7 times the color of the sun, beautiful, smart, and very, very powerful. They knew so much that they believed they knew everything. Instead of being grateful to the creators for their gifts, they believed themselves to be the gods' equals. The divine beings understood the danger posed by these people made of light and once more arranged for their demise. And so the gods tried again to fashion humans who would live right in the beautiful world they had created, in respect and gratitude and humility. From 2 baskets of corn, yellow and white, they ground a fine meal, mixed it with water, and shaped a people made of corn. They were fed on corn liquor, and oh, these were good people. They could dance and sing, and they had words to tell stories and offer up prayers. Their hearts were filled with compassion for the rest of creation. They were wise enough to be grateful. The gods had learned their lesson, so to protect the corn people from the overpowering arrogance of their predecessors, the people made of light, they passed a veil before the eyes of the corn people, clouding their vision as breath clouds a mirror. These people of corn are the ones who were respectful and grateful for the world that sustained them, and so they were the people who were sustained upon the earth **** adapted from oral tradition. Of all the materials, why is it that people of corn would inherit the earth, rather than people of mud or wood or light? Could it be that people made of corn are beings transformed? For what is corn, after all, but light transformed by relationship? Corn owes its existence to all 4 elements, earth, air, fire, and water. And corn is the product of relationship not only with the physical world, but with people too. The sacred plant of our origin created people, and people created corn, a great agricultural innovation from its Teosin the ancestor. Corn cannot exist without us to sow it and tend its growth. Our beings are joined in an obligate symbiosis. From these reciprocal acts of creation arise the elements that were missing from the other attempts to create sustainable humanity, gratitude, and a capacity for reciprocity. I've read and loved this story as a history of sorts, a recounting of how, in long ago times just at the edge of knowing, people were made of maize and lived happily ever after. But in many indigenous ways of knowing, Time is not a river, but a lake in which the past, the present, and the future exist. Creation, then, is an ongoing process, and the story is not history alone, it is also prophecy. Have we already become people of corn? Or are we still people made of wood? Are we people made of light, enthralled to our own power? Are we not yet transformed by relationship to earth? Perhaps this story could be a user's manual for understanding how we become people of corn. The Popol Vuh, the Mayan sacred text in which the story is contained, is perceived as more than just a chronicle. As David Suzuki notes in The Wisdom of the Elders, the Mayan stories are understood as an ilbale precious seeing instrument, or lens, with which to view our sacred relationships. He suggests that such stories may offer us a corrective lens. But while our indigenous stories are rich in wisdom, and we need to hear them, I do not advocate their wholesale appropriation. As the world changes, an immigrant culture must write its own new stories of relationship to place a new ilbale, but tempered by the wisdom of those who were old on this land long before we came. So how, then, can science, art, and story give us a new lens to understand the relationship that people made of corn represent? Someone once said that sometimes a fact alone is a poem. Just so, the people of corn are embedded in a beautiful poem, written in the language of chemistry. The first stanza goes like this: carbon dioxide plus water combined in the presence of light and chlorophyll in the beautiful membrane-bound machinery of life yields sugar and oxygen. Photosynthesis, in other words, in which air, light, and water are combined out of nothingness into sweet morsels of sugar, the stuff of redwoods and daffodils and corn. Straw spun to gold, water turned to wine. Photosynthesis is the link between the inorganic realm and the living world, making the inanimate live. At the same time it gives us oxygen. Plants give us food and breath. Here is the second stanza, the same as the first, but recited backward: sugar combined with oxygen in the beautiful membrane-bound machinery of life called the mitochondria yields us right back where we began, carbon dioxide and water. Respiration, the source of energy that lets us farm and dance and speak. The breath of plants gives life to animals, and the breath of animals gives life to plants. My breath is your breath is mine. It's the great poem of give and take, of reciprocity that animates the world. Isn't that a story worth telling? Only when people understand the symbiotic relationships that sustain them can they become people of corn, capable of gratitude and reciprocity. The very facts of the world are a poem. Light is turned to sugar. Salamanders find their way to ancestral ponds following magnetic lines radiating from the earth. The saliva of grazing buffalo causes the grass to grow taller. Tobacco seeds germinate when they smell smoke. Microbes in industrial waste can destroy mercury. Aren't these stories we should all know? Who is it who holds them? In long ago times, it was the elders who carried them. In the 21st century, it is often scientists who first hear them. The stories of buffalo and salamanders belong to the land, but scientists are one of their translators and carry a large responsibility for conveying their stories to the world. And yet scientists mostly convey these stories in a language that excludes readers. Conventions for efficiency and precision make reading scientific papers very difficult for the rest of the world, and if the truth be known, for us as well. This has serious consequences for public dialogue about the environment and therefore for real democracy, especially the democracy of all species. For what good is knowing, unless it is coupled with caring? Science can give us knowing, but caring comes from someplace else. I think it's fair to say that if the Western world has an ilbale, it is science. Science lets us see the dance of the chromosomes, the leaves of moss, and the farthest galaxy. But is it a sacred lens like the Popol Vuh? Does science allow us to perceive the sacred in the world, or does it bend light in such a way as to obscure it? A lens that brings the material world into focus but blurs the spiritual is the lens of a people made of wood. It is not more data that we need for our transformation to people of corn, but more wisdom. While science could be a source of and repository for knowledge, the scientific worldview is all too often an enemy of ecological compassion. It is important in thinking about this lens to separate two ideas that are too often synonymous in the mind of the public: the practice of science and the scientific worldview that it feeds. Science is the process of revealing the world through rational inquiry. The practice of doing real science brings the questioner into an unparalleled intimacy with nature, fraught with wonder and creativity as we try to comprehend the mysteries of the more than human world. Trying to understand the life of another being or another system so unlike our own is often humbling and, for many scientists, is a deeply spiritual pursuit. Contrasting with this is the scientific worldview, in which a culture uses the process of interpreting science in a cultural context that uses science and technology to reinforce reductionist, materialist economic and political agendas. I maintain that the destructive lens of the people made of wood is not science itself, but the lens of the scientific worldview, the illusion of dominance and control, the separation of knowledge from responsibility. I dream of a world guided by a lens of stories rooted in the revelations of science and framed with an indigenous worldview, stories in which matter and spirit are both given voice. Scientists are particularly good at learning about the lives of other species. The stories they could tell convey the intrinsic values of the lives of other beings, lives every bit as interesting, maybe more so, as those of Homo sapiens. But while scientists are among those who are privy to these other intelligences, many seem to believe that the intelligence they access is only their own. They lack the fundamental ingredient, humility. After the gods experimented with arrogance, they gave the people of corn humility, and it takes humility to learn from other species. In the indigenous view, humans are viewed as somewhat lesser beings in the democracy of species. We are referred to as the younger brothers of creation, so like younger brothers we must learn from our elders. Plants were here first and have had a long time to figure things out. They live both above and below ground and hold the earth in place. Plants know how to make food from light and water. Not only do they feed themselves, but they make enough to sustain the lives of all the rest of us. Plants are providers for the rest of the community and exemplify the virtue of generosity, always offering food. What if Western scientists saw plants as their teachers rather than their subjects? What if they told stories with that lens? Many indigenous peoples share the understanding that we are each endowed with a particular gift, a unique ability. Birds to sing and stars to glitter, for instance. It is understood that these gifts have a dual nature, though, a gift is also a responsibility. If the bird's gift is song, then it has a responsibility to greet the day with music. It is the duty of birds to sing and the rest of us receive the song as a gift. Asking what is our responsibility is perhaps also to ask, what is our gift? And how shall we use it? Stories like the one about the people of corn give us guidance, both to recognize the world as a gift and to think how we might respond. The people of mud and wood and light all lacked gratitude and the sense of reciprocity that flowed from it. It was only the people of corn, people transformed by awareness of their gifts and responsibilities, who were sustained on the earth. Gratitude comes first, but gratitude alone is not enough. Other beings are known to be especially gifted, with attributes that humans lack. Other beings can fly, see at night, rip open trees with their claws, make maple syrup. What can humans do? We may not have wings or leaves, but we humans do have words. Language is our gift and our responsibility. I've come to think of writing as an act of reciprocity with the living land. Words to remember old stories, words to tell new ones, stories that bring science and spirit back together to nurture our becoming people made of corn. Collateral damage: the headlights throw two beams through the fog from a long way off as the car winds toward us. The rise and fall of the lights has become our signal to dash into the road, grabbing up one soft black body in each hand. The beams appear and disappear in the dips and curves as we shuttle back and forth with flashlight beams speckling the pavement. When we hear the engine we know there is only time for one last run before the car crests the hill and bears down upon us. Standing on the shoulder, I can see faces as the car draws near, greenish in the dashboard lights, looking right at us as the spray from the tires flies up. Our eyes meet and the brake lights flash red for just a heartbeat, lit up like momentary synapses in the driver's brain. The light telegraphs a hint of thought for fellow humans in the rain on the side of a lonely country road. I'm waiting for them to roll down a window and ask if we need help, but they don't stop. The driver looks back over his shoulder, brake lights dimming as he speeds away. If cars scarcely brake for Homo sapiens, what hope can we hold for Ambystoma maculata, our other neighbors who travel this road in the night? Rain beats against my kitchen window in the falling dusk. I can hear geese outside, in low formation over the valley. Winter is letting go. Pausing by the stove with raincoats draped over my arm, I stop to stir a pot of pea soup, sending up clouds of steam that mist over the window. We'll be glad for a warm cup during the night ahead. The 6 o'clock news comes on while I am headfirst in the closet, rounding up flashlights. It has begun. Bombs are falling on Baghdad tonight. I stop in the middle of the floor, listening, with my hands full of boots, a red pair and a black. Somewhere another woman looks out her window, but the formation of dark shapes in her sky is not a skein of spring geese returning. Skies billowing with smoke, homes alight, sirens wailing. CNN reports the number of sorties and tons of ordnance like box scores in a baseball game. The level of collateral damage, they say, is as yet unknown. Collateral damage, shielding words to keep us from naming the consequences of a missile gone astray. The words ask us to turn our faces away, as if man-made destruction were an inescapable fact of nature. Collateral damage, measured in overturned soup pots and wailing children. Heavy with helplessness, I turn off the radio and call my family to supper. When the dishes are done, we slip into raincoats, then out into the night, driving the back roads to Labrador Hollow. While it rains bombs on Baghdad, the first rain of spring falls on our valley. Soft and steady, it penetrates the forest floor, melting away the last of the ice crystals beneath the winter-weary blanket of leaves. The splatter and splash is a welcome sound after the long silence of snow. To a salamander beneath a log, the first heavy raindrops must sound like the knuckles of spring knocking hard on the door overhead. After 6 months of torpor, stiff limbs slowly flex, tails wiggle out of winter immobility, and within minutes, snouts nose upward and legs push away cold earth as the salamanders crawl up into the night. The rain washes away traces of clinging soil and polishes their smooth black skin. The land is waking up, rising to the call of rain. After we pull off the road and get out of the car, the quiet is stunning in the wake of swishing windshield wipers and the defroster going full tilt. The warm rain on cold earth has raised a ground fog, wrapping around the bare trees. Our voices are muffled in the mist. Our flashlights diffuse into warm halos. Here in upstate New York, flocks of geese mark the change of seasons, noisily making their way from winter safety to the breeding grounds of spring. Largely unseen, but equally dramatic, is the migration of salamanders from winter burrows to the vernal pools where they will meet their mates. The first warm rain of spring, a soaking rain coinciding with a temperature above 42 degrees, sets the forest floor to rustling and stirring. En masse they rise from the hidden places, blink at the open air, and start on their way. This outpouring of animals is nearly invisible, unless you happen to be in a swamp on a rainy spring night. Salamanders move when darkness protects them from predators and rain keeps their skin moist. And they move by the thousands, like a herd of sluggish buffalo. Like the buffalo, too, their numbers diminish each year. Like its nearby cousins, the Finger Lakes, Labrador Pond lies in the bottom of a V-shaped valley flanked by 2 steep hills left behind by the last glacier. The forested slopes curve around the pond like the sides of a bowl, funneling amphibians from the woods of the entire watershed straight to the water. But their route is interrupted by a road that snakes through the hollow. The pond and surrounding hills are protected as state forest, but the road is a free-for-all. We walk down the deserted road, scanning our lights back and forth over the pavement. Salamanders aren't the only ones on the move tonight, wood frogs, bullfrogs, green frogs, leopard frogs, and newts also hear the call and begin their annual journey. There are toads, peepers, red efts, and legions of tree frogs, all with mating on their minds. The road is a circus of jumps and leaps flashing in and out of our flashlights. My beam catches the glittering gold of an eye. The peeper freezes as I approach and then hops away. Ahead of us, the road is alive with frogs leaping across, 2 here in my light, 3 over there, bounding toward the pond. With their prodigious leaps they cross the road in just a few seconds. Not so the heavy-bodied salamanders, who belly their way across the road. Their journey takes about 2 minutes, and in 2 minutes anything can happen. Spotting the lumbering forms among the frogs, we stop and pick them up one after the other, carefully setting them on the other side of the road. We walk back and forth between the passage of cars over the same small stretch, and each time we look there are more. The land seems to be releasing salamanders as numerous as the geese rising off a marsh. I run my light across the road and the center line reflects bright yellow against the rain-black asphalt. In the corner of my eye, there is something darker than dark, a break in reflection off the pavement that draws my light back to that spot. The shadow resolves into a big spotted salamander, Ambystoma maculata, black and yellow like the road. The shape is so primitive, with right-angle limbs jutting from the side and moving with a jerky, mechanical motion across the road, dragging a thick tail in a sinuous side-to-side wave behind it. When it stops in the circle of my light, I reach out to touch its skin, blue-black, like night congealed. The body is splotched with opaque yellow like drops of paint on a wet surface, blurred at the edges. Its wedge-shaped head swings from side to side, blunt snout with eyes so dark they disappear into its face. By its size about 7 inches long and its swollen sides, I'd guess this is a female. I wonder what it feels like to drag that tender skin with a smooth, soft belly made for sliding over wet leaves across the asphalt. I stoop to pick her up, circling my 2 fingers just behind her front legs. There is surprisingly little resistance. It's like picking up an overripe banana. My fingertips sink into her body, cold and soft and wet. I gently set her down on the shoulder and wipe my hands on my pants. Without a backward glance, she lunges over the embankment, down to the pond. The females are the first to arrive. Heavy with eggs, they will slide into the shallows and disappear among the decaying leaves on the bottom. They wait, fecund and sluggish in the cold water, for the males, who will make the same journey down from the hillsides a day or 2 later. They come out from under logs and across streams all pointed in the same direction, the pool where they were born. Their route is circuitous because they don't have the ability to climb over obstacles. They follow along the edges of any log or rock until it ends and they are free to go forward, onto the pond. The natal pond may be as much as half a mile from their wintering spot, and yet they locate it unerringly. Salamanders have a guidance system easily as complex as the smart bombs winding their way to targets in Iraqi neighborhoods tonight. Without the benefit of satellite or microchip, salamanders navigate by a combination of magnetic and chemical signals that herpetologists are just beginning to understand. Part of their direction-finding ability relies on a precise reading of the lines in the Earth's magnetic field. A small organ in the brain processes magnetic data and guides the salamander to its pond. Though many other ponds and vernal pools lie along the route, they will not stop until they arrive at the birthplace, struggling mightily to get there. Once they are close, homing in salamanders seems to be similar to salmon identifying their home river. They smell their way with a nasal gland on their snouts. Following the Earth's magnetic signals gets them to the neighborhood and then scent takes over to guide them home. It's like getting off an airplane and then finding your way to your childhood home by following the ineffable odor of Sunday dinner and your mother's perfume. On last year's mission to the Hollow, my daughter begged to follow the salamanders and see where they were going. We trailed behind by flashlight as the amphibians twined between scarlet stems of red osier and clambered over flattened tussocks of sedge. They stopped far short of the main pond, on the edges of a vernal pool, a small depression in the land that goes unnoticed in summer but reliably fills with snow melt every spring, making a watery mosaic. Salamanders choose these temporary basins to lay eggs because they are too shallow and short-lived for fish, which would gobble up the salamander larvae, to inhabit. The pool's evanescence is the newborn's protection from fish. We followed the salamanders to the water's edge, where platelets of ice still clung to the shore. They did not hesitate, but strode purposefully into the water and disappeared. My daughter was disappointed, expecting to see them loitering on the beach or doing belly flops into the pool. She searched the water's surface with her flashlight, wanting to see what happened next, but there were only dappled leaves on the bottom of the pool, patches of light and dark. Nothing to see until we realized that the patches of light and dark were not leaves at all, but the black and yellow spots of dozens of salamanders. Everywhere the light stopped there were salamanders, the bottom of the pool a blanket of animals. And they were moving, swirling about each other like a room full of dancers. Compared to their ponderous movement on land, they were fleet in the water, swimming as gracefully as seals. One flick of the tail and they were gone from the circle of light. The glassy surface of the pond was suddenly broken from below, like the upwelling of a surging spring, and the water started to churn as they moved together in a roiling crowd, yellow spots flashing. We stood in amazed witness to their mating ritual, a congress of salamanders. As many as 50 males and females danced and swirled together, a rapturous celebration after a long year of solitary, celibate existence eating bugs under a log. Bubbles rose from the bottom of the pond like champagne. Unlike most amphibians, Ambystoma maculata does not spill its eggs and sperm freely into the water for a frenzy of mass fertilization. The species has evolved a more probable scheme to ensure the meeting of egg and sperm. Males break away from the dancing swarm, take a gulp of air, and swim for the bottom of the pond, where they release a glistening spermatophore, a gelatinous sac of sperm with a stalk to attach it to a twig or a leaf. The females then leave the dance and seek out the quarter-inch sacs, which hover like shiny mylar balloons bobbing in the water. They draw the spermatophores into an internal cavity where eggs are waiting. Safely inside, the sperm are then released from the sac and fertilize the pearly eggs. A few days later, each female will lay a mass of 100 to 200 eggs in a gelatinous mass. The expectant mother will linger nearby until the eggs hatch, but then she returns, alone, to the woods. The newborn salamanders stay behind in the safety of the pool for several months, metamorphosing until they are capable of life on land. By the time the pool has dried up and forced them out, their gills will be replaced by lungs and they are ready to forage on their own. The juvenile salamanders, or newts, are wanderers who will not return to the pond until they are sexually mature, 4 to 5 years later. Salamanders can be long-lived beings. Adults may make the mating migration through a lifetime as long as 18 years, but only if they can cross the road. Amphibians are one of the most vulnerable groups on the planet. Subject to habitat loss as wetlands and forests disappear, amphibians are the collateral damage we blindly accept as the cost of development. And because amphibians breathe through their skin, they have little ability to filter out toxins at that moist membrane between animal and atmosphere. Even when their habitats are safe from industry, their atmosphere may not be. Toxins in the air and water, acid rain, heavy metals, and synthetic hormones all end up in the water in which they gestate. Developmental abnormalities like six-legged frogs and twisted salamanders are now found throughout the industrialized world. Tonight the salamander's biggest threat is the cars that go speeding by, their occupants unaware of the spectacle that is taking place beneath their tires. From inside the car, listening to late-night radio, you just don't know. But standing on the roadside, you can hear the pop of the body, hear the moment when a glistening being following magnetic trails toward love is reduced to red pulp on the pavement. We try to work faster, but there are so many, and we are so few. A green Dodge pickup I recognize races by and we stand back on the shoulder. It was one of my neighbors who has a dairy farm just up the road, but he doesn't even see us. I suspect his thoughts are far away tonight, straining toward Baghdad. His son, Mitch, is stationed in Iraq. Mitch is a nice kid, the kind who, with a friendly wave, would always pull his slow tractor off to the roadside to let cars pass safely. I suppose he's driving a tank now. The fate of salamanders crossing the road in his old hometown might seem completely unconnected to the scene he faces. Tonight, though, when the fog wraps us all in the same cold blanket, the edges seem to blur. The carnage on this dark country road and the broken bodies on the streets of Baghdad do seem connected. Salamanders, children, young farmers in uniform, they are not the enemy or the problem. We have not declared war on these innocents, and yet they die just as surely as if we had. They are all collateral damage. If it is oil that sends the sons to war, and oil that fuels the engines that roar down this hollow, then we are all complicit, soldiers, civilians, and salamanders connected in death by our appetite for oil. Cold and tired, we stop and pour out a cup of soup from the thermos. Its steam rises to mingle with the fog. We sip quietly and listen to the night. Suddenly I hear voices, but there are no houses nearby. Up around the curve I catch the strobes of other flashlights. I quickly shut off my light and close up the thermos. We back away into shadow and watch as the lights come nearer, a whole line of them. Who would be out on a night like this? Only someone out looking for trouble, and I don't want to be it. Kids use this road sometimes as a drinking spot, a place to shoot beer cans. I once saw a pair of young men kicking a toad between them like a hacky sack. I shudder to think what brings them here. The lights are closer now, at least a dozen all scattered across the road like a patrol. The beams scan back and forth over the road. As they come closer, the pattern of their lights becomes oddly familiar. It is the very same pattern we've been making all night. And then I hear their voices through the fog. Look, here's another one, a female. Hey, I got two over here. Add 3 peepers. Grinning in the dark, I switch on my light again and step out to meet them as they bend and carry the salamanders to safety. We are so glad to see each other and we pump each other's hands as our voices rise in laughter around a virtual campfire made by flashlights. I pour out soup for everybody and we are all momentarily bound together with the giddiness of relief, both to know that the approaching lights are friend and not foe and to recognize that we are not alone in our efforts. We all introduce ourselves and get a look at the faces under the dripping hoods. Our fellow travelers are students from a herpetology class at the college. They all have clipboards and write in the rain notebooks to record their observations. I feel embarrassed to have assumed that they were troublemakers. Ignorance makes it too easy to jump to conclusions about what we don't understand. The class is here to study the effects of roads on amphibians. They tell us that frogs and toads take only about 15 seconds to cross the road and mostly escape the cars. The spotted salamanders average 88 seconds. They may have evaded countless predators, survived the summer drought, endured the winter without freezing, but it all comes down to 88 seconds. The students' efforts on behalf of Ambystoma go beyond roadside rescue. The highway department could install salamander crossings, special culverts that allow the animals to avoid the road, but they're expensive and the authorities need to be convinced of their importance. The class mission tonight is to take a census of the amphibians crossing the road to estimate the total numbers of animals who move from the hills to the pond, and the number who die en route. If they can get adequate data to show that road deaths endanger the viability of this population, then they may be able to persuade the state to take action. There's just one problem. In order to obtain accurate estimates of salamander mortality, they have to count both the animals who make it across the road and those who don't. It turns out that tallying death is easy. They've developed a system for identifying the species of animal by the size of the blotch it leaves on the road, which is then scraped up to avoid counting it again on the next traverse of the road. Sometimes death occurs even without collision. Salamanders are so soft-bodied that merely the pressure wave generated by a passing vehicle can be fatal. The missing number is the denominator of the death equation, the number of animals who do make it safely across. How can they take inventory of the successful crossings on a long stretch of road in total darkness? At widely spaced intervals along the road, drip fences have been installed. A drip fence is simply a length of snow fence about 8 feet long, with a foot-high strip of aluminum roof flashing wired like a wall along its base. The salamanders can't wiggle through. Confronting this obstacle, they edge along the drip fence as if it were a log or a rock. They attempt to follow it to its end, slithering along in the darkness, moving by feel of the fence against skin. Until suddenly the ground vanishes and they fall into a buried plastic bucket from which they cannot escape. The students come along every so often and count the animals in the bucket, record the species on their clipboards, and then gently release them on the other side of the fence, on their way to the pond. At night's end, the number of animals caught by the drip fences provides an estimate of the number who safely crossed the road. These studies may provide the evidence that will save the salamanders, but there is a short-term cost to that long-term benefit. In order to do the research properly, no human intervention is allowed. When a car is coming, the students have to stand back, grit their teeth, and let it happen. Our well-intentioned salamander rescues have in fact biased the experiment tonight, as we decrease the number who normally would have been hit, causing an underestimate in the serious losses that occur. It poses an ethical dilemma for the students. The dead who could have been saved become the collateral damage of the study, a sacrifice that they hope will pay off in future protection for the species. This roadkill monitoring is the project of James Gibbs, an internationally renowned conservation biologist. He is a leader in conserving Galapagos tortoises and Tanzanian toads, but his concerns are also here in Labrador Hollow. He and his students set up the drip fences, patrol the road, and stay up all night counting. Gibbs confesses that sometimes, on rainy nights when he knows the salamanders are moving and dying, he can't sleep. He puts on a raincoat and goes out to carry them across. Aldo Leopold had it right: naturalists live in a world of wounds that only they can see. As night deepens, there are no more headlights twisting down the hollow. By midnight even the slowest salamander can cross in safety, so we trudge back to the car and head for home, driving at a snail's pace until we're out of the hollow lest our own wheels undo our work. We're painfully careful, but I know we are as guilty as anyone. Driving home through the fog, we hear more war news on the radio. Columns of tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles are advancing over the Iraqi countryside, through a sandstorm as dense as the fog that shrouds us here. I wonder what is crushed beneath them as they pass. Cold and tired, I crank up the heater and the car fills with the smell of wet wool. I think back on our night's work and the good people we met. What is it that drew us to the hollow tonight? What crazy kind of species is it that leaves a warm home on a rainy night to ferry salamanders across a road? It's tempting to call it altruism, but it's not. There is nothing selfless about it. This night heaps rewards on the givers as well as the recipients. We get to be there, to witness this amazing rite, and, for an evening, to enter into relationship with other beings, as different from ourselves as we can imagine. It has been said that people of the modern world suffer a great sadness, a species loneliness - estrangement from the rest of creation. We have built this isolation with our fear, with our arrogance, and with our homes brightly lit against the night. For a moment as we walked this road, those barriers dissolved and we began to relieve the loneliness and know each other once again. Salamanders are so very much the other, cold, slimy creatures verging on repulsive to the warm-blooded Homo sapiens. Their startling otherness makes it all the more remarkable that we were here tonight in their defense. Amphibians offer few of the warm fuzzy feelings that fuel our protection of charismatic mammals that look back at us with Bambi's grateful eyes. They bring us face to face with our innate xenophobia, sometimes directed at other species and sometimes directed at our own, whether in this hollow or in deserts halfway around the globe. Being with salamanders gives honor to otherness, offers an antidote to the poison of xenophobia. Each time we rescue slippery, spotted beings we attest to their right to live in the sovereign territory of their own lives. Carrying salamanders to safety also helps us to remember the covenant of reciprocity, the mutual responsibility that we have for each other. As the perpetrators of the war zone on this road, are we not bound to heal the wounds that we inflict? The news makes me feel powerless. I can't stop bombs from falling and I can't stop cars from speeding down this road. It is beyond my power. But I can pick up salamanders. For one night I want to clear my name. What is it that draws us to this lonely hollow? Maybe it is love, the same thing that draws the salamanders from under their logs. Or maybe we walk this road tonight in search of absolution. As the temperature drops, single voices clear and hollow replace the keening chorus, the ancient speech of frogs. One word becomes clear, as if spoken in English. Here. 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 The world is more than your thoughtless commute. We, the collateral, are your wealth, your teachers, your security, your family. Your strange hunger for ease should not mean a death sentence for the rest of creation. Here, calls a peeper in the headlights. Here, calls a young man trapped in a tank far from home. Here, calls a mother whose home is now a burnt-out ruin. There must be an end to this. By the time I get home it is late and I cannot sleep, so I walk up the hill to the pond behind my house. Here too the air is ringing with their calls. I want to light a sweetgrass smudge, to wash away the sadness in a cloud of smoke. But the fog is too heavy and the matches just bleed a red streak on the box. As it should be. There should be no washing away tonight, better to wear the grief like a sodden coat. Weep. Weep, calls a toad from the water's edge. And I do. If grief can be a doorway to love, then let us all weep for the world we are breaking apart so we can love it back to wholeness again. Shkitajan, people of the seventh fire, so much depends upon the lighting of this fire, so neatly laid on the cold ground and circled round by stones. A platform of dry maple kindling, a floor of fine twiglet snapped from the underside of a fir, a nest of shredded bark ready for the coal over which broken pine branches are balanced to draw the flame upward. Plenty of fuel, plenty of oxygen. All the elements are in place. But without the spark it is only a pile of dead sticks. So much depends on the spark. It was a point of pride in my family that we learned to light a fire with a single match. My father was our teacher, along with the woods themselves, and we learned without lessons, by playing and watching and wanting to emulate his comfort in wild places. He patiently showed us how to search out the right materials. Incrementally, we observed the architecture that would feed the flame. He put great store in a fine woodpile, and many of our days in the woods were spent felling, hauling, and splitting. Firewood warms you twice, he would always say as we emerged from the woods hot and sweaty. In the doing of it, we learned to recognize the trees by their bark, by their wood, and by the way they burned for different purposes: pitchy pine for light, beech for a bed of coals, sugar maples to bake pies in the reflector oven. He never said so directly, but fire making was more than just a woodscraft skill. To build a good fire, a person had to work. There were high standards, no piece of half-rotten birch was permitted in his woodpile. Punky, he would say, and toss it aside. Knowledge of the flora was a given, as was respectful treatment of the woods, so that you gathered without doing harm. There was always plenty of standing dead wood there for the taking, already dry and seasoned. Only natural materials went into a good fire, no paper or, heaven forbid, gasoline, and green wood was an affront to both aesthetics and ethics. No lighters allowed. We earned high praise for the ideal one-match fire, but plenty of encouragement if we needed a dozen. And at some point it became natural and easy, no feat at all. I found a secret that always worked for me: to sing to the fire as I touched the match to tinder. Woven into my dad's fire teachings was appreciation for all the woods gave us and a sense of our responsibility for reciprocity. We never left a camping place without leaving a pile of wood for the next people on the trail. Paying attention, being prepared and patient, and doing it right the first time, the skill and the values were so closely entwined that fire making became for us an emblem of a certain kind of virtue. Once we mastered the one-match fire, then came the one-match fire in the rain and the snow. With the right materials carefully assembled and respect for the ways of air and wood, you could always have a fire. The power of that simple act: with a single match you could make people feel safe and happy, convert a bunch of sodden individuals into a convivial group thinking of stew and songs. It was an amazing gift to carry in your pocket and a serious responsibility to be used well. Fire building was a vital connection to those who came before. Potawatomi, or more accurately Badwuwadmi in our own language, means people of the fire. It seemed only right that this was a skill we should master, a gift to share. I began to think that to really understand fire, I needed a bow drill in my hand. Now, I try to make a no-match fire, to conjure a coal in the old way, with bow and drill, a friction fire, rubbing two sticks together. Boing, I say to myself, in a good time, in a good way. There are no shortcuts. It must unfold in the right way, when all the elements are present, mind and body harnessed in unison. When all the tools have been properly made and all the parts united in purpose, it is so easy. But if they're not, it will be futile. Until there is balance and perfect reciprocity between the forces, you can try and fail again. I know. And yet, despite the need, you must swallow your sense of urgency, calm your breathing so that the energy goes not to frustration, but to fire. After we were all grown up and fully fire competent, my father made sure his grandchildren could also light a one-match fire. At 83, he teaches fire building at our native youth science camp, sharing the same lessons he gave us. They have a race to have their little blazes burn through a string stretched across the fire circle. One day, after the contest has been won, he sits on a stump poking at the fire. Did you know, he asks them, that there are 4 kinds of fire? I am expecting his lesson on hardwoods and softwoods, but there is something else on his mind. Well, first, of course, there's this campfire you made. You can cook on it, keep warm next to it. It's a good place to sing and it keeps the coyotes away. And toast marshmallows, pipes up one of the kids. You bet. And bake potatoes, make bannock, you can cook most anything on a campfire. Who knows the other kinds of fire, he asks. Forest fires, one of the students tries tentatively. Sure, he says, what the people used to call thunderbird fires, forest fires ignited by lightning. Sometimes they'd get put out by the rain, but sometimes they could turn into huge wildfires. They could be so hot they'd destroy everything for miles around. Nobody likes that kind of fire. But our people learned to set fires that were small and in just the right place and time so that they helped rather than hurt. The people set these fires on purpose, to take care of the land, to help the blueberries grow, or to make meadows for deer. He holds up a sheet of birch bark. In fact, look at all that birch bark you used in your fire. Young paper birches only grow up after fire, so our ancestors burned forests to create clearings for birch. The symmetry of using fire to create fire-building materials was not lost on them. They needed birch bark, so they used their own fire science to create birch forests. Fires help out a lot of plants and animals. We're told that's why the Creator gave people the fire stick to bring good things to the land. A lot of the time you hear people say that the best thing people can do for nature is to stay away from it and let it be. There are places where that's absolutely true and our people respected that. But we were also given the responsibility to care for land. What people forget is that that means participating, that the natural world relies on us to do good things. You don't show your love and care by putting what you love behind a fence. You have to be involved. You have to contribute to the well-being of the world. The land gives us so many gifts, fire is a way we can give back. In modern times, the public thinks fire is only destructive, but they've forgotten, or simply never knew, how people used fire as a creative force. The fire stick was like a paintbrush on the landscape. Touch it here in a small dab and you've made a green meadow for elk, a light scatter there burns off the brush so the oaks make more acorns. Stipple it under the canopy and it thins the stand to prevent catastrophic fire. Draw the firebrush along the creek and the next spring it's a thick stand of yellow willows. A wash over a grassy meadow turns it blue with camas. To make blueberries, let the paint dry for a few years and repeat. Our people were given the responsibility to use fire to make things beautiful and productive. It was our art and our science. The birch forests maintained by indigenous burning were a cornucopia of gifts: bark for canoes, sheathing for wigwams and tools and baskets, scrolls for writing, and, of course, tinder for fires. But these are only the obvious gifts. Both paper birch and yellow birch are hosts to the fungus Inonitis obliquus, which erupts through the bark to form sterile conchs, a fruiting body that looks like a grainy black tumor the size of a softball. Its surface is cracked and crusted, studded with cinders as if it had been burnt. Known to people of the Siberian birch forests as chaga, it is a valued traditional medicine. Our people call it shkitagen. It takes some effort to find a black knob of shkitagen and then dislodge it from the tree. But cut open, the body of the conch is banded in glowing shades of gold and bronze, with the texture of spongy wood, all constructed of tiny threads and air-filled pores. Our ancestors discovered a remarkable property of this being, although some say it spoke its own use to us through its burnt exterior and golden heart. Shkitagen is a tinder fungus, a fire keeper, and a good friend to the people of the fire. Once an ember meets shkitagen, it will not go out but smolders slowly in the fungal matrix, holding its heat. Even the smallest spark, so fleeting and easily lost, will be held and nurtured if it lands on a cube of shkitagen. And yet, as forests are felled and fire suppression jeopardizes species that depend upon burned ground, it is getting harder and harder to find. Okay, what are the other kinds of fire? My father asks as he adds a stick to the fire at his feet. Teotork knows. Sacred fire, like for ceremonies. Of course, my dad says. The fires we use to carry prayers, for healing, for sweat lodges. That fire represents our life, the spiritual teachings that we've had from the very beginning. The sacred fire is the symbol of life and spirit, so we have special fire keepers to care for them. You might not get to be around those other fires very often, he says, but there's fire you must tend to every day. The hardest one to take care of is the one right here, he says, tapping his finger against his chest. Your own fire, your spirit. We all carry a piece of that sacred fire within us. We have to honor it and care for it. You are the fire keeper. Now remember that you're responsible for all those kinds of fire, he reminds them. That's our job, especially we men. In our way, there is balance between men and women. Men are responsible for caring for fire, and women are responsible for water. Those two forces balance each other out. We need both to live. Now, here's something you can't forget about fire, he says. As he stands before the kids, I hear echoes of the first teachings, when Nanabozho received the same fire teachings from his father that my dad is passing on today. You must always remember that fire has two sides. Both are very powerful. One side is the force of creation. Fire can be used for good, like on your hearth or in ceremony. Your own heart fire is also a force for good. But that same power can be turned to destruction. Fire can be good for the land, but it can also destroy. Your own fire can be used for ill, too. Human people can never forget to understand and respect both sides of this power. They are far stronger than we are. We must learn to be careful, or they can destroy everything that has been created. We have to create balance. Fire has another meaning for Anishinaabe people as well, corresponding to the eras in the life of our nation. The fires refer to the places we have lived and the events and the teachings that surrounded them. Anishinaabe knowledge keepers, our historians and scholars, carry the narrative of the people from our earliest origin, long before the coming of the offshore people, the Zaganesh. They also carry what came after, for our histories are inevitably braided together with our futures. This story is known as the Seventh Fire Prophecy, and it has been shared widely by Eddie Benton Benai and other elders. The era of the first fire found Anishinaabe people living in the dawnlands of the Atlantic shore. The people were given powerful spiritual teachings, which they were to follow for the good of the people and the land, for they are one. But a prophet foretold that the Anishinaabe would have to move to the west or else they would be destroyed in the changes that were to come. They were to search until they found a place where the food grows on the water, and there they would make their new home in safety. The leaders heeded the prophecy and led the nation west along the St. Lawrence River, far inland near what is now Montreal. There they rekindled the flame, carried with them on the journey in bowls of shkidajan. A new teacher arose among the people and counseled them to continue still farther west, where they would camp on the shore of a very big lake. Trusting in the vision, the people followed, and the time of the second fire began as they made camp on the shores of Lake Huron near what is now Detroit. Soon, though, the Anishinaabe became divided into three groups: the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi, who took different routes to seek their homes around the Great Lakes. The Potawatomi traveled to the south, from southern Michigan all the way to Wisconsin. As the prophecies foretold, however, the bands were reunited several generations later at Manitoulin Island, forming a union known as the Three Fires Confederacy that remains to this day. In the time of the third fire, they found the place foretold in prophecy, where the food grows on the water, and established their new homelands in the country of wild rice. The people lived well for a long time under the care of maples and birches, sturgeon and beaver, eagle and loon. The spiritual teachings that had guided them kept the people strong, and together they flourished in the bosom of their non-human relatives. At the time of the fourth fire, the history of another people came to be braided into ours. Two prophets arose among the people, foretelling the coming of the light-skinned people in ships from the east, but their visions differed in what was to follow. The path was not clear, as it cannot be with the future. The first prophet said that if the offshore people, the Zaganash, came in brotherhood, they would bring great knowledge. Combined with Anishinaabe ways of knowing, this would form a great new nation. But the second prophet sounded a warning. He said that what looks like the face of brotherhood might be the face of death. These new people might come with brotherhood, or they might come with greed for the riches of our land. How would we know which face is the true one? If the fish became poisoned and the water unfit to drink, we would know which face they wore. And for their actions the Zaganash came to be known instead as Kimokman, the Long Knife people. The prophecies described what eventually became history. They warned the people of those who would come among them with black robes and black books, with promises of joy and salvation. The prophets said that if the people turned against their own sacred ways and followed this black robe path, then the people would suffer for many generations. Indeed, the burial of our spiritual teachings in the time of the fifth fire nearly broke the hoop of the nation. People became separated from their homelands and from each other as they were forced onto reservations. Their children were taken from them to learn the Zaganash ways. Forbidden by law to practice their own religion, they nearly lost an ancient worldview. Forbidden to speak their languages, a universe of knowing vanished in a generation. The land was fragmented, the people separated, the old ways blowing away in the wind. Even the plants and animals began to turn their faces away from us. The time was foretold when the children would turn away from the elders, people would lose their way and their purpose in life. They prophesied that, in the time of the sixth fire, the cup of life would almost become the cup of grief. And yet, even after all of this, there is something that remains, a coal that has not been extinguished. At the first fire, so long ago, the people were told that it is their spiritual lives that will keep them strong. They say that a prophet appeared with a strange and distant light in his eyes. The young man came to the people with the message that in the time of the seventh fire, a new people would emerge with a sacred purpose. It would not be easy for them. They would have to be strong and determined in their work, for they stood at a crossroads. The ancestors looked to them from the flickering light of distant fires. In this time, the young would turn back to the elders for teachings and find that many had nothing to give. The people of the seventh fire do not yet walk forward, rather, they are told to turn around and retrace the steps of the ones who brought us here. Their sacred purpose is to walk back along the red road of our ancestors' path and to gather up all the fragments that lay scattered along the trail. Fragments of land, tatters of language, bits of songs, stories, sacred teachings, all that was dropped along the way. Our elders say that we live in the time of the seventh fire. We are the ones the ancestors spoke of, the ones who will bend to the task of putting things back together to rekindle the flames of the sacred fire, to begin the rebirth of a nation. And so it has come to pass that all over Indian country there is a movement for revitalization of language and culture growing from the dedicated work of individuals who have the courage to breathe life into ceremonies, gather speakers to reteach the language, plant old seed varieties, restore native landscapes, bring the youth back to the land. The people of the seventh fire walk among us. They are using the fire stick of the original teachings to restore health to the people, to help them bloom again and bear fruit. The seventh fire prophecy presents a second vision for the time that is upon us. It tells that all the people of the earth will see that the path ahead is divided. They must make a choice in their path to the future. One of the roads is soft and green with new grass. You could walk barefoot there. The other path is scorched black, hard, the cinders would cut your feet. If the people choose the grassy path, then life will be sustained. But if they choose the cinder path, the damage they have wrought upon the earth will turn against them and bring suffering and death to earth's people. We do indeed stand at the crossroads. Scientific evidence tells us we are close to the tipping point of climate change, the end of fossil fuels, the beginning of resource depletion. Ecologists estimate that we would need 7 planets to sustain the lifeways we have created. And yet those lifeways, lacking balance, justice, and peace, have not brought us contentment. They have brought us the loss of our relatives in a great wave of extinction. Whether or not we want to admit it, we have a choice ahead, a crossroads. I don't fully comprehend prophecy and its relation to history. But I know that metaphor is a way of telling truth far greater than scientific data. I know that when I close my eyes and envision the crossroads that our elders foresaw, it runs like a movie in my head. The fork in the road stands atop a hill. To the left the path is soft and green and spangled with dew. You want to go barefoot. The path to the right is ordinary pavement, deceptively smooth at first, but then it drops out of sight into the hazy distance. Just over the horizon, it is buckled with heat, broken to jagged shards. In the valleys below the hill, I see the people of the seventh fire walking toward the crossroads with all they have gathered. They carry in their bundles the precious seeds for a change of worldview. Not so they can return to some atavistic utopia, but to find the tools that allow us to walk into the future. So much has been forgotten, but it is not lost as long as the land endures and we cultivate people who have the humility and ability to listen and learn. And the people are not alone. All along the path, non-human people help. What knowledge the people have forgotten is remembered by the land. The others want to live, too. The path is lined with all the world's people, in all colors of the medicine wheel: red, white, black, yellow, who understand the choice ahead, who share a vision of respect and reciprocity, of fellowship with the more than human world. Men with fire, women with water, to re-establish balance, to renew the world. Friends and allies all, they are falling in step, forming a great long line headed for the barefoot path. They are carrying Shkitajan lanterns, tracing their path in light. But of course there is another road visible in the landscape, and from the high place I see the rooster tails of dust thrown up as its travelers speed ahead, engines roaring, drunk. They drive fast and blind, not even seeing who they are about to run over, or the good green world they speed through. Bullies swagger along the road with a can of gasoline and a lit torch. I worry who will get to the crossroads first, who will make the choices for us all. I recognize the melted road, the cinder path. I've seen it before. I remember a night when my 5-year-old woke afraid of the thunder. It was only as I held her and came fully awake that I thought to ask why there was thunder in January. Instead of stars, the light outside her window was wobbly orange and the air vibrated with the pulsing of fire. I dashed to get the baby from her crib and led us all outside wrapped in blankets. It was not the house on fire, but the sky. Waves of heat came billowing across the winter bare fields, like a desert wind. The darkness was burned away in a massive blaze that filled the horizon. My thoughts raced: a plane crash? Nuclear blast? I bundled the girls into the pickup and ran back in for the keys. Thinking only to get them away, to go to the river, to run. I spoke as calmly as I could, in measured tones, as if fleeing an inferno in our pajamas was no cause for panic. "Mama? Are you afraid?" asked the small voice at my elbow as I tore down the road. "No, honey. Everything is going to be okay." She was nobody's fool. "Then Mama? Why are you talking so quietly?" We drove safely to our friend's house 10 miles away, knocking on their door for refuge in the middle of the night. The flare was dimmer from their back porch, but still flickering eerily. We put the children to bed with cocoa, poured ourselves a whiskey, and flipped on the news. A natural gas pipeline had exploded less than a mile from our farm. Evacuations were underway and crews were on the scene. A few days later, when it was safe, we drove to the site. The hayfields were a crater. 2 horse barns were incinerated. The road had melted away, and in its absence there was a track of sharp cinders. I was a climate refugee for just one night, but it was enough. The waves of heat we are feeling now as a result of climate change aren't yet as crushing as the ones that rocked us that night, but they too are out of season. I never thought that night of what I might save from a burning house, but that is the question we all face in a time of climate change. What do you love too much to lose? Who and what will you carry to safety? I wouldn't lie to my daughter now. I am afraid. As afraid today as I was then, for my children and for the good green world. We cannot comfort ourselves by saying it's going to be okay. We need what's in those bundles. We can't escape by going to the neighbors, and we can't afford to talk quietly. My family could go home again the next day. But what about the Alaskan towns being swallowed alive by the rising Bering Sea? The Bangladeshi farmer whose fields are flooded? Oil burning in the Gulf? Everywhere you look, you see it coming. Coral reefs lost to warming oceans. Forest fires in Amazonia. The frozen Russian taiga, an inferno vaporizing carbon stored there for 10,000 years. These are the fires of the scorched path. Let this not be the 7th fire. I pray we have not already passed the fork in the road. What does it mean to be the people of the 7th fire, to walk back along the ancestral road and pick up what was left behind? How do we recognize what we should reclaim and what is dangerous refuse? What is truly medicine for the living earth and what is a drug of deception? None of us can recognize every piece, let alone carry it all. We need each other, to take a song, a word, a story, a tool, a ceremony, and put it in our bundles. Not for ourselves, but for the ones yet to be born, for all our relations. Collectively, we assemble from the wisdom of the past a vision for the future, a worldview shaped by mutual flourishing. Our spiritual leaders interpret this prophecy as the choice between the deadly road of materialism that threatens the land and the people, and the soft path of wisdom, respect, and reciprocity that is held in the teachings of the first fire. It is said that if the people choose the green path, then all races will go forward together to light the 8th and final fire of peace and brotherhood, forging the great nation that was foretold long ago. Supposing we are able to turn from destruction and choose the green path? What will it take to light the 8th fire? I don't know, but our people have a long acquaintance with fire. Perhaps there are lessons in the building of a handmade fire that will help us now, teachings gleaned from the 7th fire. Fires do not make themselves. The earth provides the materials and the laws of thermodynamics. Humans must provide the work and the knowledge and the wisdom to use the power of fire for good. The spark itself is a mystery, but we know that before that fire can be lit, we have to gather the tinder, the thoughts, and the practices that will nurture the flame. In making a handmade fire, so much depends on the plants: 2 pieces of cedar, a yielding board, a straight shaft, made for each other, male and female from the same tree. The bough, a flexible wand of striped maple, a shapely grip to bear the bowstring twined of dogbane fiber. Stroking back and forth, the shaft spinning, feeling its way into the bowl that burns to meet its shape. So much depends on the body, each joint at the right angle, left arm wrapped around knee and braced at the shin, left leg bent, back stretched, shoulders locked, left forearm bearing down, right arm pushes and pulls in one smooth draw without breaking the plane of the upright shin. So much depends on the architecture, stability in 3 dimensions and fluidity in the 4th. So much depends on the motion of the shaft against the board so that movement becomes friction, heat building, spinning and spinning the drill down on the bowl, burning its way into a black and shining space so smooth the pressure and heat burn from the wood a fine powder, which gathers together in its need for warmth until it forms into a coal that falls under its own weight through a notch in the board onto the waiting tinder. So much depends on the tinder, the flyaway bits of cattail fluff, the softened wads of cedar bark rubbed between hands until the fibers are loose and mingled with their own dust, the shreds of yellow birch bark torn like confetti and all formed into a ball like a warbler's nest, a rough loose weave, a nest for a firebird where a coal will be laid, the whole wrapped in a sleeve of birch bark open at the ends for the entrance and exit of air. Time and again I get to this point, where the heat has built and the fragrant smoke from the burning cedar bowl begins to rise around my face. Almost, I think, and then my hand slips and the spindle goes flying and the coal breaks apart and I'm left with no fire and an aching arm. My struggle with the bow drill is a struggle to achieve reciprocity, to find a way that knowledge, body, mind, and spirit can all be brought into harmony, to harness human gifts to create a gift for the earth. It's not that the tools are lacking, the pieces are all there, but something is missing. I do not have it. I hear again the teachings of the 7th fire, turn back along the path and gather up what has been left beside the trail. And I remember Shkitajan, the firekeeper fungus, the holder of the spark that cannot be extinguished. I go back to where the wisdom lives, in the woods, and humbly ask for help. I lay down my gift, in return for all that is given, and start again. So much depends on the spark that is nurtured by Shkitajan gold and kindled by a song. So much depends on the air, its passage through the tinder nest, strong enough to make it glow, not so strong as to blow it out, breath of wind and not of man, bundle swung back and forth through Creator's breath to make it grow, embracing bark and dust propagating heat on heat, oxygen is fuel for fuel until smoke plumes billow in sweet fragrance, light erupts, and you hold in your hand a fire. As the 7th fire people walk the path, we should also be looking for Shkitajan, the ones who hold the spark that cannot be extinguished. We find the fire keepers all along the path and greet them with gratitude and humility that against all odds, they have carried the ember forward, waiting to be breathed into life. In seeking the Shkitajan of the forest and the Shkitajan of the spirit, we ask for open eyes and open minds, hearts open enough to embrace our more than human kin, a willingness to engage intelligences not our own. We'll need trust in the generosity of the good green earth to provide this gift and trust in human people to reciprocate. I don't know how the 8th fire will be lit. But I do know we can gather the tinder that will nurture the flame, that we can be Shkitajan to carry the fire, as it was carried to us. Is this not a holy thing, the kindling of this fire? So much depends on the spark. Defeating Wendigo in the spring, I walk across the meadow toward my medicine woods, where the plants give their gifts with unstinting generosity. It is mine not by deed, but by care. I've come here for decades to be with them, to listen, to learn, and to gather. The woods are adrift of white trillium where the snow was, but still I feel a chill. The light is somehow different. I cross the ridge where unrecognizable footprints followed mine in last winter's blizzard. I should have known what those tracks meant. Where they were I now find the deep-rutted prints of trucks headed across the field. The flowers are there, as they have been beyond memory, but the trees are gone. My neighbor brought in the loggers over the winter. There are so many ways to harvest honorably, but he chose otherwise, leaving only diseased beech and a few old hemlocks, worthless to the mill. The trillium, bloodroot, hepatica, bellwort, trout lily, ginger, and wild leeks are all smiling their last into the spring sun, which will burn them out when summer comes to a forest without trees. They trusted that the maples would be there, but the maples are gone. And they trusted me. Next year this will all be brambles, garlic mustard and buckthorn, the invasive species that follow Wendigo footprints. I fear that a world made of gifts cannot coexist with a world made of commodities. I fear that I have no power to protect what I love against the Wendigo. In days of legend, the people were so terrorized by the specter of Wendigos that they tried to devise ways of defeating them. Given the rampant destruction wrought by our contemporary Wendigo mind, I wondered if our ancient stories contained some wisdom that might guide us today. There are stories of banishment that we might emulate, making pariahs of the destroyers and divesting ourselves of complicity with their enterprises. There are stories of attempted drownings, burnings, and assorted murders, but the Wendigo always comes back. There are endless tales of brave men on snowshoes, fighting through blizzards to track and kill the Wendigo before it preyed again, but the beast almost always slips away in the storm. Some folks argue that we need do nothing at all, that the unholy coupling of greed and growth and carbon will make the world hot enough to melt the Wendigo heart once and for all. Climate change will unequivocally defeat economies that are based on constant taking without giving in return. But before the Wendigo dies, it will take so much that we love along with it. We can wait for climate change to turn the world and the Wendigo into a puddle of red-tinged meltwater, or we can strap on our snowshoes and track him down. In our stories, when humans alone could not conquer them, the people called upon their champion, Nanabaz Ho, to be light against darkness, a song against the shriek of the Wendigo. Basil Johnston tells the story of an epic battle fought for many days with legions of warriors, led by their hero. There was fierce fighting, many weapons, trickery, and courage as they sought to surround the monster in his lair. But I noticed something in the background of the story different from any Wendigo tale I'd ever heard. You can smell flowers. There was no snow, no blizzard, the only ice was in the heart of the Wendigo. Nanabaz Ho had chosen to hunt down the monster in the summer. The warriors paddled across ice-free lakes to the island where the Wendigo had his summer refuge. The Wendigo is most powerful in the hungry time, in winter. With the warm breezes his power wanes. Summer in our language is Nyabin, the time of plenty, and it was in Nyabin that Nanabaz Ho faced down the Wendigo and defeated him. Here is the arrow that weakens the monster of overconsumption, a medicine that heals the sickness, its name is plenty. In winter, when scarcity is at its zenith, the Wendigo rages beyond control, but when abundance reigns the hunger fades away and with it the power of the monster. In an essay describing hunter-gatherer peoples with few possessions as the original affluent society, anthropologist Marshall Solins reminds us that, modern capitalist societies, however richly endowed, dedicate themselves to the proposition of scarcity. Inadequacy of economic means is the first principle of the world's wealthiest peoples. The shortage is due not to how much material wealth there actually is, but to the way in which it is exchanged or circulated. The market system artificially creates scarcity by blocking the flow between the source and the consumer. Grain may rot in the warehouse while hungry people starve because they cannot pay for it. The result is famine for some and diseases of excess for others. The very earth that sustains us is being destroyed to fuel injustice. An economy that grants personhood to corporations but denies it to the more than human beings, this is a Wendigo economy. What is the alternative? And how do we get there? I don't know for certain, but I believe the answer is contained within our teachings of one bowl and one spoon, which holds that the gifts of the earth are all in one bowl, all to be shared from a single spoon. This is the vision of the economy of the commons, wherein resources fundamental to our well-being, like water and land and forests, are commonly held rather than commodified. Properly managed, the commons approach maintains abundance, not scarcity. These contemporary economic alternatives strongly echo the indigenous worldview in which the earth exists not as private property, but as a commons, to be tended with respect and reciprocity for the benefit of all. And yet, While creating an alternative to destructive economic structures is imperative, it is not enough. It is not just changes in policies that we need, but also changes to the heart. Scarcity and plenty are as much qualities of the mind and spirit as they are of the economy. Gratitude plants the seed for abundance. Each of us comes from people who were once indigenous. We can reclaim our membership in the cultures of gratitude that formed our old relationships with the living earth. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to Wendigo psychosis. A deep awareness of the gifts of the earth and of each other is medicine. The practice of gratitude lets us hear the badgering of marketers as the stomach grumblings of a Wendigo. It celebrates cultures of regenerative reciprocity, where wealth is understood to be having enough to share and riches are counted in mutually beneficial relationships. Besides, it makes us happy. Gratitude for all the earth has given us lends us courage to turn and face the Wendigo that stalks us, to refuse to participate in an economy that destroys the beloved earth to line the pockets of the greedy, to demand an economy that is aligned with life, not stacked against it. It's easy to write that, harder to do. I throw myself on the ground, pounding my fists and grieving the assault on my medicine woods. I don't know how to defeat the monster. I have no arsenal of weapons, no legions of fighters like those who followed Nanabo's Ho into battle. I am not a warrior. I was raised by strawberries, who even now are budding at my feet. Amid the violets, and yarrow, and asters and goldenrod that are just emerging, and the blades of sweetgrass shining in the sun. In that moment, I know that I am not alone. I lie in the meadow surrounded by the legions who do stand with me. I may not know what to do, but they do, giving of their medicine gifts as they always do, to sustain the world. We are not powerless against the Wendigo, they say. Remember that we already have everything we need. And so we conspire. When I get to my feet, Nanabo's Ho has appeared beside me, with resolute eyes and a trickster grin. You have to think like the monster to defeat him, he says. Like dissolves like. He points with his eyes to a line of dense shrubs at the edge of the woods. Give him a taste of his own medicine, he says with a smirk. He walks into the great thicket and laughter overtakes him as he disappears. I've never gathered buckthorn before, the blue-black berries stain my fingers. I've tried to stay away from it, but it follows you. It is a rampant invader of disturbed places. It takes over the forest, starving other plants of light and space. Buckthorn also poisons the soil, preventing the growth of any species but itself, creating a floristic desert. You have to acknowledge that it's a winner in the free market, a success story built on efficiency, monopoly, and the creation of scarcity. It is a botanical imperialist, stealing land from the native species. I gather all summer, sitting with each species that offers itself to the cause, listening and learning its gifts. I've always made teas for colds, salves for skin, but never this. Making medicine is not undertaken lightly. It is a sacred responsibility. The beams in my house are hung with drying plants, shelves filled with jars of roots and leaves. Waiting for winter. When it comes, I walk the woods in my snowshoes, leaving an unmistakable trail toward home. A braid of sweetgrass hangs by my door. The three shining strands represent the unity of mind, body, and spirit that makes us whole. In the Wendigo, the braid is unraveled, that is the disease that drives him to destruction. That braid reminds me that when we braid the hair of Mother Earth we remember all that is given to us and our responsibility to care for those gifts in return. In this way the gifts are sustained and all are fed. No one goes hungry. Last night, my house was full of food and friends, the laughter and light spilling out on the snow. I thought I saw him pass by the window, gazing in with hunger. But tonight I am alone and the wind is rising. I heft my cast iron kettle, the biggest pot I have, onto the stove and set the water to boil. I add to it a good handful of dried berries. And then another. The berries dissolve to a syrupy liquid, blue-black and inky. Remembering Nanabo's Ho's counsel, I say a prayer and empty in the rest of the jar. Into a second pot I pour a pitcher of purest spring water, and onto its surface I scatter a pinch of petals from one jar, bark shreds from another. All carefully chosen, each to its purpose. I add a length of root, a handful of leaves, and a spoonful of berries to the golden tea, tinged with rosy pink. I set it to simmer and sit by the fire to wait. The snow hisses against the window, the wind moans in the trees. He has come, followed my tracks home just as I knew he would. I put the sweetgrass in my pocket, take a deep breath, and open the door. I'm afraid to do this, but more afraid of what happens if I don't. He looms above me, wild red eyes blazing against the hoarfrost of his face. He bares his yellow fangs and reaches for me with his bony hands. My own hands tremble as I thrust into his blood-stained fingers a cup of scalding buckthorn tea. He slurps it down at once and starts to howl for more. Devoured by the pain of emptiness, he always wants more. He pulls the whole iron kettle from me and drinks it in greedy gulps, the syrup freezing to his chin in dripping black icicles. Throwing the empty pot aside, he reaches for me again, but before his fingers can surround my neck he turns from the door and staggers backward out into the snow. I see him doubled over, overcome with violent retching. The carrion stench of his breath mixes with the reek of shit as the buckthorn loosens his bowels. A small dose of buckthorn is a laxative. A strong dose is a purgative, and a whole kettle, an emetic. It is Wendigo nature, he wanted every last drop. So now he is vomiting up coins and coal slurry, clumps of sawdust from my woods, clots of tar sand, and the little bones of birds. He spews solvay waste, gags on an entire oil slick. When he's done, his stomach continues to heave, but all that comes up is the thin liquid of loneliness. He lies spent in the snow, a stinking carcass, but still dangerous when the hunger rises to fill the new emptiness. I run back in the house for the second pot and carry it to his side, where the snow has melted around him. His eyes are glazed over, but I hear his stomach rumble, so I hold the cup to his lips. He turns his head away as if it were poison. I take a sip, to reassure him, and because he is not the only one who needs it. I feel the medicine standing beside me. And then he drinks, just a sip at a time, of the golden pink tea, tea of willow to quell the fever of want and strawberries to mend the heart. With the nourishing broth of the three sisters and infused with savory wild leeks, the medicines enter his bloodstream: white pine for unity, justice from pecans, the humility of spruce roots. He drinks down the compassion of witch hazel, the respect of cedars, a blessing of silver bells, all sweetened with the maple of gratitude. You can't know reciprocity until you know the gift. He is helpless before their power. His head falls back, leaving the cup still full. He closes his eyes. There is just one more part of the medicine. I am no longer afraid. I sit down beside him on the newly greening grass. Let me tell you a story, I say as the ice melts away. She fell like a maple seed, pirouetting from the autumn sky. Epilogue: returning the gift red over green, raspberries bead the thicket on a summer afternoon. The blue jay picking on the other side of this patch has a beak as red-stained as my fingers, which go to my mouth as often as to the bowl. I reach under the brambles for a dangling cluster, and there in the dappled shade is a grinning turtle, shin deep in fallen fruit, stretching his neck up for more. I'll let his berries be. The earth has plenty and offers us abundance, spreading her gifts over the green: strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, cherries, currants, that we might fill our bowls. Nyabin, we call summer in Potawatomi, the time of plenty, and also time for our tribal gathering, for powwows and ceremony. Red over green, the blankets spread on the grass beneath the arbor are piled high with gifts. Basketballs and furled umbrellas, peyote-stitched keychains and Ziploc bags of wild rice. Everybody lines up to choose a gift while the hosts stand by, beaming. The teenagers are dispatched to carry choice items to elders seated in the circle, too frail to navigate the crowd. Megwetch the thank yous circle among us. Ahead of me a toddler, besotted with abundance, grabs a whole armload. Her mother bends and whispers in her ear. She stands indecisive for a moment and lays it all back down, save a neon yellow squirt gun. And then we dance. The drum begins the giveaway song and everyone joins the circle in regalia of swaying fringe, nodding feathers, rainbow shawls, t-shirts, and jeans. The ground resonates with the fall of moccasined feet. Each time the song circles around to the honor beats, we dance in place and raise the gifts above our heads, waving necklaces, baskets, and stuffed animals, whooping to honor the gifts and the givers. Amid the laughter and the singing, everyone belongs. This is our traditional giveaway, the minute walk, an old ceremony well loved by our people and a frequent feature of powwows. In the outside world, people who are celebrating life events can look forward to receiving presents in their honor. In the Potawatomi way, this expectation is turned upside down. It is the honored one who gives the gifts, who piles the blanket high to share good fortune with everyone in the circle. Often, if the giveaway is small and personal, every gift will be handmade. Sometimes a whole community might work all year long to fashion the presents for guests they do not even know. For a big intertribal gathering with hundreds of people, the blanket is likely to be a blue plastic tarp strewn with gleanings from the discount bins at Walmart. No matter what the gift is, a black ash basket or a pot holder, the sentiment is the same. The ceremonial giveaway is an echo of our oldest teachings. Generosity is simultaneously a moral and a material imperative, especially among people who live close to the land and know its waves of plenty and scarcity. Where the well-being of one is linked to the well-being of all. Wealth among traditional people is measured by having enough to give away. Hoarding the gift, we become constipated with wealth, bloated with possessions, too heavy to join the dance. Sometimes there's someone, maybe even a whole family, who doesn't understand and takes too much. They heap up their acquisitions beside their lawn chairs. Maybe they need it. Maybe not. They don't dance, but sit alone, guarding their stuff. In a culture of gratitude, everyone knows that gifts will follow the circle of reciprocity and flow back to you again. This time you give and next time you receive. Both the honor of giving and the humility of receiving are necessary halves of the equation. The grass in the ring is trodden down in a path from gratitude to reciprocity. We dance in a circle, not in a line. After the dance, a little boy in a grass dance outfit tosses down his new toy truck, already tired of it. His dad makes him pick it up and then sits him down. A gift is different from something you buy, possessed of meaning outside its material boundaries. You never dishonor the gift. A gift asks something of you. To take care of it. And something more. I don't know the origin of the giveaway, but I think that we learned it from watching the plants, especially the berries who offer up their gifts all wrapped in red and blue. We may forget the teacher, but our language remembers. Our word for the giveaway, minidwak, means they give from the heart. At the word center lives the word min. Min is a root word for gift, but it is also the word for berry. In the poetry of our language, might speaking of minidwak remind us to be as the berries. The berries are always present at our ceremonies. They join us in a wooden bowl. One big bowl and one big spoon, which are passed around the circle, so that each person can taste the sweetness, remember the gifts, and say thank you. They carry the lesson, passed to us by our ancestors, that the generosity of the land comes to us as one bowl, one spoon. We are all fed from the same bowl that Mother Earth has filled for us. It's not just about the berries, but also about the bowl. The gifts of the earth are to be shared, but gifts are not limitless. The generosity of the earth is not an invitation to take it all. Every bowl has a bottom. When it's empty, it's empty. And there is but one spoon, the same size for everyone. How do we refill the empty bowl? Is gratitude alone enough? Berries teach us otherwise. When berries spread out their giveaway blanket, offering their sweetness to birds and bears and boys alike, the transaction does not end there. Something beyond gratitude is asked of us. The berries trust that we will uphold our end of the bargain and disperse their seeds to new places to grow, which is good for berries and for boys. They remind us that all flourishing is mutual. We need the berries and the berries need us. Their gifts multiply by our care for them, and dwindle from our neglect. We are bound in a covenant of reciprocity, a pact of mutual responsibility to sustain those who sustain us. And so the empty bowl is filled. Somewhere along the line, though, people have abandoned berry teachings. Instead of sowing richness, we diminish the possibilities for the future at every turn. But the uncertain path to the future could be illuminated by language. In Potawatomi, we speak of the land as Emengoyak, that which has been given to us. In English, we speak of the land as natural resources or ecosystem services, as if the lives of other beings were our property. As if the earth were not a bowl of berries, but an open pit mine, and the spoon a gouging shovel. Imagine that while our neighbors were holding a giveaway, someone broke into their home to take whatever he wanted. We would be outraged at the moral trespass. So it should be for the earth. The earth gives away for free the power of wind and sun and water, but instead we break open the earth to take fossil fuels. Had we taken only that which is given to us, had we reciprocated the gift, we would not have to fear our own atmosphere today. We are all bound by a covenant of reciprocity, plant breath for animal breath, winter and summer, predator and prey, grass and fire, night and day, living and dying. Water knows this, clouds know this. Soil and rocks know they are dancing in a continuous giveaway of making, unmaking, and making again the earth. Our elders say that ceremony is the way we can remember to remember. In the dance of the giveaway, remember that the earth is a gift that we must pass on, just as it came to us. When we forget, the dances we'll need will be for mourning. For the passing of polar bears, the silence of cranes, for the death of rivers and the memory of snow. When I close my eyes and wait for my heartbeat to match the drum, I envision people recognizing, for perhaps the first time, the dazzling gifts of the world, seeing them with new eyes, just as they teeter on the cusp of undoing. Maybe just in time. Or maybe too late. Spread on the grass, green over brown, they will honor at last the giveaway from Mother Earth. Blankets of moss, robes of feathers, baskets of corn, and vials of healing herbs. Silver salmon, agate beaches, sand dunes. Thunderheads and snowdrifts, cords of wood and herds of elk. Tulips. Potatoes. Luna moths and snow geese. And berries. More than anything, I want to hear a great song of thanks rise on the wind. I think that song might save us. And then, as the drum begins, we will dance, wearing regalia in celebration of the living earth, a waving fringe of tall grass prairie, a whirl of butterfly shawls, with nodding plumes of egrets, jeweled with the glitter of a phosphorescent wave. When the song pauses for the honor beats, we'll hold high our gifts and ululate their praises, a shining fish, a branch of blossoms, and a starlit night. The moral covenant of reciprocity calls us to honor our responsibilities for all we have been given, for all that we have taken. It's our turn now, long overdue. Let us hold a giveaway for Mother Earth, spread our blankets out for her and pile them high with gifts of our own making. Imagine the books, the paintings, the poems, the clever machines, the compassionate acts, the transcendent ideas, the perfect tools. The fierce defense of all that has been given. Gifts of mind, hands, heart, voice, and vision all offered up on behalf of the earth. Whatever our gift, we are called to give it and to dance for the renewal of the world. In return for the privilege of breath. A note on the treatment of plant names: we accept with nary a thought that the names of people are capitalized. To write George Washington would be to strip that man of his special status as a human. It would be laughable to write mosquito if it were in reference to a flying insect, but acceptable if we were discussing a brand of boat. Capitalization conveys a certain distinction, the elevated position of humans and their creations in the hierarchy of beings. Biologists have widely adopted the convention of not capitalizing the common names of plants and animals unless they include the name of a human being or an official place name. Thus, the first blossoms of the spring woods are written as bloodroot and the pink star of a California woodland is Kellogg's tiger lily. This seemingly trivial grammatical rulemaking in fact expresses deeply held assumptions about human exceptionalism, that we are somehow different and indeed better than the other species who surround us. Indigenous ways of understanding recognize the personhood of all beings as equally important, not in a hierarchy but a circle. So in this book as in my life, I break with those grammatical blinders to write freely of Maple, Heron, and Wally when I mean a person, human or not, and of Maple, Heron, and human when I mean a category or concept. A note on the treatment of indigenous language. The Potawatomi and Anishinaabe languages are a reflection of the land and the people. They are a living, oral tradition, which had not been written down in their long history until fairly recently. A number of writing systems have emerged to try and capture the language in regularized orthography, but there is no firm agreement on the preeminence of any one among the many variants of a large and living language. Potawatomi elder, fluent speaker, and teacher Stuart King has kindly sorted through my rudimentary use of the language, confirming meanings and advising on consistency in spelling and usage. I am most appreciative for his guidance in my understanding of language and culture. The Fierro system's double vowel orthography for writing the language has been widely adopted by many Anishinaabe speakers. Most Potawatomi, however, known as the vowel droppers, do not use Fierro. With respect for speakers and teachers with these different perspectives, I have tried to use the words in the way that they were originally given to me. A note on indigenous stories. I am a listener and have been listening to stories told around me for longer than I care to admit. I mean to honor my teachers by passing on the stories that they have passed on to me. We are told that stories are living beings, they grow, they develop, they remember, they change not in their essence, but sometimes in their dress. They are shared and shaped by the land and the culture and the teller, so that one story may be told widely and differently. Sometimes only a fragment is shared, showing just one face of a many-faceted story, depending on its purpose. So it is with the stories shared here. Traditional stories are the collective treasures of a people and can't easily be attributed with a literature citation to an individual source. Many are not to be publicly shared, and these I have not included, but many are freely disseminated so that they may do their work in the wider world. For these stories, which exist in many versions, I have chosen to cite a published source as a reference, while acknowledging that the version I share has been enriched by hearing it multiple times in different tellings. For some, I do not know of a published source for a story passed on in the oral tradition. Chi Megwech to the Storytellers. Sources: Allen, Paula Gunn. Grandmothers of the Light, a Medicine Woman's Sourcebook. Boston, Beacon Press, 1991. Awayakta, Mary Lou. Selu, Seeking the Corn Mother's Wisdom. Golden, Fulcrum, 1993. Benton Benai, Edward. The Mishomis Book, The Voice of the Ojibwe. Red School House, 1988. Burks, Fikret. Sacred Ecology, 2nd ed. New York, Routledge, 2008. Caduto, Michael J. and Joseph Bruchak. Keepers of Life, Discovering Plants Through Native American Stories and Earth Activities for Children. Golden, Fulcrum, 1995. Cogit, Gregory. Look to the Mountain, An Ecology of Indigenous Education. Asheville, Kivaki Press, 1994. Hyde, Lewis. The Gift, Imagination and the Erotic Life of Property. New York, Random House, 1979. Johnston, Basil. The Manitous, The Spiritual World of the Ojibwe. St. Paul, Minnesota Historical Society, 2001. Laduke, Winona. Recovering the Sacred, The Power of Naming and Claiming. Cambridge, South End Press, 2005. Macy, Joanna. World as Lover, World as Self, Courage for Global Justice and Ecological Renewal. Berkeley, Parallax Press, 2007. Moore, Kathleen Dean, and Michael P. Nelson, eds Moral Ground, Ethical Action for a Planet in Peril. San Antonio, Trinity University Press, 2011. Nelson, Melissa K., ed. Original Instructions, Indigenous Teachings for a Sustainable Future. Rochester, Bear & Company, 2008. Porter, Tom. Conatsio-Herc, Traditional Mohawk Indians Return to Their Ancestral Homeland. Greenfield Center, Bowman Books, 1998. Ritzenthaler, R.E. and P. Ritzenthaler. The Woodland Indians of the Western Great Lakes. Prospect Heights, I.L., Waveland Press, 1983. Shenandoah, Joanne, and Douglas M. George. Skywoman, Legends of the Iroquois. Santa Fe, Clear Light Publishers, 1988. Stewart, Hillary, and Bill Reed. Cedar, Tree of Life to the Northwest Coast Indians. Douglas and McIntyre, Limited, 2003. Stokes, John and Conawayantan. Thanksgiving Address, Greetings to the Natural World. Six Nations Indian Museum and the Tracking Project, 1993. Suzuki, David, and Peter Knudsen. Wisdom of the Elders, Sacred Native Stories of Nature. New York, Bantam Books, 1992. Truer, Anton S. Living Our Language, Ojibwe Tales and Oral Histories, a bilingual anthology. St. Paul, Minnesota Historical Society, 2001. Acknowledgements. I owe a debt of gratitude for the lap of my Sitka spruce grandma, the shelter of white willow, the balsam fir beneath my sleeping bag, and that patch of blueberry in Catherine's Bay. For the white pine that sings me to sleep, and the one that woke me up, for the gold thread tea, for June strawberries and the bird on the wing orchids, to the maples that frame my door, for the last raspberries of fall and the first leeks of spring, for cattail, paper birch, spruce root who care for me body and soul, and black ash who holds my thoughts, for daffodils, and dewy violets, and for goldenrod and asters who still leave me breathless. For the best people I know, my parents Robert Wassey Anquat and Patricia Verwasconzen Wall, who have given me lifelong love and encouragement, who carried the spark and fanned the flames, and my daughters Larkin Lee Kimmer and Lyndon Lee Lane, for the inspiration of their beings and for their gracious permission to weave their stories into mine. There are not thanks enough for the love with which I have been showered, in which all things are possible. Megwechkine Gago. I have been blessed with the guidance of wise and generous teachers who have contributed much to these stories, whether they know it or not. I say chi megwech to those to whom I have been listening and learning through their teachings and their lived examples, including my Anishinaabe relations Stuart King, Barbara Wall, Wally Mashigod, Jim Thunder, Justin Neely, Kevin Finney, Big Bear Johnson, Dick Johnson, and the Pigeon family. Naya Wenha to my Haudenosaunee neighbors, friends, and colleagues Oren Lyons, Irving Paulus, Jean Shenandoah, Audrey Shenandoah, Frida Jacques, Tom Porter, Dan Longboat, Dave Arquette, Noah Point, Neil Patterson, Bob Stevenson, Teresa Burns, Lionel Lacroix, and Dean George. And to those myriad teachers along the way at conferences, cultural gatherings, fires, and kitchen tables whose names are forgotten, but whose lessons remain, Eween. Your words and actions have fallen like seeds on the fertile ground, and my intention is to nurture them with care and respect. I accept full responsibility for the unknowing errors that I will undoubtedly make from my own ignorance. Writing is a solitary practice, yet we do not write alone. The kinship of a writing community that inspires, supports, and listens deeply is such a gift. Many thanks to Kathleen Dean Moore, Libby Roderick, Charles Goodrich, Allison Hawthorne Deming, Carolyn Servid, Robert Michael Pyle, Jesse Ford, Michael Nelson, Janine DeBays, Nan Gartner, Joyce Homan, Dick Pearson, Bev Adams, Richard Weiskopf, Harsey Leonard, and others who have offered their encouragement and critique. To my friends and family who have kept me going, your warmth is written into every page. I owe special gratitude to my dear students throughout the years who are so frequently my teachers and who give me faith in the future. Many of these pages were filled during the tender care of writers' residencies at the Blue Mountain Center, the Sitka Center for Art and Ecology, and the Mesa Refuge. They were also inspired by time at the Spring Creek Project and the Long-Term Ecological Reflections Residency at the H.J. Andrews Experimental Forest. Many thanks to those who make these times of solitude and support possible. Waywanan and special thanks are offered to my welcoming hosts at the College of the Menominee Nation, Mike Dockery, Melissa Cook, Jeff Grignan, and the wonderful students there who created an inspiring and motivational environment in which to complete this work. Special thanks to my editor, Patrick Thomas, for believing in this work and for his care, skill, and patience with me in shepherding these pages from manuscript to book. About the author. Robin Wall Kimmer is a mother, scientist, decorated professor, and enrolled member of the citizen Potawatomi Nation. Her first book, Gathering Moss, was awarded the John Burroughs Medal for Outstanding Nature Writing. Her writings have appeared in Orion, Whole Terrain, and numerous scientific journals. She lives in Syracuse, New York, where she is a SUNY Distinguished Teaching Professor of Environmental Biology, and the founder and director of the Center for Native Peoples and the Environment.